האם אתה יודע שעכשיו אנחנו חיים באותם זמנים שכתבו עליהם לפני אלפי שנים? האחריות כרגע מוטלת על כל אדם. תאר לעצמך שראית וידעת מה מצפה לאנושות. אסונות אקלים הם בלתי נמנעים, אבל מאוחדים אנו יכולים לשרוד כאנושות. מה היית עושה אתה באופן אישי כדי להתריע על זמני בחירה? הזמן אוזל, וזה תלוי במעשינו משותפים. האם זו תהיה שקיעת האנושות? או שחר החדש שלנו? כעת ההישרדות של כל ציוויליזציה תלויה בבחירתנו של כל אדם על פני כדור הארץ. כולם צריכים לדעת על הסימנים האלה. 13 ביוני, קליידוסקופ עובדות ה-11. סימני אחרית הימים. הזמן לפעול הגיע.
Signs of the end days.
Indeed, it's time to act. Dear viewers, welcome to the 11th Kaleidoscope Effects, the global research project running on the platform of ALLATRA International Public Movement. This project connects scientists, bloggers, enthusiasts, everyone who desires to join in one common goal, to separate the grain from chaff, and to find and present the truth, what we as humanity know about a specific topic. We are live, and our broadcast is simultaneously translated into more than 25 languages. Everything done by volunteers in their free time. Today, we are casting light on the topic of the end times.
היום אנחנו בשידור חי. קליידוסקופ מתורגם בו זמני בלמעלה מ-25 שפות. על ידי מתנדבי התנועה.
This topic has been overused by media countless times to make us believe it's not true on the one hand, but still seeding fear in us through various apocalyptic movies and books on the other, and making money out of
כדי
it.
לתת לנו
On top of
להאמין
that, we end up confused
שהכל
about
מאוד
what is
מחריד,
really going on.
כדי לתת לנו
Today's
לפחד,
Kaleidoscope of facts aims to
כדי
look
שלא
for
נדע
the
מה באמת
evidence that would
במציאות.
prove we live in the end times. It is
יש
important
הרבה עובדות
to remove the fear
שאנחנו חיים
from this topic.
בימים האחרונים,
Either it turns out
וחשוב
nothing
להבין,
is going on, so we do not
לא
have to
צריך
fear
לפחד
anything
משום דבר.
for the end times
למרות
are here, so we need to talk
שהזמנים
about
האחרונים
how to
הגיעו,
handle this
נוכל
situation.
לעבור אליהם,
What
נוכל
can each
להתגבר.
and every one of us
מה כל אחד מאיתנו יכול לעשות כדי למצוא פתרון? האם אנחנו נבזבז את הסיכוי שלנו? ביט באדישות על איך העולם שלנו נהרס, או שנקשיב למה שנאמר עוד לפנינו, על הבחירה שלנו, על הזכות הבחירה. בסופו של דבר, אחרית הימים זה לא יום אחד, ועלינו פשוט לפעול, ואפשר עוד לעשות. בעולם המערבי שלנו, אנחנו רגילים לחשוב על הזמן כמשהו שהולך ישר. אבל זה לא כך, ואנחנו נוכל לפרט את זה בהמשך. אני מעביר מילה ליבגני. שלום חברים יקרים, אני רוצה לספר לכם על משהו מעניין. אנחנו צופים איך הזמן שלנו מתחלף. אנחנו כל כך התרגלנו, איך יום לילה. זה הופך להיות משהו שגרתי. אבל מדוע זה ככה? כל בעולם שלנו תלוי וקשור למחזורים מסוימים. כל זה מחזור. מסוימים, זה כלל התופעות, התהליכים הקשורים זה בזה, המייצרים מעגל שלם לאורך התקופה. אנחנו נסתכל על השמיים למשל, נראה שהכל די מסובך, אבל בזמן, עם הבדיקה כל הזמן אנחנו נצפה, אנחנו נראה שיש סדר מסוים. אנחנו רואים שהכוכבים משנים את מיקומם, שהם מסתובבים סביב השמש בסדר מסוים. עם הזמן מדענים זיהו מחזור מסוים, פרוצסיה, שהוא 25,920 שנה. זה זמן שבו המערכת השמש מסתובבת סביב מרכז הגלקסיה. באופן מחזורי זה הזמן שהמרכיבים היותרים קיימים גם בתרבויות שונות ואחרות. אצל מצרים, אנחנו רואים את זה אצל מצרים, אנחנו רואים את זה אצל אינדיאנים, אנחנו רואים את זה בלוח השנה של אצטקים ומאיה. למשל, אצל מאיה יש לוח השנה שבו מצויר המחזור היקום. ביזם למשל, הזמן זה עיגול, שאפשר לתאר אותו בצורת הטבעת. הרומאים העתיקים גם כן ידעו על המחזוריות הזמן. וזה אפשר לראות דרך אותה אגדה, העיר רומא שהוקמה. גם בנצרות יש הרבה מידע מוסתרת וגלויה על הזמנים, הזמן שיכול ללכת ישר והזמן בתור עיגול. מלא מדענים, מלא אנשים ידועים, למשל כמו צ'ארד לואיס, הטוענים שהזמן הוא לא ישר, הוא לא הולך בצורת הסרגל. הזמן הוא מחזורי. וכאשר אתה מתחיל לבדוק את זה ביסוד, אתה רואה שיש איזושהי גאונות שמישהו שיצר את והמנגנון הזה עובד בצורה מסוימת. הוא גם מחולק למחזורים, גם בני אלפי שנה, גם מיליוני וגם מיליארדי שנה. חיי האדם הרגילים הם קצרים מדי כדי להבין זאת. הימינה ידעו על מחזוריות הזמן וניסו להעביר את הידע דרך הציורים, דרך הארטפקטים ולוחות שנה. בסוף כל מחזור קורים תהליכים שמתבטאים אצלנו כי רעידות אדמה או מבול. מהמקורות הקדומים השונים אנחנו יכולים לראות שכדור הארץ לא פעם ולא פעם עבר את המחזור הזה, המעגל שלם, הזמן של הריסה והשיקום. מדענים רבים שיש להם הוכחות לזה. נגיד בטורין אלכסנדר מיכאלוביץ' טוען שכדור הארץ מסתובב סביב מרכז המסות בצורה שהיא באה במקביל ליקום. המחזור הזה הוא בין 12,166 שנה. אקדמיק פטר וסיליביץ' ניקולאייב כותב שהגלקסיקה מסתובבת בצורת הספירלה וכל זווית כזאת היא שווה 25,920 שנה. כל חצי תקופה של המחזוריות הזאת היא משפיעה על מערכת השמש שלנו. זה שינוי של האנרגיה שיוצאת מהמרכז ויכולה להגיע עד אלינו. כמו כן, העניין של המחזוריות נבדק על ידי מדענים רבים. בואו נצפה בסרטון אחד קצר. מה אומרים מדענים?
איגור פטרוביץ' קופילוב, דוקטור למדעי טכניים, פרופסור, גם כותב על המחזוריות של 13,000 שנים. מערכת השמש נעה בגלקסיה לאורך ספירה סלילית. האבולוציה שלה והתפתחות הציוויליזציה הארצית נקבעים על ידי המיקום של הכוכב שלנו בגלקסיה. מחזורים גלקטיים קובעים אירועים גלובליים על פני כדור הארץ. לספירלת החיים יש מחזורים גלקטיים גדולים של 200 עד 220 מיליוני שנה. הקובעים אירועים גיאולוגיים, עידני הקרח, שינויי הכתבים הגיאומגנטיים, שינויים בביוספירה וצורת היבשות. מחזורים קטנים נמשכים כ-26,000 שנים, הקשורים לשינויי אקלים עולמיים, שינויים במיקומם של אזורים חמים וקרים, שינויים במחזורים מי האוקיינוסים ובאטמוספירה. האירועים האלה נקראים המבול העולמי, שקורה כל 13,000 שנה, כלומר בכל מחצית. מחזורי התפתחות כדור הארץ נחקרו על ידי ולדימיר וסיליביץ' בובנקוב, מומחה מוביל של המרכז המדעי של מכון קורצ'טוב, כאשר הוא חקר את המחזורי האסטרופיזיקה, הגיאולוגיה, הביולוגיה, ההיסטוריה, הוא גילה שכולם מצייתים למעגל הגדול של עידנים המשתנים שנמשכים לאורך 11,911 שנים. מספר זה הוא מכפיל מהתקופת העקיפה סביב השמש של כוכבי הלכת שלה, בדיוק של מאות של השנה הארצית. אנו חיים בתקופת מעבר. אכן, בשנת 2000 הסתיים מחזור ה-12,000 הנוסף. כל הבעיה היא שהשינוי התקופות מלווה בקטסטרופות אדירות שמצמצמות את אוכלוסיית כדור הארץ במאות פעמים. האנתרופולוגים אנגלים חישבו שערב התקופה האחרונה, המלווה בהעמסה פעילה של קרחונים, חיו על כדור הארץ כ-670 מיליוני איש, ולאחר סיומו נותרו רק 6-7 מיליון. אז ממה הם מתו? הרי בזכות ההתחממות תנאי החיים השתפרו משמעותית. ולדימיר בובנקוב מצא את התשובה לשאלה זו בעבודתם של מדענים הקנדים שכחדו קרח באנטארקטיקה. בחקר הליבות שהוקפו ממעמקי הקרח, הם הפנו את תשומת ליבם לשכבות האפר הוולקניות הקאות. יותר על כך התברר שכל שכבה לאחר מכן נוצרה כ-12,000 שנה לאחר הקודמת, וכך זה חזר על עצמו במשך מאות אלפי שנים. יכול להיות רק דבר אחד. בסוף כל מחזור הגדול, הפעילות הסייסמית והוולקנית עלה בחדות. האוויר היה רווי בעשן ואפר, שכפה על הקרח של היבשת השישית. זה דומה מאוד בסוף העולם המקראי, קרה על כדור הארץ. יותר על כן, ולדימיר וסיליביץ' אמר כי ההשפעה הדינמית הכבודה המרוכזת של כוכבי הלכת, שמכונת מצד הכוכבי לכת על השמש, תשמש תנופה למעשי הטבע אלימים בקנה מידה עולמיים. באותה עת, שכבות פני השטח הפעילות ביותר של השמש יפרצו קרשי טורנדו פלזמה ענקיים, שיגיעו לכדור הארץ במהירות של 200 עד 700 קילומטרים לשנייה. כתוצאה מכך, הציר הגיאוגרפי ישנה את מקומו מ-23.5 מעלות ל-22 מעלות, והקוטב המגנטי ינוע ברוחב 60 מעלות מערבה ויעצור בצפון קנדה. רק כעבור 6 שנים, הצירים המגנטיים, הגיאוגרפיים והאליפטיים יחזרו למקומותיהם. איך במהלך התקופה זו יהיו תזוזות, שברים, שקיעת קרום כדור הארץ במקומות מסוימים ועלייה במקומות אחרים, מה שיוביל לסדרה של רעידות אדמה הרסניות ואת התנועה של מסות המים ענקיים. הרי געש התפרצו בכל מקום, יזרקו אפר, קרח לסטרטוספירה, עד שקרני השמש כבר לא יגיעו לפני כדור הארץ.
כבר כולם רואים שאנחנו נמצאים על הקצה. הציוויליזציה שלנו הגיעה למשבר קטלני שנוגע בספירות שונות של המחיה שלנו. הנפילה המוסרית, המשבר הכלכלי, כל זה מציאות של ימינו. ועכשיו אני רוצה להעביר מילה לבנימין. תודה רבה, יבגני. על ידי המחזור הגדול יש זה הזמנים שבהם אנחנו בוחרים. זה הזמנים שעלינו לבחור חיים או מוות. אנחנו צריכים לבחור. וצריך להבין איזו אחריות נמצאת על כל אחד מאיתנו. בואו נבין מה זה זמני הצומת. בואו נצפה בקטע מהתוכנית האקלים היום עם איגור מיכאילוביץ' דנילוב.
איגור מיכאילוביץ', מעניין שהמערכת מיקדה את תשומת ליבה ביותר מכל בתאריך הזה, 21 לדצמבר 2012. מהו התאריך הזה? מה קרה ב-21 לדצמבר שנת 2012? הייתי אומר זו תחילת הסוף או תחילת ההתחלה. ומה שבאמת קרה? הרבה דברים קרו. זו ההתחלה של תקופת הצומת דרכים. זה מה שקרה בפועל. החלה ספירה לאחור. עכשיו אם ניקח את המחזור הציוויליזציה האנושית, זה 12,000 שנה. והמחזור הקטן הוא זמני הצומת. הגיע הזמן שאנשים יבחרו את מה שהם בוחרים, לחיות או למות. והשנת 2012 הוא באמת התכוון לעצמו. במילים הפשוטות, ב-21 לדצמבר שנת 2012 היא תחילה של נקודת המפנה, שימשך קל לחשב. אם אנחנו נחזור שוב לאותן התחזיות עתידיות, עם מה תצא האנושות בעוד 12 שנים, כך זה יהיה.
תרבויות מאיה והופי תיארו את הזמן הזה כזמן להחלטה גדולה. חכמי התרבויות האלו אמרו שתור הזהב יגיע רק כאשר אנשים יתאחדו בשלום ויהיו ביחד ולא אחד נגד השני. והם הקדישו במיוחד על נשים, אלה שיעזרו להתאחד. ואז, מה זה המחזור הקטן? הוא מתאר את הזמן בו אנשים חייבים לחיות עולמות. זו החלטה או סוף, או החלטה של החלטה. זו התחלה של הזמן, של זמני הצומת. שעל הזמנים האלה דיברו כל הנביאים וכל האמונות. וכאשר הזמן הזה יתחיל, כבר לא יהיה דרך בחזרה. אני רוצה להקריא ציטוט מספר של אנסטסיה נובך, סנסי 4. אלה הזמנים של הבחירה האנושית. האלה הם קובעים את גורלה של ציוויליזציה הזו. יותר מדי תלוי בכל אחד, כי כל אחד יביא את עצמו לתוצאה הסופית. בזמני הצומת, רק דנג'אפו עצמו יהיה נוכח בעולם הזה. בזמנים האלה יינתן גביע הגורל לעולם. ולאנושות תרצה ללכת לאותו כיוון, היא תלך במהירות רבה, ואי אפשר יהיה לעצור. הזמן הזה יגיע מהר, ואתם חברים, יהיו עדים או להתחלה הזוהרת של האנושות לסוף עצוב. בתרבויות רבות מדובר על הזמנים הללו, טוב, אחרית הימים. ומה שחשוב לנו כאנשים להבין, שהבחירה היא בידיים שלנו. אנחנו יכולים לראות את זה למשל בתרבות ההודית, לזמנים שלנו. בתרבות ההודית מדובר שהמחזור שאנחנו חיים בו היום יסתיים ב-5. בואו נצפה בסרטון קצר.
אז יש 4 יוגות, סטיה יוגה, טרטה יוגה, עידן הכסף, דוופרה יוגה, עידן הארד, וקלי יוגה, שזה עידן הברזל. בכל אחד מהמעברים הללו יש למעשה תיאור של כדור הארץ. כל הציוויליזציה, עם כל המבנים שלה קורסת, והציוויליזציה החדשה מתחילה במסלול חדש, עם הרעיונות חדשים. איך שבכל מקרה יש ניצולים שמעבירים את הידע מהעבר. זה בעצם הרעיון הכללי של המחזורי יוגה. כי היום אנחנו נמצאים בקלי יוגה. זה המחזור האחרון. המחזור הזה עובד כך שאנחנו נעלה אל התודעה הגבוהה מהתודעה הנמוכה, אשר היה בקלי יוגה, אשר אנו חיים בה היום. לכן בדרגה אנחנו עולים וחוזרים שוב לעידן הזהב. לכן זה בעצם המחזור העולה והיורד, המשקף את המחזור השלם של יוגות. למשל אנחנו רואים שבמהלך היום אנחנו עוברים מהצהריים, כאשר האור מגיע למקסימום, עד החצות, כאשר אין אור בכלל, ואז שוב מגיע מחזור העולה הנוסף של האור, מהחצות ולצהריים. אז יש רק 2 חצאי מחזור. מחזור אחד הוא יורד, האור הוא מופחת למעשה, והשני, האור מתגבר. וכל זה ניתן לראות במחזור של עונות מעבר. מהחורף לקיץ, האור עולה בהדרגה, ומהקיץ אל החורף הוא שוב יורד. אותו דבר במחזורי היוגות. מתרחשת הקטנת התודעה שלנו, כאשר במעשה מתנהלת על ידי האור האלוהי, היורד מהמרכז הגלקסי. את מה שציינתי באחד העבודות שלי. והאור הזה הוא עולה בהדרגה, והוא מניע את חשיבתנו הרוחנית והמוסרית ואתית. וכאשר האור הזה בהדרגה יורד, התודעה שלנו בעקבות זה מצטמצמת. אז כרגע אנחנו נמצאים בקלי יוגה. המחזור כללי במעשה הוא נמשך 12,000 שנה. כל יוגה נמשכת בערך כ3,000 שנה. אז אנחנו מתקרבים עכשיו ל3,000 שנה האלה עבור קלי יוגה. ומה שכתבתי באחד המאמרים שלי, שהפך לידי פופולרי למדי באינטרנט. אני כתבתי שנת 2025. זה תאריך בו קלי יוגה תסתיים, ולאחר מכך אנחנו נגיע לתקופת המעבר. בתקופת המעבר הציוויליזציה נהרסת, ואז נבנה בסיס חדש לבניית הציוויליזציה החדשה. כשאנחנו מסתכלים על הטקסטים ההודיים, הם מספרים לנו על התקופה שנקראת פרליה. פרליה פירושו זה ארץ, וככה זה כל מחזור. וכל מה שנבנה באותו מחזור נהרס. התרבויות רבות מספרות לנו על אותו דבר. למשל לאצטקים יש מחזור של 4 עידנים, 4 עידני שמש, וכל שמש יש לו את סיומו, תקופת הארץ. לאינדיאנים הופים יש להם אותו דבר. גם להם באמונות שלהם יש מחזורים, ובסופו כל מחזור מתחילים הזמנים של הארץ ותאורה. ויש כמה אנשים כאשר באמת נאמנים לידע המקורי האמיתי, אשר ניתנת לנו בכל פעם. האנשים האלה יישארו בחיים, והם ישמשו כזרעי הציוויליזציה החדשה, או עידן החדש, שעומד לצאת. אפילו במצרים, כאשר הסלון, החוקקן היווני, הגיע למצרים, הוא פגש את הכהנים בעיר סייס, כמו שאתם יודעים, הכהנים תמיד דיברו על המבול, והם חשבו שזה היה פעם אחת, כאשר הכל נהרס. אבל אותו כהן המצרי שאל אותו, האם הוא יודע שבעבר היו אין סוף מבולים מסוג הזה? פשוט אנחנו זכרנו רק באחד מהם. חלקם היו הרבה יותר אינטנסיביים, וחלקם פחות. וככה ההרס הזה קורה כל פעם, כאשר האנושות צריכה להתחיל מחדש. להתחיל מהאפס, כמו ילדים, וכאשר אתם משווים את המידע הזו, אשר מגיעה אלינו מתרבויות שונות, אנו רואים שמדובר על אותו דבר. אנחנו חייבים להתכונן לזה נפשית. והמערכת, החברה והציוויליזציה, אשר אנחנו חיים בה עכשיו, ומכירים כל כך טוב, במציאות לא משרתים את האנשים בכללי. כל זה משרת את האינטרסים הפרטיים של כמה אנשים בודדים הנמצאים בשלטון, ורוב האוכלוסייה בסופו של דבר אין לה שום מושג על הידע הזה, על הידע שקיים, אשר עובר אלינו מזמנים רחוקים. אנחנו לא מנהלים את החיים שלנו כמו שהיינו צריכים לנהל אותם. ולכן המחזור הזה, הציוויליזציה הזאת, גם מגיעה לסיומה. וזה אומר שהכל ייהרס, ואיך שזה יתרחש, תלוי בפקטורים שונים ואחרים. אנחנו לא יכולים לדעת בוודאות האם הפקטור כזה או אחר ישפיע. למשל, אנחנו עכשיו חווים את פנדמיה במהלך שנתיים האחרונות, ואפשר להגיד במובן מסוים שעידן השינויים הוא כבר התחיל. אתם יודעים, זה כבר התחיל.
And which means that there is going to be a collapse. And how that collapse?
שלום חברים יקרים. תודה רבה על המידע. אם נסתכל על התרבויות עתיקות שונות שלא היו קשורים זה לזה, מהם אנחנו מוצאים את התיאור של המחזורים המסוימים. 4 מחזורים, 4 תקופות. כל תקופה מחליפה את השנייה. ובכל סוף תקופה קורה אסון על כדור הארץ. לדוגמה, במסורת ההודית, באחד העבודות הנקראות, יש תיאור מדויק על 4 תקופות של האנושות. או למשל במחבחרת, כתוב מילים האלה, תור הזהב, עידן השלם. זה סאטיה יוגה. תקופת הכסף. אז זו התחלת הנפילה של האנושות. התקופה הזאת, טרטה יוגה, שזה עידן הארד. בעידן הארד אנשים מתחזקים, חמות, הם הופכים להיות קשים. ועידן הברזל זה החושך האנושות, תקופה הכי קשה. היא נקראת קלי יוגה. בתרבות ההודית העתיקה, באחד הכתובים כמו מחבחרתה, והיינו שריתחה, יש ידע על הדברים האלה. בואו נצפה סרטון קטן.
קלי יוגה. על פי הוודות, כל 12,000 שנה, כדור הארץ עובר מחזורים של 4 עידנים, או תקופות, שמחליפות זו בזה כמו עונות השנה. 4 מחזורי הזמן, סאטיה יוגה, טרטה יוגה, דוופרה יוגה, קלי יוגה. אנו חיים כעת בסוף קלי יוגה, בסוף המחזור ה-12,000. קשה ביותר למצוא תאריכים בטקסטים הסנסקריטיים העתיקים, שכן המידע על המחזורים המוצג בהם מכיל אי דיוקים רבים. כפי שציין האסטרונום שרי יוקטשוואר בטקסטים רבים בסנסקריט, מחזור הזמן של 12,000 שנה הוגדל באופן מלכותי, באופן חריג, לערך הגבוה של 4,320,000 על ידי הכנסת המכפיל 360 שמייצג שנים אנושיות המייבות שנה אלוהית אחת. יחד עם זאת, בחלק מהטקסטים, למשל במחברת או מנוסמריטי, האורך המקורי של מחזור הזמן של 12,000 שנה עדיין נשמר. תרבויות עתיקות רבות אחרות, כמו חלדאים, זורואסטרים ויוונים, האמינו גם במחזור של 12,000 שנה. מחזור הזמן השלם של 24,000 שנה כולל מחזורים עולים ויורדים שמתחלפים בלי סוף, כיום וכלילה. במשך 2,700 שנים האחרונות אנו מתפתחים בקליוגה עולה, והיא תגיע לסיומה בשנת 2025. תקופות המעבר בין היוגות קשורות בהכרח לקטסטרופות חמורות, כפי שעולה מעדויות ארכיאולוגיות, ומתרחשות באופן קבוע על פי הפלנטה שלנו. כפי שנראה בהמשך, הכרונולוגיה של מחזורי הזמן תואמת את הקטסטרופות. שימו לב שסוף כל יוגה מסמן את חורבן העולם, כאשר כדור הארץ משנה את מראהו, מציף יבשות מסוימות ומראים אחרים. בנוסף ניתן לשייך תקופת המעבר לתאריכים שנשמרו בלוחות השנה במסורות קדומות שונות.
בכתובים הקדושים האלה גם נאמר שבסוף קליוגה כל הדברים השליליים התחזקו, אז הגיעה אישות אלוהית, האלוהים קלקי, שיעזור לאנושות להשתקם ולעבור לתור הזהב, לסטיה יוגה. הידע על המחזורים האלה נשמר גם בתרבויות אחרות. בואו נעביר מילה לספיקר הבא שלנו. תודה רבה. אנחנו יכולים לראות את האזהרות על התקופות שאנחנו חיים בה עכשיו, בהרבה תרבויות. בואו נדבר. ג'רלד הוא מארצות הברית. תודה רבה, ג'רלד.
Which is called the crossroads. Moreover, there are also prophecies about this time among the indigenous people of America. More about the time of the crossroads will tell us Gerald. Welcome and thank you for being with us.
האבות הקדומים שלנו סיפרו לנו והעבירו מידע על כך
Gerald, we can't hear you, please.
עם השפם. הם הגיעו מהמזרח, והם הביאו איתם ספר. אשר הספר הזה יאפיין את האנשים שיקבל אותו. הוא יהיה מחולק, הוא יתפרט. עוד אחד הדברים ששמענו מהאבות שלנו זה שבאיזשהו יום יופיע קופסה שהיא תהיה רועדת, ובעזרת הקופסה הזאת האנשים יתחילו לדבר אחד עם השני, ואחר מכך יגיעו מקלות ברזל אשר היו תקועות אל תוך האדמה, עם האדמה, אך של רם. ואז יגיע הזמן אשר ציפור ענקית עם הכנפי ברזל תעוף בשמיים. אחרי מזה הגיע עוד איזושהי קופסה עם עין אחת, שבה אנשים יוכלו לראות אחד את השני. ואחר כך יגיע שוב ציפור, אשר יגיע עד הירח. וזאת תהיה התחלה חדש שינוי גדול לכל האנושות. ואחר מכך, האמא הכבישה תעקוף את האמא האדמה ברשת, וזה יביא ידע אחיד לכל העולם. כמובן, מדובר על האינטרנט, ואז יגיע רגע שאנשים יראו אור בשמיים, על הכוכבים, וזה לתמיד ישנה את האנושות. אבל האור הזה, האור השמיני הזה, הוא לא יהיה אור הפיזי, זה יהיה אור הרוחני. ואנחנו מתקרבים לתקופה הזאת. תודה רבה חברים. תודה רבה ג'רד, ששיתפת אותנו במידע הזאת. אנחנו רואים כמה דברים כבר קרו, וזה באמת מצביע על אחרית הימים, והמחזורים הם קשורים לקטקליזמים עצומים. וכמו ששמעתם, קיימים בתרבויות שונות מסרים שמדברים על אותו דבר. בואו נלמד על זה עוד. אני רוצה לספר לכם על המיתוסים שהגיעו אלינו. אסכטולוגיה. אסכטולוגיה זה אוסף המיתוסים. סליחה, אסכטולוגיה מהמילה לוגוס, ידע. בואו נראה את המיתוס, אחד המיתוסים של מאיה, פול ופוך, העידן הראשון, שמש הראשון, כאשר האלוהים הגיע מהשמיים, נפל אל תוך המים, הפך לנמר ויצא אל האדמה, ובעצם אכל את כל האנשים. האם זה לא מזכיר לכם איזשהו מטאוריט? העידן השני, השמש השנייה, גם הסתיים ברוחות ענקיים. ואנשים שנותרו בחיים הפכו לקופים. היום אנחנו חיים בשמש החמישית בעצם. והמאיות, האצטקים ומאיה האחרונה, אחרי כדור הארץ ישומת. בקודקס דרזדן, באחד היצירות המקוריות של מאיה, אומרים, נאמר, שאנחנו חיים בזמנים האחרונים, ומעלינו עלה חרב. האינדיאנים מאמינים שהזמנים שלנו הם בעצם, הם לא הסוף. אנחנו, עוד יש לנו סיכוי. כמו כן, במסורת ההודית או איראנית קיים מיתוס על 4 אדונים שהם גם השמם תור הזהב, הכסף, ברזל. כמו שאתם רואים אותו דבר. בכל הקונספציות הקוסמיות והמיתוסים האיראניים מדובר שהעולם יישמט בעזרת המים ואש. ואז באותו יום רק אלה שיהיו נאמנים יזכו לאושר. במצרים העתיקה האלוהים השמש ששמו רע, הוא נלחם עם נחש בשמו אפופום. המיתוס הזה מספר לנו על פרצסיית השמיים בבבילון הוותיקה קיים מיתוס על הגן עדן הראשוני ועל התקופות שהאנושות נשמדת ושוב פעם מתחדשת. ביוון העתיקה אנחנו גם רואים מילים של גרקרית על השמדת העולם בעזרת האש. מיתוסים האיסלנדים, הנבואה רגנרק, סוף העולם יביא לנו אסונות קשים, רבים ימותו מרעב ואחרים ירדו מהפס נגד אחיו. המלחמה נגד טוב והרע תהיה קשה, והאל הענק את המלחמה הזאת, הוא פשוט יעשה לזה סוף. במיתוסים של פינלנד גם קיימת תזכורת על זה שהעולם יישמט במים מאש, שאחרי המים אשר ינקו את כדור הארץ. במיתוסים עמים שונים אנחנו רואים שבעצם מדובר על האנושות מגיעה לאיזושהי נקודה שבה או שהיא נשמדת או שהיא משתנה וממשיכה. בסופו של דבר אנחנו יכולים להגיד שבתרבויות העולמיות אפשר למצוא הרבה מסרים שאבותינו ידעו על מה שמחכה לנו וניסו להעביר את הידע אלינו בצורת המיתוסים. בואו נצפה בסרטון קצר על הפירמידות ונדע למען מה בנו אותם בכל העולם.
Наши предки знали о цикличности времен, владели знаниями о предстоящих катаклизмах и решающем выборе человечества. Отголоски этих знаний и дошли до нас в виде мифов. А теперь давайте посмотрим видео о пирамидах, в котором мы узнаем, для чего же они построены по всему миру.
פירמידות הן המבנים המסתוריים ביותר על פני כדור הארץ. בכל רחבי העולם, בכל היבשות, מאמריקה לאירופה, מאוסטרליה לאפריקה ואסיה, נמצאו מאות מבני אבן פירמידליות, פירמידות רגילות, פירמידות קטנות, מדורגות, ומתחמי ערים פירמידליות. מבני מרבי טונות, בנייה מגליתית ייחודית, כיוון מדויק לנקודת הקרדינלית. פירמידות שבנייתן דרשה הוצאות ומאמצים אדירים, זמן ומשאבים, כמו גם ידע במדעים מדויקים. פירמידות ממשיכים למצוא עד היום. חלקם מסתתרים מתחת לחולות, אחרים מתחת לאדמה, השלישי ביערות, הרביעי מסתתרים מתחת למים. איך לכולם משותף אחד, האובייקטים הגרנדיוזיים הייחודיים הללו נבנאו בימי הקדם ומייצגים קומפלקס עולמי אחד המקושר עם קילאס. וזה מעלה שאלות רבות. העיקרית היא בשביל מה? מדוע האנשים היו מוכנים לעלויות כל כך ענקיות? ברור שזה נעשה בשביל משהו גלובלי וסופר חשוב לכל האנושות. אבל זה מעלה שאלה נוספת, איך זה עובד? איך עדיין האנושות צריכה לענות לשאלות הללו?
אבל אם אתם יודעים, אשר הפירמידות מצביעות לנו על המחזור של 12,000 שנה, אשר מצביע על השינוי באקלים בכל כדור הארץ. למשל, פירמידות בגיזה הן מכוונות למערכת הכוכבים האוריון. גם אנגור וואט בקמבודג'ה, גם מכוונת למערכת הכוכבים, הדרקון. הוא מכונה מטוטלת אוריון, הדרקונוס. זה השעון מסוים של השמיים. כרגע אנחנו צופים בסינכרון של אסונות האקלים, שזה תוצאה מתהליכים הקוסמיים. העבודה המדענית של מדעני גנדי סולובקוב ויורי ברק מסופר על הדחף שקרה בארץ, בגרעין כדור הארץ, ב-1998, שמאותו רגע התחילו שינויים קיצוניים וגלובליים בכדור הארץ. זו הייתה איזושהי קפיצה. מרכז המסה של ליבה, לגרעין, היסוד, למסת המעטפת. התזוזה הזאת הזיזה את הליבה. כל המסה הקולוסלית הזאת זזה ממקומה. שינויים המתרחשים בכדור הארץ קורים באופן סינכרוני. כמו כן, השינויים האלה מתרחשים לא רק על כדור הארץ, גם על הכוכבי לכת של מערכת השמש האחרים, כמו מאדים, ירח או השמש עצמו, מה שמצביע על הכלליות. כמו שאנחנו רואים, הדחף העיקרי היא הליבה של כדור הארץ. ובגלל זה השדה המגנטי נחלש, משתנים, זרימת המים חמים וקרים נחלשים. הרי געש מתחילים לפעול יותר, וכל התהליכים האלה קשורים לפירמידות. וכל מה שנאמר קודם, העובדות הארכיאולוגיות מצביעות לנו על כך שמימי ימינה האנשים ידעו שיש השפעה של הפירמידות על כדור הארץ שלנו. זאת אומרת שהם ידעו על התהליכים המתרחשים ושהם גם איך להתמודד. הפירמידות בעצם זה מבנים טכניים אשר עובדים ביחד כמו מנגנון אחד שלם. הם כמו תחנת כוח, הם גם מקבלים את המסר וגם המשדרים. ומה שמעניין שכל הפירמידות הן נמצאות על השברים הגיאולוגיים של הארץ. על זה במפורט אפשר לראות בקליידוסקופ העובדות החמישי. על כדור הארץ שלנו נמצאות שתי פירמידות העיקריות, אחד מהם קילוס, והשאר הם משחזרים, הם פשוט משחזרים את הדחף. כל הפירמידות נבנעות במקומות שבו התדר אלקטרומגנטי מליבת כדור הארץ הוא חזק. והפירמידות בעצם הן מחזקות את השדה המגנטי של כדור הארץ, וכך הם מייצבים אותו. ומזה יוצאת השפעה ישרה על הקטקליזמים. הם בעצם נחלשים. אז בסופו של דבר אנחנו יכולים להבין שהפירמידות נבנעו גם על כדור הארץ וגם על כוכבי לכת אחרים כדי להחליש את התופעות האקלים שבעצם מתחזקות כל 12,000 שנה. אבל כדי שזה יקרה, אנחנו צריכים אנשים, המפעילים. בואו נראה סרט מי המפעילים האלה.
על מנת להפעיל את הפירמידות, יש צורך באנשים חופשיים מבחינה רוחנית וכמות מספקת. פשוט מעניין שרוב תשומת הלב של אנשים ממוקדת בפירמידות המצריים, אך המרכז הוא, כן, כי הם מפורסמים היטב, והמרכז הוא וקליידס בטיבט. ובכן, למעשה, יש לנו שתי פירמידות יקריות. אחת היא הקליידס, ויש עוד אחת, אחרת, והשאר הם ממסרים. כמה שחשוב לאנשים להבין את המבנה שלהם, המבנה היסוד, במיוחד עכשיו, בתקופה כל כך לא פשוטה כביכול. את מתכוונת למבנה האנרגטי? ובכן רבות נאמר על כך. מי שרוצה יכול לקרוא גם את הספר, אלטרה. הכל זמין, הכל ניתן כבר לאנשים.
לקראת הסוף, המחזור הגדול, אנחנו מגיעים לנקודה קריטית של חוסר יציבות, ואנחנו יכולים להרגיש את זה בכל אספקט של חיינו והחברה. ולפני שנתחיל לדבר מנקודת המבט המדעי, בואו נסתכל על הקטע קטן מהתוכנית הסימן בהשתתפות של איגור מיכאילוביץ' דנילוב.
כל כך זוכרת את הדברים שאמרת, שהדור שלנו היא הדור הראשון בדרך להתפתחות הציוויליזציה, או האחרון. אתה יודע, סך הכל פרקטלי בטבע. ואם נזכר במדעי המערכת, שם נאמר שהאורגניזמים, או מערכות האקולוגיות, או קהילות של אורגניזמים, כשהם מגיעים לנקודה קריטית כלשהי של חוסר יציבות, אז משהו קורה איתם. בשיא ההתפתחות נוצרת באופן טבעי נקודת חוסר יציבות. זה נכון. אכן, זו רגע האמת, בו מתקבלת החלטה. או שהמין עובר טרנספורמציה, או שהוא ייהרס. ואז נראה... כן, נקודת הביפורקציה, כן. האנושות באמת הגיעה לרגע הזה, ואנחנו כבר מרגישים הכל. רואים את זה, ואין לנו כבר זמן להתבדח. ואנחנו רואים באמת איך שהעולם משתגע. בנוסף אקלים, ועוד כל מיני, ופנדמיה, אחד אחרי השני. וכל זה באמת בא על ידי הביטוי עכשיו. חוסר יציבות קריטית בחברה שלנו, כן? וצריך לעשות משהו. למען מה לעשות דברים רעים, כשאפשר לעשות טוב. האם זה לא ככה? אז מסתבר שאנחנו כאנושות נמצאים בנקודת ביפורקציה גלובלית. נכון. לפני הבחירה. ואת יודעת מה מעניין? איך הגדול מבין האנשים ידע זאת לפני כל כך הרבה מאות שנים. שאלה פשוטה. כדאי לחשוב, חברים. זה מעניין. כאשר הנבואות מתחילות להתגשם. כאשר ההיסטוריה מיושמת לנגד עיניך, וכאשר אתה משתתף באותה הנבואה, האם זה לא מעניין? וזה הנבחרות שלנו, ואחריות. ואחריות ענקית, את צודקת. לכן ידידי, בואו ניקח אחריות. אחריות על חיינו. אחריות על חיי הדורות הקודמים והעתידיים. בואו נעשה את הבחירות הנכונות, ופשוט נתחיל לאהוב אחד את השני, ולעשות משהו טוב.
Да, действительно. Мы все сейчас живем во времена перекрестия, в глобальной точке бифуркации. Ситуация, когда система не может оставаться больше в прежнем состоянии, и существует несколько путей ее дальнейшего развития, достаточно часто встречается в природе и социуме. Этот процесс в науке описывают при помощи термина бифуркация, от латинского bifurcus, раздвоение.
Владимир? Yeah, for a while we cannot hear or see our reporter. Yeah, so maybe let him fix his problems with connectivity, right? And we can... Oh, here's Vladimir is back. Okay.
Меня слышно, да?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go on.
Я тогда начну сначала.
שלום חברים, אנחנו חיים בזמני הצומת, הנקודה החשובה, נקודה של ביפורקציה מהלטינית, זה פיצול. ביפורקציה זה תהליך התפתחות המערכת, שמערכת מגיעה למצב אי יציבות, שממנה היא לא יכולה להמשיך. היא חייבת להתפצל, או שהיא הולכת לכיוון מעלה, או שהיא מתפתחת לכיוון, או שהיא יורדת לכיוון מטה. סליחה חברים, יש לנו תקלה טכנית. הדובר שלנו...
Yes, we can hear you. Please, let us try again. Go. Please.
It looks like this is also, you know, the...
כן, חברים, אנחנו כרגע ממתינים. בואו נמתין עוד כמה שניות. הנושא הוא באמת מאוד מעניין, נקודת הביפורקציה. זה בעצם נקודת הבחירה. כמו שעכשיו אתם יכולים לראות, באמת הגענו לנקודה הזאת של בחירה.
Это процесс эволюции системы. Качественно иной переход.
אז נתחיל שוב. ביפורקציה זה התהליך בו התפתחות שהמערכת מתפתחת.
Важно то, что изменения параметров небольшие.
מצב המערכת, הוא הגיע לאי יציבות, ומשם היא מגיעה לאי איזון. ומספיק איזושהי דחף מאוד קטן, דחף של נוצה בעצם, שייתן את הדחיפה אשר תזיז מערכת לכיוון כזה או אחר. בואו נצפה איך זה עובד על הדוגמאות. למשל, הנהר, איך המים מתפצלים בתוך הנהר, או מערכת הדם, איפה האדם. למשל המים, כדי להביא אותם למצב הקריסטלי, מספיק להוסיף כמה קריסטלים ולנער את הקולבה כדי שיתחיל התהליך הכימי. יש גם אפקט של ג'ני בקוב, אחד המדענים, אשר בחלל עשה ניסוי עם בורג, ומספיק איזושהי דחיפה קטנה, שבמצב שהזיז את היציבות של הבורג הזה, ושינתה את כיוונו. לדוגמה, העצים, למשל עם זרעים, ואז הענפים הקטנים האלה מתפצלים וממשיכים את הפיצול, ואנחנו רואים סוג של טרנספורמציה. זאת אומרת שכל ענף כזה קטן בוחר את הדרך משלו. וזה ישפיע על המשך החיים שלו, ואי אפשר לשנות אותו אחר כך. הפורמט הצרכני שאנחנו חיים בו היום, הוא הגיע לסיומו. המחזור הגדול של 12,000 שנה מגיע לסיומו, ואנחנו כבר נמצאים באותה נקודה שעלינו לבחור. אותה נקודת הביפורקציה, אותו צומת, אותה נקודת האחזור. קודם כבר לא יהיה. לפנינו שני דרכים, או צרכנות, ירידה, השמדה, או אחדות, העזרה והתפתחות רוחנית. אם אנחנו נמשיך לתמוך בפורמט הצרכני הקיים היום, אנחנו נתמוך גם בהשמדת של האלטרנטיבה השנייה, זה להתאחד על בסיס הדברים הכי טובים שיש אצלנו. וביחד אנחנו נוכל להתגבר על האסונות המתקרבים. וכמו שהראו בקליידוסקופ העובדות הקודם, הפרספקטיבות של ציוויליזציה, כל הטכנולוגיות שקיימות כרגע היום בחברה, הם לא נגישים לאנשים פשוט. ובחברה יוצרת, אשר הטכנולוגיות האלה יתחילו לשרת את כל החברה, בעזרת אותן טכנולוגיות נוכל להגיע להתפתחות. תודה. תודה רבה. הנושא הוא מאוד מעניין. אז לאחר המחזור הגדול של 12,000 שנה, מתחיל המחזור הקטן, שהוא בעצם 12 שנים, שהתחיל ב-21 לדצמבר 2012. זה בדיוק אותו תאריך שבו הסתיים לוח השנה של מאיה. התקשורת עולמית דיברה על זה המון. זה הזמן שאבותינו הזהירו אותנו. אותו המבנה המגליטי. אותם המבנים המגליטיים שנשמרו במשך אלפי שנה ומייעדים על המחזורים, ודרך אותם המיתוסים שהגיעו עד אלינו. כמו שהיה קודם, לא יהיה. ועתה הגיע לסיומו. לפנינו שני דרכים, צרכנות, השפלה, הרס או אחדות, עזרה ידידותית, והתפתחות רוחנית. אם אנחנו נמשיך לתמוך שוב בפורמט הצרכני הזה, אנחנו פשוט נשמיד את עצמנו. שוב, האלטרנטיבה השנייה זאת אחדות, על בסיס הרוחניות ומוסר, באמצעות להתגבר על האסונות. יחד, הכוח שלנו הוא באחדות. לשנות את התפיסה הצרכנית שלנו ולהתחיל לחשוב חיובי. יחד עם התפתחות הטכנולוגיות, אנחנו נוכל לבנות עתיד טוב יותר עבור כולנו. אנחנו עכשיו נמצאים מול העולמים, המשברים קשים בכלכלה, בריאות, אקלים, אין סוף למשברים. אנחנו מזמינים אתכם, את כל הצופים שצופים בנו עכשיו, להבין ולהפנים זאת, ולהצטרף לכנס שיערך ב-24 ליולי שנת 2021. הכנס הזה הוקדש כולו לנושא הזה. בואו נצפה בטריילר. הציוויליזציה המודרנית הגיעה לסיומה. המשבר העולמי, הכלכלי, האקלים, אנחנו כבר נמצאים מול זה. אבל זו רק התחלה. המהפכה התעשייתית הרביעית, איום, אבטלת ההמונים, עבודה, המשאבים שנפקדים, משתנה. הגיע הזמן להבין את העוצמה, עוצמת האיום שמתעלינו. האירוע החשוב ביותר, שאורגן על ידי מתנדבים מכל העולם, בפלטפורמה בינלאומית אלטרה. המשבר העולמי, זה קשור בכל אחד. שידור בלמעלה מ-60 שפות. העתיד של האנושות, הארץ או התפתחות הציוויליזציה. לצופים שעכשיו, יכול להיות שרק עכשיו, הצטרפו אלינו, אני רוצה לחדש, אנחנו מדברים על אחרית הימים. עכשיו אנחנו מתחילים עוד נושא אחד, הסימנים של אחרית הימים. מה שאבותינו השאירו לנו. בואו נשמע ונקריא את המידע שהגיע אלינו מאבותינו ונשווה את זה למה שאנחנו צופים ורואים היום. אני מעבירה מילה לקטרינה. תודה רבה. כל אחד מאיתנו יש את הרצון להיות בן אדם, להתפתח, להיות בן אדם באמת. אנחנו רוצים להיות טובים, להיות רחמניים, להיות רוחניים. והאספקט הרוחני נותן לנו את התשובה. איך אנחנו יכולים להשיג את זה? אבל היום אנחנו חיים בתקופת הצרכנות. אחד הציטוטים מהעבר, תדע, יגיעו זמנים קשים, כי אנשים יהיו רעים, אוהבי כסף, לא מכבדים ההורים, בלי חברות, אלה שלא מקבלים, רעים, אכזריים, אלה שלא אוהבים טוב, גאוותנים, אוהבי כסף, אלה שאומרים שאוהבים אלוהים, אלא מסתובבים בית הגב. אחד הנבואות של שאול. העובדה הראשונה, בואו נראה עובדות, איך אנחנו חיים היום. קמצנות, למשל. אנחנו חיים בתקופה שהקמצנות שלנו היא גוברת עלינו. אנחנו פשוט לא שמים לב, אבל אוגרים יותר דברים. ולא מספיקים להגיר אותם. למשל, הרכוש שאנחנו מחזיקים, אין גבול לכמות הרכוש שאנחנו אוגרים. ומצד שני, אנחנו יכולים לראות אזורים בעולם שבו אנשים גובים מרעב. העובדה השנייה, העוני. לפי הדוח הוא מעל 690 מיליוני בני אדם גובים מרעב. והפנדמיה רק מחזקת את הנתון. באותה עת, אנשים סובלים מעודף המשקל, אשר נוגע ב13% מאוכלוסיית העולם. בואו נראה עוד עובדה. האלימות, ההוצאות ההוצאות שכל מדינות בעצם מבזבזות על זה שנוכל ללכת מלחמה אחד נגד השני ולהרוג אחד את השני. בשנת 2021 ההוצאות האלה הגיעו אבל בואו נראה מה כתוב במחבחרתה. הרצון לסובה בסוף יוגה, כל אחד ינסה לרמות את השני. עובדה רביעית, שחיתות. אין מדינה בעולם שהיא לא מושחתת. אומרים שרק השחיתות היא מביאה הפסד לאקונומיקה של המדינות האירופאיות 120 מיליארדי יורו כל שנה. אובדנות. אומרים שאנחנו היום חיים כעבדים. בעצם לא צריך להיות מאוד חכם. העבדות המודרנית זה תעשייה שלמה שמביאה מיליארדי דולרים כל שנה לאנשים בודדים בעולם הזה. אנחנו כולנו עובדים בעולם של ימינו. אתם רק שמעתם רק כמה עובדות פשוטות, קטנות, שמצביעות על הנסיגה. תודה, אני מעבירה מילה. תודה, קטרינה. יותר ויותר הבסיס המוסרי שלנו הוא נהרס. עבדולlah אבן אללה סיפר שהשעה האחרונה לא תגיע עד שאנשים לא יגיעו לתחתית.
Мирьям Гейне из Вьюрбергского университета открыто заявила, что педофилия является естественной сексуальной ориентацией, как и гетеросексуальность. По ее словам, ответственность заключается в том, чтобы побороть негативные чувства к педофилам.
באחד הישיבות שלו, הנושא של פדופיליה היה די מפורט.
Американская психиатрическая ассоциация в своем последнем издании, которое называется «Диагностическое и статистическое руководство по психическим расстройствам», изменила классификацию педофилии с расстройства на сексуальную ориентацию или предпочтение. Печальным является тот факт, что столетиями сформированные ценности у народов люди ломают в самой незащищенной части населения, в наших детях. В Махабхарате, глава 3, книга 3, глава 188, говорится, люди алчные, злобные и глупые, под влиянием низких страстей погрязнут в смертельной вражде. В начале 2019 года в немецком реестре актов гражданского состояния появилась третья графа для выбора пола – иной.
Is a great relief for parents of children whose gender identity is unclear. Many primary schools, including those in Glasgow, Scotland, UK, are converting private toilets into shared toilets. Unisex toilets teach children that their gender doesn't matter. In total, the English Facebook offers up to 71 options from which you can choose your gender. In April 2021, UNICEF, the United Nations Emergency Fund for Children, published a report entitled Tools for Ensuring the Digital Age and Children's Rights on the Internet Around the World, where it was noted that viewing pornography can be useful for children and should not be banned. It is also claimed that requiring an age check to access online pornography sites could deprive children of access to what they call essential sex education and could violate human rights. The United Nations Committee on the Rights of a Child also called for the creation of special websites and channels on the Internet for dissemination of sexually explicit content among children and called for the proclamation of sexual autonomy of children. This actually implies that kids should have access to any information without parental consent. What kind of world do we live in? Friends, this is not only the sphere of adult life, but someone actually draws our children into this dirt. And we look at these problems, if we look at these problems from the spiritual position, if we look at the spiritual degradation of society from a spiritual point of view, we must take into account that a person is not only a body, but also personality. There are physical illnesses and deviations, there are mental illnesses, and there are also spiritual illnesses. Theology confirms that any bodily problem begins with mental deviations, the basis of which is spiritual decay. The root is in spirituality, or more precisely in the absence of spirituality, and this is one of the most urgent problems in our society. How we will live tomorrow depends on ourselves, but already today it is clear that this deadlock situation has only one way out: to radically change the vector of development to a creative, spiritual, and moral one. Now we suggest to consider these and other questions from the point of view of psychology. And now the word is given to Bibhu.
עכשיו קלי-יוגה, אנו חיים בה, ואנשים שכתבו טקסטים עתיקים גם ידעו את זה, שהם חיים בקלי-יוגה. ובעצם הם השאירו לנו מידע רב, שמראה לנו מה מתרחש בעידן הזה ומה ההמשך. כיצד האנושות תידרדר בהדרגה באספקטים המוסריים ורוחניים. כמו כן הדברים כמו עושר בעין, כסף, שלטון, התגברו בחיינו. ורק אותם האנשים שיש להם את הכוח, את הכסף ואת העושר בעין, רק אותם אנחנו נכבד. איך באותה מידה נצחק על האנשים הנבונים. המסר הזה הגיע אלינו מהעבר. ואם אתם רוצים אני יכול להקריא חלק מהטקסט, ששמו וישנו פורנה. שם מסופר על הדברים אשר אנחנו נתקל בהם בסוף קלי-יוגה. אני אקריא קטע כדי שאתם תבינו בעצמכם. אכן נאמר, מלכים בעלי רוח גס ואופי אכזרי, אך הם נטייה לקשרים ורוע, הם יגרמו מוות לנשים, ילדים ופרות. הם יפסיקו להתייחס באופן חוקי לרכושם של אנשים, ויהיה להם כוח רב, והם יעלו במהירות, ובדיוק כך ירדו. החיים שלהם יהיו קצרים, והרצונות שלהם אינו ידעו שובע. הם יראו מעט מאוד אדיבות. עושר בעין וטוב לב הצטמצמו מיום ליום, אשר העולם לא יהפוך לפרוע לגמרי. באותם ימים רק הרכוש יסמל את כבוד האדם, והמקור הנאמנות היחיד עושר בעין. התשוקה תנהל את היחסים בין המינים, והשקרים יהיו האמצעים היחידים להצלחה ולענייני המשפט. ואנשים יהפכו לאובייקטים לסיפוק התשוקה. האדמה תהיה מכובדת אף ורק על זכות המשאבים שלה, האוצרים. חוסר יושר יהפוך לכלי אוניברסלי להישרדות. האיום וגאווה עצמית יחליפו את החוכמה. האנשים לא יהיו מסוגלים לסחוב את הכובד הזה על עצמם, אשר אלה שנמצאים בשלטון הטילו עליהם, כאשר הם בעצמם נמצאים על פסגות הערים. לפיכך, בקלי-יוגה תהיה ריקבון מתמיד, עד שהאנושות תתקרב להשמדה. זה מה שנאמר לנו על קלי יוגה בכללי, ועל כך שאנחנו לאורך הזמן מתקרבים לדרגה יותר נמוכה ויותר נמוכה בהתפתחות התודעה, ואחר מכך אנחנו בסופו של דבר נשמיד את עצמנו. במובן המסוים אנחנו משמידים את עצמנו, בהקשר לכך שבעצם ההתרסקות מתרחשת בסוף כל יוגה. ההרס גם יכול להתרחש דרך אמצעים אחרים, נגיד הסביבה שלנו או השפעת הגורמים הקוסמיים אחרים.
We can see with our own eyes when we look at our human society as whole. So let's have a closer look at psychological disorders that are on the rise in our society. I give the word to Laura, a psychologist from Kazakhstan.
Greetings. We live in very responsible time, a time that all prophets had spoken about, the time when humanity is faced with the choice. Either rapidly approach to the last hour or choose a vector of creative development and enter the era of the golden millennium. This is the time when, after 6,000 years of lies, we wake up and are ready to tell the truth. The result of this oblivion costs us not only our physical and mental health, but also our life in this true meaning. Let's see how we live today. We believe that we live in a civilized world where science and medicine are at the peak of development, but in fact we see that humanity is being affected by an increasing number of diseases with a frightening progression. The consumer format of society leads us to the fact that we are in the pursuit of pleasure and hoarding, losing our humanity and common sense. The fall of morality and spirituality, as well as the consequences of such a choice, we were warned in the scriptures. For example, the Holy Sutra, the Clarifying Light, a prophecy of the future, it is said that the mind has fallen under the power of the flesh, which means clouded consciousness, a state of affect. There is an increase of mental diseases such as depression, anxiety disorders. There are already about 800 types of phobias, various addictions such as alcoholism, drug addiction, gambling addiction, workaholism, shopaholism, sexabolism, and many others, which are currently present 90% of the population. Addiction has discussed in ancient times also. For example, could you please share the quote, the slides? No matter how we look at all these diseases, unfortunately, modern medicine and psychology have limited ideas about the true nature of all these conditions. More precisely, we can observe the consequences of the processes that occur with the person. And what do we have? The number of psychosomatical diseases is growing, which according to official sources reaches 75% of all cases of diseases. There is a significant increase in anxiety disorders, which are mentioned in Vedas, that people will be in constant anxiously. Drug addiction, alcoholism, and depressive disorders are also increasing every year. According to World Health Organization, 3% of the world's population have different addictions for psychoactive substances. Statistics on alcohol consumption with the forecast for 2025 can be seen on this slide on the screen. In the hadith of the Prophet, peace be upon him, it is said that people will consider the use of alcohol permissible and come up with the new names for it. It's not a secret that alcohol production is one of the steady development industries. And according to the world market statistics, it is predicted that the profit from the sale of the alcohol from 19th to 26th year will grow more than $500 billion. And here we can see this slide about depression, and we can see that the picture is also very sad. According to the World Health Organization, depression is the most common of mental disorders. It affects more than 350 million people. Official figures are always underestimated because not all people suffering from depression turn to the specialists. World Health Organization recognized depression as the #1 killer. We cannot say that suicide statistics is better. So number of suicides is increasing every year. So what is the reason that we not only do not treat the mental disorders, but often make the situation worse? Science and medicine in the consumer format doesn't have a holistic understanding of what a person is. All psychotherapeutical methods are aimed to work with the body and mind of specialists and doctors shared their research on the fact that human consciousness is a field structure and is located outside of the human body. So it is outside of the human body. And also we can find many interesting information in videos with participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov and books by Anastasia Novych. And it may help specialists to find the truly reasons of different disorders and understanding whom the person is really is. The consumer format has taught us that we don't have the right to choose. But that's far from being true. And lots depends on each person. If we really want that our science and medicine help people and make value for them, we have to make a choice to a creative society. The prophets have always spoke of two choices, which means that the final choice is only on us. And I'm giving the floor to Katya. She will tell us more about what people have faced nearly. Thank you.
Thank you very much for giving me the floor, Laura. I would like to address the issue of unusual dreams. But first, I invite you to watch together an excerpt from a fragment of the video with the participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov.
Парадокс в том, что на протяжении нескольких лет знакомые те же психиатры,
הפרדוקס הוא שלאורך כמה שנים האחרונות, אותם הפסיכיאטרים פסיכולוגים מתחילים לשאול שאלות ולציין אשר יותר ויותר אנשים מגיעים עם הפרעות שינה, זאת אומרת אנשים מתחילים לחלום יותר והחלומות אינטנסיביים יותר כאשר הם פוגשים את קרוביהם, עמיתים או אנשים לא מוכרים. המון אנשים מוכרים מסתובבים להם בתוך הראש, ובמשך היום, לאורך שנים האחרונות, יותר ויותר אנשים מציינים אשר מגיעות מחשבות עם הדמויות של אנשים שלעולם לא הכירו או שלא זוכרים אותם. כן, אני מבין. מנקודת המבט של פסיכולוגיה, פסיכיאטריה, אנחנו שוחחנו עם כמה מומחים, ושאלו אותי שאלות, ואפילו לא מזמן הייתה לי שיחה כזאת. והם שוב מנסים להסביר, נגיד שנת 2020, ברור, פנדמיה, זמן קשה, פסיכיקה סובלת, קשה לכולם. וזה אפשר כביכול להסביר מדוע יש עומס של מחשבות. ומה עם שנת 2019, אשר הכל היה שקט, ולא דיברו על זה? וזה היה בכל העולם, בלי שום קשר למדינה כלשהי. התופעה הזאת היא עולמית, עד כדי כך שאפילו המומחים ציינו. והם שאלו שאלה מסוג של מה קורה, מדוע יש כל כך הרבה אנשים חולים? הם לא חולים. האנשים האלה הם בדיוק מסוג האנשים שהם שמים לב לסטיות המתרחשות סביבם, ולא כל האנשים יכולים להבחין בכך.
As we can hear in this video, there has been a huge increase in strange dreams among people. Since the beginning of the coronavirus pandemic, Google statistics have recorded a strange phenomena. The number of searches for the keyword "why do I have strange dreams lately" has quadrupled. The topic was covered by major international media, including the New York Times and the Vox, as well as by the experts in sleep, like Sally Shuttleworth from the Oxford University, who explained to the Independent newspaper what's new in the international global nature of it all, and countries taking action all at the same time. So it's a global phenomena in ways never perceived quite as such before. In addition, according to an ongoing study launched on March by the Lyon Neuroscience Research Center in France, the coronavirus pandemic caused a 35% increase in the number of dreams among participants of the research, where respondents reported 15% more negative dreams than usual. In many social networks and web forums, people share their dreams and seek help. I would like to read a few cases. Case number 1, people mentally, I'm already at the bottom. 2 years have passed since my father died tragically, and I don't have any rest at night. He comes to me in sleep every night. I tried everything. I tried priests, prayers, burning candles. Somehow I can kind of cope with that, but every time the same thing. My father still comes. He appears from somewhere, and we rejoice as if he's normally living a real life. But I'm so tired of these dreams that I'm afraid to go to bed at night. Please advise, what should I do? Thank you. And one more dream, case number 2. From Thursday to Friday, I had a strange dream. My father died 20 years ago, and my grandmother died 3 years ago. They didn't come to me in dreams for a long time, but now they came both in one dream. Me, my husband, my daughter slept in my grandmother's house in her room. The morning came, we got up and began to prepare for someone's wedding. I don't know, I got some beautiful dresses from my grandmother's closet, and suddenly my father came and he was looking for his white shirt. Grandma started to make in bed. Then we went to the living room, and there were only strangers, well dressed, and some were in uniforms. I didn't see anyone or a family in this room, but then I woke up. A few moments after I got up, a flower pot fell from the shelf in the children's room. Since then, I have a bad feeling that something bad would happen. That night, I also woke up because of these bad sensations. I had the stomach compressed. I had heaviness in my chest. Has anyone encountered something like that? As we can hear from these cases, such dreams with the arrival of deceased relatives are associated with loss of energy and negative emotions. Why have strange dreams and disturbing nightmares become so frequent lately among people? Is it really related only to coronavirus, or is this the reason much deeper and has to do with the recent times, with the end times? If you are interested in this topic and you yourself have similar experiences or looking for a way out of this situation, We bring to your attention the games of professionals, what is consciousness, and also a series of videos with experts, experiences, or looking for a way out of this situation. We bring to your attention the games of professionals, what is consciousness, and also a series of videos with experts, psychology discovering the truth on the ALLATRA TV website. And now let us watch an excerpt from the video with the participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov. It's about this topic in particular.
הסימנים הם באים, ומה שקורה זה מה שיהיה. אבל אני אגיד, מי שנמצא עם אלוהים בנשמתו לא מפחד. ואלה, השאר, שהם בלי אלוהים, הם פוחדים, כי מתים ידבקו בהם. וזאת אמת. וכאשר מת, מנסה להפוך את החי באופן פוטנציאלי גם למשהו מת, העולם מתגלגל לתהום. אבל אנחנו חברים, יכולים לשנות הרבה, ובזה הנבחרות שלנו. הנבחרות של ימינו, של הזמנים האלו. אנחנו יכולים, אם נרצה. ואתם יודעים מה מעניין? אנחנו נוכל לעשות זאת אם נמצא שפה משותפת זה עם זה, אם נתחיל להבין זה את זה, אם באמת נרצה ולא נראה אחד בשני יריב או נקנה או משהו אחר. בואו פשוט נקפל שרוולים, ניקח ונהפוך את העולם שלנו כמו שאנחנו רוצים שיהיה.
And that is an encouraging thought, knowing we can change everything. Our so-to-say only input, the simplest task before us is to unite and start to love each other. It is easy to leave the consumer format of society behind when we understand how destructive it is for each one of us. About how harmful technological advancement is in the conditions of consumer format of society, on the example of games, will tell us Tatiana Zinchenko, PhD, psychotherapist, psychiatrist, psychologist, rehabilitologist, president of the International Association for the Study of Game Addictions, IASGA. Tatiana, floor is yours.
Здравствуйте.
Greetings everyone. Yes, indeed. Unfortunately, in today's consumerist society, information technologies are often used for manipulative and destructive purposes as tools of influence. Game technology and algorithm of social networks are one of the main tools to form a consumer extremely egocentric worldview and values, which dehumanize a person, deprive a person of humaneness. In a game, everything revolves around a player. It's just not just an imitation, but basically certain models of behavior are being trained in the computer simulation, and everything is aggravated, even if compared to when a person watches a movie or something. In a game, a player is in the center of the universe, his ambitions are easily realized, and he is constantly praised and stimulated to new imaginary achievements. But his life is actually devalued, and he's imposed with pridefulness, and desire of some power and superiority. And better game design and software algorithms for game products and social networks are an increasingly sophisticated trap for human attention to engage in the game and stay in the game. Over the past 20 years, gaming industry has increased its revenue by more than 50 times, and now it's already a $100 billion business. Also, the number of gamers is increasing enormously. Active players are 1/3 of the world population, meaning 2.73 billion people as of the beginning of 2021. Based on this data, it is easy to conclude that the number of active gamers is increasing hundreds of millions of people every year, not to mention 5- and 10-year period. And these are mostly children, teenagers, and young people of up to 35 years old. It's the data of marketing research of gaming companies themselves. It's exactly the age when values and worldview are being formed, when a person is learning, communicating. It's the most productive and energy-consuming age. Gaming industry creates products that cause addiction and a stoppage in human development of a person at all levels. There is a pathological attraction to the game, such as craving, thirst, and it predominates and exceeds all interests like sleep, food, and taking care of children. Also, games are suggested as a means to implement other egoistic needs, like some egoistic needs which are not proper. It's a means, a way to implement, for example, self-importance, to achieve, let's say, to achieve some other desires. And actually the gaming industry is working only for one purpose. It generates emotions and creates illusions. And this way a person basically gets lost in this illusion. The illusion is like some self-confidence, freedom from problems, self-importance, respect of people. Basically people are going to the game for these needs. Such needs are being enhanced in him, and there are cases when players even ignored deterioration of physical health and even severe pain. They didn't pay attention to screams and crying children or pets. They get isolated from talking to their friends and relatives, and they lose relationships. All in all, gaming addictions and the use of social media cause plenty of negative consequences in all spheres of life, both for mental and physical health, in relationships among people, colleagues, in families, for education and professional activity, and up to total social disadaptation, depression, suicides, and moral degradation of personality. Gambling addictions and gaming addictions is diagnosed in up to from 37 to 16% of cases, and 50% of players have a high suicidal risk. 80% of people have suicidal thoughts, and up to half of these people have obsessive thought on suicide. Up to 35% of players, of gamers, they commit suicide actually, and the average age of suicides 35 years, 32-35 years. 31% of suicides are among gamers, and it increases the number of cancer patients and cardiovascular patients. Suicide deaths are 15 times higher among individuals who have gambling disorders, and it is much higher in the age of between 20 years old and 49 years old. A large-scale nationwide study of nearly 12,000 teenagers was conducted in 11 European countries. It lasted for 4 years, and they studied the pathological use of internet, like games and social media including, and the connection, they studied the connection of this gaming addiction with suicidal behavior, with depressions, etc. And the studies showed that depressions, severe depressions and anxiety, suicidal thoughts are 3 times more frequent in those school children who are playing all the time compared to healthy children, and 5 to 6 times higher in pathological players who use social media. Suicide attempts are nearly 4 times higher than maladaptive users and 10 times higher than pathological users compared to healthy adolescents. Game addictions is the result of information technology consequences and influence. Or rather, it's even an effective, aggressive and manipulative impact of these information products. This is not permissible in the creative society. Of course, we ourselves have allowed the gaming industry to form a global attention trap and a tool to hold back the development of the whole generation. Basically, it's a business on the lives of our children. In the creative society, information technology will be used only for the good and for development and for no other purposes. And now let us watch a video where Evgeny Beregovoi, candidate of medical scientist, orthopedist and traumatist, will share statistical data with us regarding the increase of diseases and morbidity all over the world throughout the last 20 years.
שלום חברים יקרים, היום אנחנו מדברים על העובדות. אני רוצה לגעת בעוד עובדה אחת, זה השכיחות של אוכלוסיית העולם. על פי נתונים הסטטיסטיים שהתקבלו, אחוזי האוכלוסייה החולה משנת 1990 גדלה כמעט 50%, ואחוזי המחלות שהתגלו לאחרונה ב-20% כמעט. אנחנו צופים נטייה כזאת בכל העולם, וזאת למרות ההתפתחות הקולוסלית של הרפואה והכנסת שיטות של הייטק ברפואה. האם אדם שפוי לא ישאל שאלה מדוע זה קורה? אנחנו מוצאים תשובה באותם כתבי הקודש שניתנו לנו על ידי הנביאים מלפני מאות אלפי שנים. המצב הבריאותו של האדם מודרני, במיוחד הצעירים, לרוב אינו תואם את גילם הביולוגי. גם המספר הפתולוגיות מחלות המולד גדל. מדי שנה, יותר מ-30,000 ילדים מתים ממחלות המולד ב4 השבועות הראשונות לחייהם. מחלות המולד ולידה מוקדמת הפכו להיות הגורמים החשובים ביותר למוות בילדות, הגורמים החשובים ביותר למחלות הכרוניות ולנכות במדינות רבות. יחד עם זאת, במחצית מהמקרים הרופאים אינם מצליחים לגלות את הסיבה שהובילה לכך. גם המוות הפתאומי מהמחלות לב שנמצא בעלייה, לעתים קרובות יותר, מדובר במחלת לב כללית, התקפי לב. זה 16% מכל מקרי המוות. מדובר כמעט ב9 מיליוני חיי אדם, וזה רק בשנת 2019. והגידול הזה בכמעט 25% דוגמת השנים האחרונות. וכל זה צוין בכתובים. והמילים הבאות נותנים לנו לחשוב מדוע אנשים מתים בדרך כלל בשקיעה או בזריחה. על כך מדברת סטטיסטיקה מודרנית של מקרי המוות, שהכמות המוחלטת היא בערבים ובבקרים. וזה מה שכתוב בכתובים. על מה תוכו עוד, תוסיפו שרה. כל ראש לחלי, וכל לבב דווי. והנה סטטיסטיקה לשנת 2019 של מחלות כלי דם, שבץ מוחי, שהפכו למובילות בקרב המחלות המובילות למוות, והם כמעט 30% מכל המקרים. נתונים חדשים מקדישים את השער הגבוה של המחלות זיהומיות, 6 מתוך 10 גורמי המוות העיקריים במדינות העולם, עם הכנסה נמוכה. וזה רק 2019. ומה אנו יכולים לומר על התקופות המודרניות, כאשר התפשטות הזיהומית כיסתה את כל העולם והביאה למגפה, וגם על זה נאמר בכתבי הקודש, בסורות קדושות, וזה רק חלק קטן מהסימנים של אחרית הימים שעליהם דיברו הנביאים. תודה רבה לכם. לגבי שלום חברים יקרים.
Evgeny, this is a severe issue you have raised. Even with everything we have heard until now, there are few more signs related to this topic. Let us watch a fragment from the program Sex and the Spiritual Path to find out more.
Regarding paradoxes in modern society.
לגבי פרדוקסים בחברה המודרנית, בשנים האחרונות נצפית מגמה עולמית כזו כירידה בפעילות המינית בקרב אנשים. תופעה זו כונתה תסמונת צליבת. כמה שנים סוציולוגים תיעדו ירידה בהתעניינות של צעירים בנישואין ובאינטימיות, עד כדי הכחשה מוחלטת. כן, מעניין שאין להם אפילו תמונות סקסיות בראש, ואפילו פרסומת סקסית לא משפיעה עליהם. לא משפיע. כמובן, זה לא משפיע. אבל הסיבה לכך היא אחד. ואפילו, הנה, אני אוסיף עוד קצת. לאחרונה, ובכן בואו נגיד במהלך 10 שנים האחרונות בערך, בכל רחבי העולם, האם כי עד כה הוחזק בשקט ולא הוכרז, אך נטייה כזו נצפית שילדים מתחילים לדבר מאוחר יותר. הם מתפתחים מעט מאוחר יותר מאשר 10 שנים לפני. לא מדברים עליו עד כה, אבל הנושא הזה יעלה בקרוב, ואנשים יתחילו לדבר הרבה על זה, ותירוצים רבים יעלו, החל מ-GMO, מזון מהונדס וכדומה, וכן עד וי-פיי בנאלי, נניח. תקשורת סלולר, כביכול יש לה השפעה, לכן המוח מתפתח בעיכוב, אבל אז הילדים מתפתחים והם משיגים את בני גילם, וזה לא מורגש. אבל מה הסיבה? הסיבה היא שהמשנית, סך הכל תודעה הראשונית מתחילה להתפתח כרגיל. הם אוכלים כרגיל, הם מתחילים ללכת כמעט מהר יותר מאשר לדבר, וכדומה. אבל התודעה המשנית היא משתרכת מאחור, בהתפתחות בהשוואה עם אותם ילדים שהיו כאן לפני 10 שנים ולפני. והמיניות הזאת שמתפתחת, והנכשלות של התפתחות של תודעה המשנית, זה מדבר עבור מי שיודע על הדברים נוראים ורציניים באמת. זה מדבר על חסכנות של מערכת עצמה. המערכת עצמה מתחילה לצבור אנרגיה, אבל זו מגמה מאוד רצינית, וזה מדבר המון, וזה מצביע על אחרית הימים.
Hello.
We can't hear you. Je to v poriadku? Áno, už môžeš, ďakujem. Dobrý deň. V úvode tohto fragmentu bola spomenutá
Yes, hello. At the beginning of the above excerpt from the topic of celibacy, or more preciously celibacy syndrome, we touched upon. This syndrome has already been noticed by scientists from different countries, and I will briefly introduce you to the results of many years of research in the United States, which were published last year in the Journal of American Medical Association. This study was conducted between 2000 and 2018 in the United States and concerned the frequency of sexual activity and the number of sexual partners among adults aged 18 to 44 years. The study found that during the research period, sexual activity decreased markedly in both areas considered. With the younger the study participants was, the more pronounced was the decrease. In both studies, participants in each of the 3 age categories were divided into 4 groups. The study was conducted in 10 waves of repeated 2-year stages. During the entire study period, there was a gradual decrease in both indicators in both sexes. The study showed that sexual activity decreased over the study period, so that in the youngest age group, 18-24 years, almost 1 in 3 men reported no sexual activity in the last year. Sexual activity decreased in the older age group of 25 to 34 years. In addition, the first sexual activity is shifted to an older age. Among 18 years old born in early 90s, there were 2.5 times more who had not yet had been a sexual partner than among their peers born in late 1960s. At the same time, only a minority of sexual inactive participants expressed dissatisfaction with their sex lives. Interestingly, the authors of the study themselves did not show a significant association of reduced sexual activity with generally accepted causes, such as influence of pornography, longer working day, economical situation, stress, online entertainment that could complete with sexual activity, and suggested that other mechanisms could influence the results, but they have not yet been able to disclose them. Long-term studies in UK, Finland, Australia and Japan, where this syndrome is most common, have reached similar conclusions. According to the above-mentioned studies, celibacy syndrome is being more pronounced. So what is the new phenomena? After all, when we look at the world around us, we see sexuality promoted in the media and advertising everywhere. The weakening of morality is promoted. Even toothpaste is sold through sex. One would expect that... Thank you very much, and I would like to pass the word to Sonia.
Ďakujem, Hanka, za slovo. Tak ako ste videli v predchádzajúcom videu, systém šetrí
Thank you so much, Kanka, for the floor. As you saw in the previous video, the system saves not only on adults, but even on children. For more than 10 years, scientists and specialists have been paying increased attention to one of the particular manifestations of the development of preschool children, the decay of information of speech and language, which tends to increase. This syndrome is named after Albert Einstein, a recognized genius who did not speak in full sentences until the age of 5. This phenomenon was first called Einstein's syndrome by the American economist Thomas Sowell. In 1997, he published the first book on the subject of late talking children.
Einstein's syndrome.
Thus, Einstein's syndrome is a condition in which a child has a late onset of speech or late appearance of speech, but at the same time he shows abilities in other areas of analytical thinking. Thomas Sowell's theory was later supported by Dr. Stephen Camerata, a renowned physician and professor in the Department of Hearing and Speech at Vanderbilt University School of Medicine, who has spent decades researching, diagnosing, and treating children with speech problems. Camerata's research shows that about 1 in 9 or even 10 children in general population are late talkers, while 1 in 50 or 60 children show signs of autism. According to a study published in the journal American Family Physician, between 10 and 20% of 2-year-old children lag behind in language development, with boys being 3 times more likely to be in this group than girls. After the age of 3, approximately 40% of children continue to have below-average language skills. A recent study of this phenomenon says that 1 in 5 children learns to speak or use words later than other children of his age. And based on this, it can be assumed that the decay in the start of speech tends to increase. Scientists do not know yet what is the true reason of this phenomenon, but many parents are discussing this problem in international forums. And I would like to give 2 examples. First example, my 3.5-year-old child worked with a speech therapist from 18 months to 3 years old with very low success. at the age of 3, he began to go to kindergarten for 12 hours a week, and that made a huge difference. Only for 5 months he attends kindergarten and has already moved from 10 words to full sentences. The problem is that he still doesn't understand what he's saying, but the situation is getting better every day. I think it was partly due to the timing. He just wasn't ready to speak at the age of 3, but I think the social aspect of kindergarten was the best for his development. And the next mom says, "Hello, I have a 4.5-year-old child. He didn't say anything until recently, but last month he finally started calling me mom and mommy, and then dad, grandfather, car, whole." The speech therapist recommended us a psychologist since my son was not interested in working with this speech therapist. I was worried if he will start doing anything, but at least it makes some kind of success. In conclusion, I would like to say that the number of such cases will grow and increase, as evidenced by numerous discussions in social networks. Thank you so much, and I pass the floor to the next speaker.
Thank you for the information you have shared. The rise of psychological disorders, addictions, and different syndromes.
Thank you so much.
Even though it may seem we are helpless, this really does not have to be our path through life. We have a choice where we put our attention to, either the negative thoughts coming from our consciousness, or we deepen our connection with the spiritual world simply by multiplying love. What we choose, we become. Let us watch a video for a better understanding of how this works.
האישיות קשורה לנשמה באמצעות חוט הכסף. חוט הכסף הוא הצינור שדרכו אנרגיית חיים זורמת מהנשמה לאישיות. אישיות על פי הבחירתה יכולה לחלק אנרגיה זו, או לכוון אותה אל הנשמה ולהכפיל אותה, או לכוון אותה לתודעה ראשונית, הקשורה לגוף ולאמוציות. תודעה ראשונית בתורה קשורה לתודעה משנית. תודעה משנית היא זו שהאדם לרוב הזמן מקשר את עצמו, זאת שחושבת, מהרהרת בהיגיון. ככל שהאישיות מקדישה תשומת ליבה לאמוציות שליליות, כך מתחזק הקשר עם התודעה. כתוצאה מכך, האישיות מתמזגת איתה, ולאחר מותו הגוף הופכת להיות תת-אישיות. אם האישיות מכוונת את עיקר תשומת ליבה אל הנשמה, אז החוט הכסף מתהווה. האישיות מתקרבת לנשמה, הקשר שלה עם הנשמה מתחזק והאישיות מתמזגת איתה, ואז נוצרת אישות חדשה, בלתי מהותית נצחית, הנקראת אחרת בתרבויות שונות, למשל מלאך. האישיות יכולה לבחור רק במהלך החיים, בזמן שהאדם חי. לאחר מותו הגוף אי אפשר לשנות שום דבר.
There is another big sign that proves we are living in the period of crossroads, the end times. The changes in nature, the acceleration of climate change is really actual. It is alarming. And there are no doubts that this is a severe topic. Sveta will tell us more about this topic, more about the cyclicality of the climate changes, and that it is not a man-made factor. Sveta, floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Roman. And yes, everyone already understands that something unusual is happening to the climate. I'm not even talking about those citizens of the planet who have already directly faced abnormal natural phenomena. unusual, unseasonal, record-breaking frosts and heat waves, unprecedented temperature changes, abnormal droughts, or heavy rains leading to large-scale floods, and of course, earthquakes and volcanic eruptions. And unfortunately, to this day, many well-known and official sources say that the cause of all these climate changes is the anthropogenic factor, that is human activity. And right now on the screen, we should be able to see the headlines of some of the world's top-rated media. Just take a look at the topics. They tell us that the human is responsible for that, and that they're investing billions and billions of dollars into climate change. But fortunately, scientists around the world are already openly talking about the true cause of such global climate change, and that is cyclicity. And, you know, analyzing this in detail, you know, the scientists pointed out that this is the cyclicity of 12,000 years, and briefly, they basically clearly demonstrated that the ice core data from the Vostok station is melting down, and currently we see the graph of changes in temperature and CO2 emissions concentrated in the atmosphere over the past 420,000 years. And we see that these changes are cyclical. We see the global cycles as 100,000 years, and also 1,200,000 years. And if we compare these two graphs of temperatures and the change of the dioxide, we see the correlation between these two graphs, but the temperature on the graph is always in front of the CO2 emissions, and this time change between the graphs is like hundreds of years, and this tells us that for the last 400,000 years on the planet there has been the temperature increase, cyclical temperature increase, and it didn't depend on the CO2 emissions as it is being, told to us. And to my point of view, this is one of the best proofs of the fact that the anthropogenic theory is not just working for that. And by our activity, we just, change the ecological situation, but we do not change the climate situation. And as it is said in the about the problems and consequences report, it is said that the global climate change on Earth is mostly and directively astronomical processes and their cyclicity. The cyclicity is inevitable, and the Earth has already repeatedly experienced such phases of global climate change. And that is, we see that everything comes from, everything in our solar system depends on the cyclicity, and the same changes are, taking place on other planets of our solar system. That is, the temperature increase, the ice melting, and so on. And currently, the scientists also pay attention to the fact that, this is happening, and why is it happening, simultaneously. And the fact that these changes affect the sun, and the sun is directly connected to the Earth's core, and the core is already provoking a large-scale climate changes on our planet. We will, we people vitally have to, stop hoping for the things that the mass media tells us, right? And we, for the fact that we can just, invest our money to some kind of organization that will help us. But no, it won't. And while, spending our time in those organizations, we just lose our time. And right now, I would like to propose you to watch an excerpt from the video with the participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov.
החלטנו לשמח אתכם. הגענו לרמה חדשה במשחק שלנו. אפוקליפסת אקלים. זו אמת. עברנו את הרמה הראשונה של המשחק הזה ביחד, עם כל הציוויליזציה, ועכשיו הגענו לשנייה. כדי להעביר, אנחנו היינו צריכים לנצח ברמה הראשונה, ולא לעבור לשנייה. אבל לכל זאת עברנו. איך מה? יש גם רמה השלישית במשחק הזה. אני מבין ששוב יספרו הרבה דברים מעניינים עלינו. לא אכפת לנו. דברו כמה שאתם רוצים, חברים. אבל לפחות תחשבו על מה שאנחנו אומרים. סך הכל, הרמה הראשונה זה תהליך יחסית ארוך. הרמה השנייה, ממש מעט זמן. ברמה השלישית, זו נפילה מהגובה. התהליך ההרס אבסולוטי. כאשר אנחנו כבר לא נוכל לשנות דבר. ואם ברמה הראשונה היה לנו הרבה זמן, ובמקום, כדי לעשות משהו, אנשים, ואני אומר כאן באחריות, אנחנו אשמים בזה. כל אחד יגיד, מה אני קשור לזה? אני רק שתלתי עצים, או שיחים, אצלי בגינה, פרחים וכדומה, אפילו עצים, מה זה משנה? איך אני קשור לזה? אבל אני שוב אחזור. פרחים, צמחים, עצים, כל זה אקולוגיה. ואנחנו מדברים על האקלים. למרות זאת, היו פתרונות, והם עדיין קיימים. העניין הוא לא בפתרונות, העניין הוא בחוסר פעילות שלנו. כל אחד יגיד, מדוע אני צריך לפעול? כי זה העולם שלך, זה הבית שלך. תגידו חברים, אני קצת אתרחק מהמחשבה שהתחלתי. פשוט אביא דוגמה פשוטה. הבית שלכם נהרס. באמת, אתם חיים יחד עם המשפחה, או שאתם מתכננים לבנות משפחה, או שיש לכם כבר נכדים, לא משנה. זה המשפחה שלך, בית שלך, אשר אתה רוצה להעביר בירושה לילדיך. והוא קורס. הוא קורס על ראשך, על הראש של ילדיך, נכדיך, ניניך, אשר עוד לא ראית אותם אפילו. או שכבר יש לך אותם, מי יודע. ואתה שוכב על הספה וחושב שמישהו יבוא מאיפשהו ויעצור, ישקם את הבית שלך. מישהו הזה יבוא וישפץ אותו. זה הבית שלך, הוא קורס על ראשך. לכן לא צריך לקוות שמישהו יגיע או איפשהו שם למעלה, או מישהו אחר אחראי שהעברנו להם את הכוח שלנו. לא, הם לא ישנו. חברים, תתעוררו, אתם חיים בפורמט הצרכני. אף אחד במקומך לא יעשה דבר.
Je to skutečně tak, informace, které Igor Mikhailovič sdělil v tomto videu.
It is really so. In all the world's religion, we find prophecies about the end times. Many of them contain specific climatic events that herald the last days. I think it will be interesting to compare them with what is really happening on the planet now. However, there is one more remarkable point that is very important. If we start to analyze individual prophecies, we find that they always include different types of disasters such as earthquakes, floods, droughts, fires, etc. Why is it so? Because even then, an indicator of powerful ash emissions during volcanic eruptions, the trend of which has also been steadily increasing over the past decades. Not only are frequent and powerful, but volcanoes are also awakening, which should have been activated in about 500,000 years. To prove this information, we present a graph of the dynamics of the number of volcanic eruptions from 1800 to 2019 years. If we study in detail the prophecies of all religions, we will find that they are very similar and speak of the same calamities. For example, in Islam, we find in Hadith information that Abu Hurairah narrated that the messenger of Allah, peace be and blessing of Allah be upon him, said the hour of the last day will not be established until earthquake will be very frequent. Luke 21:11 contains these words. There will be great earthquakes, and in various places famines and pestilences, and there will be terrors and great signs from heaven. In Quran, in Surah 56, event in ayats 4-6, it is written, when the earth will be shaken with a terrible shake, and the mountains will be poured to dust, so that they will become floating dust particles. It is quite obvious that these texts speak of an increase of the number of earthquakes. As far as the present time is concerned, the increase in the number of earthquakes is enormous. But here we would like to draw your attention to one negative factor, which is the worst of all the disasters in the world. This is the consumer format of society. It is almost unbelievable how the facts are distorted and change the interest of those who manipulate the worldview of others.
Ze které vyplývá, že k žádnému nárůstu nedochází, ba právě naopak.
If you Google the statistics of earthquakes, a table will appear showing that there is no growth, rather the opposite. Okay, look at this. It clearly shows that instead of growth there is a decline. Now let's look at real situation. Show the next graph, please. This graph reflects the energy of earthquakes, which includes the magnitude and the number of earthquakes, and not just bare statistics that can be incorrectly used to please someone. Two things are clear from this table. Firstly, all the facts that are presented to people are deliberately distorted, and secondly, there is no doubt that we are now all at the end times. Once again, that it depends only on us which path we choose. But let's get back to the prophecies again. In Buddhism, in Pali Canon about the end time, we also find these words of Buddha. There comes a time, Bhikkhus, after a long time when there is no rain for a long time, for many hundreds years, many thousand years, many hundreds of thousands years, since rain doesn't fall, all plant life and vegetation, trees that medical plants, grasses and fruit trees become perished, dry up and cease to be. The first part of these prophecies speaks of great drought. And there are so many prophecies in the first part of this prophecy speaks of a great drought. If you look at the current situation, the increase of drought is alarming. In Europe alone, many countries such as Czech Republic, Poland, Germany, France, Romania experience the worst drought in history. In Asia, Australia, and North and South America, the situation is no better. In Bolivia, for example, water is already more valuable than gold. At the same time, it says that about the drying up of ponds and rivers and their disappearance. If we compare this with the current situation, then the information that our ancestors had left us is the most truthful. These are more and more cases around the world when ponds, swamps and rivers suddenly disappear and dry up. This phenomenon is associated with the so-called breath of earth. This is discussed in more detail in the video Breath of the Earth on Large TV. This phenomenon also applies to sinkholes and cracks. This again stated in other prophecies. Ab al-Ramah ibn Sahar al-Ibrahim narrated on behalf of his father that the messenger of Allah, peace be and blessing of Allah upon him, said, the judgment hour will not come until entire tribes have collapsed under the earth. Worldwide there is an unprecedented increase of the number of craters and cracks, but the worst thing is that they are increasingly forming in the towns. Other prophecies are connected with rains. In Mahabharata, Book 3, Chapter 188, we find these words, and, O king, the clouds that gather in the sky on the occasion are terrible to behold, and wrath. Another devastating cataclysm is fires. In the Mahabharata, Book 3, Chapter 188, there are these words, "And of all of them, Bharata, then also everything of the nature of wood and grass that is wet to dry is consumed and reduced to ashes. And then of Bharata the fire called Samvataka, impelled by the winds, a breath on the earth that had already been dried to cinders and suns." We all know that fire torments the citizens of many continents. However, it is important to know that these are not ordinary droughts or human-induced fires. We are talking about fires occurring on the lines of deep tectonic faults in lithospheric plates. These fires can be extinguished because they are caused by gases escaping from the bowels of the earth. The hardest hit areas are California, Siberia, and Australia. The UN News Center reports that fires destroy more than 350 million hectares of forest land worldwide every year. Each year. We could go on talking about this for hours. I would like to emphasize one extremely important point. The prophets could not leave an accurate description in scientific language of future climatic process. It is our task to find interconnection of climatic phenomena and decipher completely what is happening with the Earth. It is important to understand that what we see now happening to the Earth is a single process associated with cyclicity, which we were warned about in advance. That is why we have had prophets to give signs and guidelines by which people can decipher these messages. So everything is in our hands. Now let's watch together an excerpt from the video that clearly shows the dynamic of the growth of disaster of the past decade.
And soften the force of cataclysms. So why is the attention of all mankind, which is so important right now for a single creative goal, is deliberately transformed and transferred to an artificially created hype around the false cause of climate change? Let's answer to this question by ourselves. And earlier, we considered, the relation to the correlation between changes in Earth's core and cataclysms on the planet. And Joseph will tell us more about this. So I pass the floor to you.
Thank you. What is happening to the Earth core? Changes in Earth core are the main cause of natural disasters. In the scientific work of Gennady Smolkov and Yuri Barkin, the study of the connection of the Sun and Earth, the impulse that arose inside the Earth core in 1998 is described. There was a one-sided jump in the center of gravity of the Earth core compared to the center of gravity of the Earth mantle, which was determined on the basis of the observation of the French satellite system Doris. From that moment on, a sharp increase in the number of many natural disasters began. It was possible to inspect the shape of the Earth core, and it turned out that it is not a sphere but such a potato. The height differences in Earth core are 150 to 350 kilometers. Cyclic shifts of the core, which is 17 times the mass of the Moon, gravitationally affect all the shells of the Earth, including the biosphere. There is a systematic character of repeated surges and natural processes in 1986, 1987, 2001 and 2002, 2010 and 2012, and others. Synchronization of the jumps of geophysical parameters of the solar system clearly indicates the an external impact on it, as well as on the Earth. Magnetic pole shift. The displacements of the magnetic poles has catastrophic consequences for the Earth. The Earth's magnetosphere will weaken to such an extent that cosmic radiation reaches the Earth's surface and destroys all living organisms. The Earth has a north and south magnetic pole, which are not identical to the geographical poles. Sometimes the north and south magnetic poles are swapped. This phenomenon is called magnetic field inversion. The last time it happened 780,000 years ago. Sometimes with a very strong deviation from a stable state, the magnetic poles still do not change places and return to their original position. This is called an excursion, and they happen more often than inversions. The danger to all life on Earth is the same for both. Prosperous, densely populated cities will be transformed into non-residential cities. Communication and energy systems will fail. The last excursions that we know were two. The first is named after Gothenburg. It happened 13,200 years ago and lasted 100 years, and the second was named Mona Lake and happened 25,800 years ago and lasted for 500 years. In 2014, a group of scientists from the Russian Academy of Sciences carried out drilling on the lake bound in the north of the Baikal level. The magnetic North Pole was displaced by about 10 kilometers per year. In 1998, when energy was released from the core, its movement accelerated up to 50 kilometers per year in one direction towards western Siberia. If we add to all this that recently the magnetic field of the Earth has decreased by about 15%, that is, the invisible shield that protects us from cosmic rays and the solar wind, located from 17 to 80,000 kilometers, has weakened from the Earth of the Sun. And if these shields are not at the poles, but for example at the equator, then all this radiation will go to people living at the equator, and then the situation will become serious. Let's appreciate these important historical proven facts that can help us understand not only what is happening with the magnetic field, but especially in what time we live in. Thank you. Then a person feels that time
the person feels the time is accelerating. We go to work on Monday, and in the instance of the weekends, even children already perceive that time is passing too quickly. Moreover, from the point of view of physics, objective time remains, as it were, stable, that is, 24 hours remain, but matter began to move faster, which is reflected in the acceleration of time. Last year, scientists at the International Earth Rotation Service found that the Earth is spinning faster than before, and therefore the year as a whole is shorter, faster. The Department of Geodesy and Geographical Information of Vienna Technical University reported that rotation of Earth measured by the accurate atomic clock. Our planet is also moving faster in space. I would like to give an example of a book by Anastasia Novak. Imagine a burning match. It is turned so that the flame goes from the bottom to top. The flame repeats the beginning of an expanding universe. You are an observer parallel to the flame. Now, if you are moving at the same speed as moving flames, then you perceive time as relevantly unchaining. When you move faster than the flame, the burning time will appear slowly. But if you move slowly than the flame, you will see the time has accelerated. It is the exemption rate of the universe and the acceleration of the Earth that give the impression that time is accelerating from our point of view. Now we have a better understanding of what is happening in the core of Earth. For example, Russian physicist Viktor Leonidovich Gorshkov, the lead of geodynamic sector of Pulkovo Observatory, says the redistribution of matter inside the planet is compaction, and the fact that it rises upward from the depth of the core creates a tendency not to add but to subtract a second, which has not happened in the whole history. And the Earth's rotation is really accelerating and the days are getting shorter. One of the headies from the collections Musant says, Anas bin Malik narrated that the last messages, peace and blessings of Allah be upon him, says, the hour shall not be established until the time is constructed, and the year is like a month is like a week, and the week is like a day, and the day is like an hour, and an hour is like a flare of the fire. The Bible says, and if those days had not been cut short, no human being would be saved. But the sake of the elect, those days will be cut short. From the old treatment, Apocrypha were learned. Beyond I have shown thee everything, Enoch, and I have revealed everything to thee, that thou shouldst see this sun and this moon and the leaders of the stars and of the heaven, and of those who turn them, their task and time and departures. The acceleration of time is one of the indicators of the last days. What is the significance of this information for us in the climate changes take place on Earth? Which are the results of astronomical processes and cyclicity? Huge. Time is a resource. Thank you very much, and I'm passing the word to Roman.
Ďakujem a odovzdávam slovo Romanovi. Thank you. So, synchronization of cataclysms, activity of the Earth's core, time acceleration. We really should start paying attention to all these serious signs. Unite humanity as one big family and act. If we close our eyes before the obvious and do nothing or wait for someone to solve this for us, there is no way we can survive. No one is coming. Let us now look at the Dead Sea in Israel. As the media have already reported, there is life in the Dead Sea. And this is also one of the signs of the end times.
שלום חברים, אנו נמצאים בים המלח ישראל. לאחרונה לא רק התיירים, אלא גם חוקרים מדעיים התעניינו בים המלח. בתקשורת עולמית הופיע מידע כי בים המלח יש חיים. אנחנו התעניינו בעובדה הזאת והחלטנו לבדוק האם זה באמת כך. פנינו לידי ראייה ולמדנו את מחקר שערכה קבוצת מדענים מאוניברסיטת בן גוריון. ועכשיו נפרט את זה יותר. איתנו על הקו סמנטה סיגל. היא תספר לנו על החוויה שהיא חוותה על חופי ים המלח ואפילו לתעד אותה. סמנטה? כן, תודה אולגה. אני מאוד מתרגשת ואני שמחה לשתף אתכם בחוויה שלי. אז כך, אני סמנטה סיגל, אני צילמתי סרטון עם הדגים בים המלח. אני הולכת לאותו חוף בים המלח במשך 10 שנים. על החופי ים המלח נפתחים אלפי בולענים, וברבים מהם יש מים מתוקים. המים ממלאים את הנישות האלה, ובכל אחד מהם יש דגים קטנים. זה בעצם כמו אגם קטן. ואז יום אחד אני נכנסת אל תוך האגם הזה עם מים מתוקים, ואני יודעת שיש שם מלא דגים קטנים.
קטנים. אלא מה לקח לי כמה שנים טובות, מיום שראיתי אותם בפעם ראשונה, עד שהבנתי ונזכרתי בנבואה של יחזקאל, 47:10. הנבואה הזאת אומרת,
והיה יעמדו עליו דבגים, מאין גדי ועד אין עגלים, משתוך לחרמים, יחיו למינה, תחיה דגתם כדגת הים הגדול, רבה מאוד.
Thank you very much, Samantha, for sharing such interesting piece of information with us. We have other eyewitnesses as well. The evidence of the existence of fish in the Dead Sea were photos by researchers from Ben Gurion University in the Negev sent divers to the bottom of the Dead Sea. And researchers found huge craters on the seabed from which fresh water flows. It is covered with a carpet of microorganisms. This suggests the Dead Sea is no longer from which fresh water flows.
פילו את התרחיש שלהם. כלומר, חצי מהגלובוס צריך להגר, ואתה לא צריך לחשוב שמישהו יעבור אליך, ויש צורך להתחמש בכדי לשמור אותם מחוץ לבית שלך ולשמור על הרכוש שלך. למה אתם חושבים, חברים שלי, שלא תצטרכו ללכת בחברה החמושה היטב לבית של מישהו אחר כדי לקחת את שלהם? ולמה אתה חושב שהם כל כך פשוטים ולא חמושים ולא מאורגנים? ומה זה ייתן לנו? שאלה פשוטה. מדוע? מכיוון שיהיה חוסר במשאבים, חוסר אפשרות לחלק מחדש את כל מה שנשאר, קמצנות בנאלית, אגואיזם, גאווה. זה מה ששולט בעולם הבהמי שלנו היום.
Thank you so much for giving me the floor, and I sincerely greet you all. As we have seen in the video Climate Apocalypse, Illusion and Reality, the moving of people is going to be just the consequence of a lot of crises that we, are having today. And we have the problems of hunger, poverty, lack of water. And what do we see? We are on the threshold of the third millennium, and our society has not coped with hunger and poverty. Their main reasons are armed conflicts, governments, transcontinental corporations, a highly corrupt international political environment, and different manipulations, like with food prices. According to the latest data from the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, food prices in May 2021 rose to 39.7% compared to May last year. The sharp increase in May was mainly reflected in the rise of prices for oils, sugar, and cereals, where prices were raised mainly for wheat by 28.5% and corn with record increase for 89.3% compared to the May 2020. Prices for meat and dairy products, goods rose more moderately, but in general, prices for all product groups have gone up. Hunger intensified before the COVID-19 pandemic, and as per the FAO estimates that the number of undernourished people increased from 624 million in 2014 to 688 million. And what do the scriptures say? There comes a time after a long time when there is no rain for a long time, for many hundred years, for many thousand years, many hundreds of thousands of years. Since rain does not fall, all plant life and vegetation, trees that plants, grasses, and fruit trees dry up and cease to be. And the predictions, unfortunately, come true. A big problem with water, for example, is still relevant for a lot of countries. and groundwater, which has been constantly depleted for many years, accounts for 40% of country's water supply. However, other sources are also drying up. Nearly 2/3 of India's reservoirs are below normal water levels. And people are forced to wash dishes in the dirty water and save a few bottles of clean water for cooking. Disasters are already occurring in some places in India. 4 reservoirs supplying water to Chennai, India's 6th largest city, are nearly dry. According to UN Human Rights Report, the world is rapidly approaching to a climate apartheid, and in which only the rich can afford basic resources. How is it possible if there's hunger, poverty, and lack of drinking water for people? We cannot be called a human society. We need to change that.
Thank you, Barbara, for showing us how we cope with nowadays problems. Indeed, as a society, we are not yet succeeding. What we decide and do nowadays will have a far-going influence indeed. Eternity is a high price, so let's think wise about what drives us and where. Now we are going to open up the topic of science. Why? Because scientific progress is also one of the signs of the end times. Michaela, the floor is yours.
Radi by sme povedali ešte o jednom dôležitom znamení posledných dní.
We would like to mention another important sign of the end days. This is a conference that took place on March 20, 2021, Creative Society, What the Prophets Dreamt of. This conference also addressed the issue of the end days in which we live today. Let's watch together an excerpt from the video, The Sign, which shows that this landmark event would not have happened without the development of science.
ב6,000 שנים האחרונות זה לא היה ולא יכל לקרות. זה קורה עכשיו פשוט בגלל שהמדע התפתח ויש לנו טכנולוגיות שבעזרתם אנחנו יכולים להתכנס. מדוע? נציגי האנושות כולה יכולים להתכנס בנקודה אחת ולתאר את האמת. להפריד בין המת לבין החי. ובכן, ובדרך הזאת לשחרר את האמת. וזה יוכלו לעשות רק נציגי של אנושות כולה. האם לא זה אמר הגדול מבין האנשים? כן. איך היה אפשר לעשות זאת ללא אמצעי טכניים? לא היה אז סיכוי. זאת התשובה לכך, מדוע דתות רבות עמדו בחומרה בדרך של מדע. רבים מהם, אך לא אסלאם. ומה גדולתו של נביא עצמו? הנביא האחרון, הטוב מבין האנשים. זו העובדה שהוא פיתח את המדע, בתקופה שדתות אחרות עמדו בדרכה. מדוע הם עשו זאת? מכיוון שהם ידעו שהתפתחות המדע תוביל לאירוע זה, בו האמת תהפוך נגישה לכולם.
This sign was already known to the Prophet Muhammad, who was very positive about the development of science. The Quran was revealed to the prophets in the 7th century, and at that time science was still at the beginning of its development. However, the Prophet Muhammad saw the importance of education, and as a result, both women and children had access to education. The Quran and the Surah have always enjoyed Muslims to learn, to acquire knowledge. This was considered the duty of every Muslim. Muslims were particularly interested in studying mathematics, astronomy, mathematical geography, and geodesy. It is worth noting that the most high-paid and respected professions in the Caliphate were translators, bookbinders, and copyists. Humanity is indebted to Muslim scientists not only the development of algebra, but also its further development in science and in everyday life. The period gave the world such scientists as Amar Khayyam, Al-Khwarizmi, and others. Amar Khayyam became famous as the greatest astronomer of his time, and for the first time in this civilization, comprehensively classifying all types of equators and making many discoveries in the field of natural sciences and physics. Muhammad al-Khwarizmi in Chast was a prominent Persian astronomer, mathematical, and geographer. The development of science was so strong that even today scientists in many countries draw from the knowledge have brought during this period. Today, modern science is faced with the task of solving the pressing problems associated with the global climate change, which we have heard about in today's kaleidoscope effects. The key questions remains, can modern science really find a way out in this situation? After all, the development of science was artificially hindered by religions. Many educated people were victims of the Catholic Church's Inquisition. Not only in Christianity, but also in Islam, there were radical fanatics who rejected the development of science and culture. In the past, development of real science was hindered primarily by religion, but today the main obstacle the consumer format of society. Thank you.
Thank you, Mikhaila. We can see evidence of scientific progress in various sacred books. For example, in Srimad Bhagavatam, we find mention of rockets, although the first rocket was created only in 1942 by the team of Werner von Braun. We can read a quote. When atheists, well-versed in Vedic scientific knowledge, destroy the inhabitants of various planets by flying invisibly in the sky on well-designed rockets made by the great scientists, the Lord would confuse their minds by wearing the attractive garb. The concept of Google's talking shoes, collars of dog language, translation apps, phones in pockets connected to webcams in homes becomes clear from the hadith of Abu Sayyid Khurdi. And then the messenger of Allah, peace be upon and blessing of Allah be upon him, said, "He has spoken the truth. I swear by him in whose hand my soul is. The hour will not come until the beasts speak to man, until a man speaks with the tip of his whip and the strap of his sandal, and his tongue informs him of what his household has been doing in his absence." The prophet spoke of today's time. However, about 100 years, it will be impossible to observe truly evolutionary inventions. Electricity has cars since 1832, internal combustion engines since 1886, and electricity has been transmitted by wire since 1879, despite the fact that Nikola Tesla proved the possibility of wireless transmission and drawing free energy. So why don't we use it? But can modern achievements protect us from the impending cataclysms? At the same time, every scientific achievement was prioritized for military purposes, such as the first ENIAC computer, the first task of which was to calculate the nuclear reaction for a hydrogen bomb. Today, although science is moving forward, it has reached a dead end in the consumer format. However, thanks to the primordial physics, ALLATRA, science has a chance to make an evolutionary leap. By focusing on spiritual development, technology can help deal with our current challenges. Higher technologies will be given to us only when we make a choice in favor of a creative format of society. Thus, the last times will be our new beginning. It depends on the choice of each of us. Thank you. And now I give the floor to Ivan. Good day. We have already heard many predictions about the signs of the last days and have seen some confirming manifestations of them. We also noted that modern science doesn't understand at all or misinterprets many of the key processes of the world's functioning at all. Thanks to this approach, our civilization is rapidly approaching a real apocalyptic collapse. One of the things that can change this situation is rapid and significant changes, especially in the natural sciences. Today, there are already scientists among us who understand the deeper essence of things around us, make breakthrough discoveries and develop revolutionary technologies. They succeed because they rely on different physics which understand the micro and macrocosm differently and more objectively than the current official science, strongly deformed and limited by dominant consumer thinking. And this new physics answers the basic questions. What does the original matter consist of? How does it transform and where it disappears? An international group of scientists, honest and responsible scientists under the auspices of ultrascience, published in its 2 reports all the important information necessary for the survival of mankind, and together they proposed ways out of this situation. In 2014, it was a report on the problems and the consequence of a global climate change on Earth, effective ways of solving these problems. And in 2015, the report Primordial Ultraphysics. Both reports are freely available to the public and have now been translated into many languages. Anyone can master them and thus enter the events and processes that change the world from the ground up. Links will be listed in the description below the video. I will present one concrete result of working with this new knowledge. One of the most critical places on the planet are so-called supervolcanoes, huge volcanoes that can endanger most of humanity and, if their activities are synchronized, even destroy the entire civilization. These researchers identified synchronized manifestation of these 2 supervolcanoes, Yellowstone in the United States and Ira in Japan. When the synchronized increased activity in both the neutrino and septon fields, the terms of septon and septon field are discussed in detail in the physics report, the excited seismic activity is also synchronized, which can lead to a giant eruption. Thanks to the knowledge of this new physics, scientists were able to activate certain adaptive mechanisms in the Earth crust, which significantly reduced seismic activities in the Ira caldera and broke in synchronization with the Yellowstone. They managed to achieve this despite the synchronization of activity, neutrinos and septons, as we can see it on the graphs. So, this new knowledge is really capable of controlling natural processes and preventing or minimizing damage of natural character. At the same time, they can provide humanity with everything it needs at a completely different level that we know today. For example, they allow to receive absolutely free, so-called free energy wherever it is needed, which will reduce the production of hydrocarbons and eliminate the need to use transmission networks. To receive any organic and inorganic compounds, as well as to reproduce any living and inanimate objects in a ready-made form, of which there is already experimental evidence, to provide billions of people with necessary amount of drinking water, food, and everything else, to save humanity from diseases, significantly extend human life, etc. Since official science, despite the proven success of consented societies, ignored this information, humanity wasted a lot of time preparing for events. Therefore, the situation remains extremely difficult, and the negative consequences of global changes on the planet in the very near future cannot be completely avoided, even with the help of these revolutionary technologies. So what to do? Watch further Kaleidoscope and try to create a complex image for yourself. Thank you for your attention. I give the floor next.
The best thing we can do and where we can start is pretty simple: to become human again. If we unite together on one goal, there is nothing we won't be able to solve. And now I will pass the floor to Gerald, who will tell us about intensification of climate changes from a different, yet not less important perspective. Gerald? Well, maybe we continue. We analyze the state of our society and the climate. There is still one more thing we need to investigate in more detail. Roma?
Yes, Barbara. Everything we have heard so far proves we are living in the end times. How is it possible, though, that no one from our political or religious representatives is not warning us? Is it possible they do not know? Or they do, and do not want to cause panic, but you can cause panic only in case you do not have a solution, and you are keeping secrets only in case you have another plan. So what do they actually do? Natalia, could you please cast light on how public opinion is being shaped nowadays?
Yes, Roman, thank you very much. It's a very topical issue because nowadays in humanitarian knowledge there are clear understanding and results of research about the following. Formation of public opinion, media on the issue of the end of the world, Armageddon, the apocalypse, defines the creation of myths as a way of violating public consciousness. These myths actually have been created by the order of political elites. The dominant discourse in recent years, as all speakers at today's conference mentioned, due to the global economic crisis and disastrous environmental pollution, is becoming a race between predictions and prophecies. The apocalypse, which means either some threat of the sensation of existence of all people, civilizations, and all humanity on the earth, and even the universe as a whole. So we are actually talking about the mythology in the mass media, the apocalypse myths. These are materials dedicated to the fear of disasters, various fears that urge mass consciousness. And these materials are drastically different from the facts which are presented by scientists on the ALLATRA TV platform. Because, for example, if we take an example and highlight the articles about the apocalypse prophecies, actually the top 10 prophecies according to BBC News. And point number one is what threatens the apocalypse for humanity is that humans destroy mouths and deprive themselves of the environment for living. The second, the global climate change and global warming affects destruction of coral reefs. It turns out that herbs and aquaculture are dangerous for treatment. Also, they warn people about the Pacific garbage patch, about the diets, about the benefits of exercises. And it turns out that soon humanity will reach a no-turn point in climate change on the planet, and this greenhouse effect may begin uncontrolled already tomorrow. Furthermore, alcohol is also harmful, and this is not jokes, because these are the top 10 facts which are promoted by media as the reasons for apocalypse. Also, we can see from this data that basically the whole content of these points are consumerism, and this information is so absurd, because Svetlana Vakhtina presented us very confident facts and reliable facts about climate. Also, other facts to form public opinion is false messages and lies spreading in the internet, the exaggeration of the number of people dying in the disasters, and what the media use actually. They broadcast the words of the UN Secretary Antonio Guterres about the four stages of apocalypse: geopolitical tensions, climate change, global distrust. So basically, interpersonal relations between people are distrustful, and as other speakers mentioned, also it's an abuse of new technology, and the General Secretary of UN agrees here. What they manipulate with is expert opinions of people. For example, there is Vladimir Krever, is the director of Biodiversity Conservation Program WWF in Russia, and they publish his opinion that all negative trends on our planet are associated with human activities. This information is broadcast by the physiologist and science journalist Anna Petrenko, that today's there is an extinction of species that are different, and this is provoked by human intervention. To be more precise and look at what is happening in the media and why people actually believe in this, that the apocalypse will come, because the news are presented as something topical, hot and ready, and from any parts of the world. This sort of shows the circumstances in the world. The media imposes the consumerist standards which significantly affect how people perceive the reality, and elites also. And they become like orienters for the stereotypes and patterns, and this is reinforced in various media. The expert opinions are like mostly the foundation for wild nature, and this is supported by scientific facts which are spread in the media in order to intimidate people. For example, there was a NASA article, and from Toho University in Japan, these researchers calculated the precise date when the end of the world will come. Under the influence of modern media, a person develops a false pyramid of needs and a false impression of what is happening around. And this, thus, a reluctance to decide anything and do anything on themselves. Mass media can change public opinion on a certain problem within a very short period of time, but a person actually agrees to this. And our host today has said many times that a human actually has a choice, but according to mass media, actually humans do not have choice, because somebody has decided for them. Why? Because a person is overloaded with information. There is some informational exhaustion, and mass media present news from the perspective who pays more to them, and this way they substitute facts. Basically, mass media support these anxiety situations and false perception of reality with threats and hazards. Basically, sociologists call this catastrophism as a fear of the future, and we can say that this is the basic major task, to make people fear of tomorrow and stick to today, to what he has now, and to have pleasure from here and now, because tomorrow you will not survive, according to mass media. And the fear of the catastrophe and of what is happening comes to panic attacks. And this way, mass media actually took pessimistic assessment of the future. This topic will also be elaborated by Alexei. Please, Alexei, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Natalia. Welcome. Hello, dear friends. And I will talk about the globalization versus unity. So the term global is very often used today in political and social discussions. And the media suggests that we see everything global in a positive light. But what exactly is meant by being global? Well, today there are many organizations that are described as global and worldwide. For example, the United Nations, the World Health Organization, the World Economic Forum, etc. And there are whole neighborhoods in Geneva where everything is worldwide. There are other transnational superstructures designed to bring people together, such as the European Union. As has been said many times during conferences on the platform of International Public Movement ALLATRA, these are all wonderful ideas that should unite people and help solve problems together. But the best indicator of success of any project is the result. And with all the noble goals and aspirations of these organizations, can we really say that we made progress in eliminating hunger, preventing wars, or predicting all sorts of intensifying natural disasters? Did the nations become more united? No. We accept the false accusations of being the cause of climate change. We celebrate diversity instead of unity. We behave ourselves as if pretending all the things we talked about today do not exist, will magically make them disappear, or at least affect our lives less. And there are other examples of people at a certain level coming together to make decisions about how we are going to live. And many people have already heard of the Club of Rome, of Bilderberg Club, the Trilateral Commission, and the already mentioned World Economic Forum and other similar organizations. And one of the problems of the consumer society is that everyone solves his own problems first, without caring much about how this affects others. During previous conferences, we have also touched on the causes of the physiological changes in people in power, which compound the problem by being their inability to feel empathy. And thus it is not surprising that the subject of discussion by powerful and influential people in the closed meetings of these organizations is not the welfare of ordinary people, or even the growth of their wealth, but the strengthening of their own power. And with few exceptions, no minutes are taken at these meetings. No information is released to the media, and the disclosure of the content of discussions is forbidden, and access to meetings is by personal invitation only. For example, since 1968, the Club of Rome has initiated the development of global forecasts in order to influence public opinion and dialogue with politicians, to develop a specific vision of the state of the world affairs and its prospects. This club has published dozens of works, and for example, the book Reshaping the International Order, among others, states that a new global system will have to be created to find solutions to global problems such as pollution and the depletion of non-renewable resources. According to some people, these books contain much more serious ideas that shape a system that benefits only the elite. And how well can the writings and books of the Club of Rome predict a catastrophic future? In 1997, The Economist published a report that the Club of Rome and its predictions proved many times to be inaccurate, such as the prediction that all oil reserves would be exhausted by 1990, or information concerning shortages of tin, silver, uranium, natural gas, and many others. Since 1971, the annual meetings of the World Economic Forum in Davos have played an important role in the hidden control of the world. And every January, the world's political and business leaders gather in Davos to discuss and present their vision of the world during a 4-day conference. This year, in January 2021, the meeting was held virtually online for the first time. The forum featured interesting presentations closely related to the management of global development. Many speakers expressed concern about the growing role and power of leading digital corporations, which, thanks to the development and ubiquitous penetration of information technologies, are beginning to compete with the states themselves. Interestingly, well, in essence, some people with power at the state level are concerned about the growing influence of people who own technological corporations. And where in all this is the concern for the welfare of the people? The same technological development, particularly in the field of artificial intelligence, which is currently receiving the most funding, pleases those who develop this technology, but frightens people that robots will take their jobs and they will be left unnecessary and without sustenance. We keep counting on the decency of people in power as if we do not notice the experience of previous generations and our own. In the consumer format of society, it does not matter who will be in power and how they will get it, by election or by being the first to develop the most powerful artificial intelligence. Nothing will change. It is not the people within the system that need to be changed, but the system itself. Replacing the consumer format of society, which is built to benefit a few individuals, with a creative format of society that benefits every human being. And already today, people have begun to talk openly about the kind of world they would like to live in. And in this world, there are no wars, no hunger, no concept of power. This is our chance not only to find solutions to existing problems, but to make an evolutionary leap and start living as human beings are meant to live. And now I would like to pass the word to Jason and Boštjan.
Hello, everyone. It's good to see you all. I hope you can hear me well.
Yes.
Wonderful. Wonderful indeed. First, I'm going to take the time to thank our friend Natalia and many of the other speakers here and Alexei for their very important speeches, because it directly leads into what me and our friend Boštjan is going to talk about today. Okay. We're going to discuss the elite, the term that is used modernly in many circles of life today. But in ancient times and in esoteric circles, it is known as archons. Archons is an elite terminology to denote our chiefs, forefathers, politicians, rulers, otherwise those who make decisions for us. And our opinion is swayed by that fact. They are the ones that our consciousness has given the authority to, and that many of us follow willingly. It is enough, just simply enough, to do what many of the participants here have done today, to direct our attention towards being human, and they become powerless. Our friend Boštjan will introduce the tools used by those very archons and highlighted by Alexei and highlighted by other participants that has been used not just today, but for 6,000 years. Every single person on this planet, whether they have television, internet, or they just read books, we see it, but we have become numb to it. I leave you with the question: is this how we want to continue living? Boštjan, the floor is yours, please. Thank you all.
Thank you, Jason, and greetings to all. There is a global system built to control, subordinate, and enslave people. It consists of 8 levels, which are interconnected. This system is expressed externally and, first of all, internally. So let's take a quick look at it. First level is war. It's quick, simple, and very destructive process, but with relatively short-term effects. Every war is planned, prepared, and financed in advance. Second level is genocide, which is done now globally by food, cosmetics, medicine, pollution of environment, that's air, water, and so on. Third level of this system is financial credit system. Here we talk about money and debt as means of control and enslavement. Fourth level is media. In consumer format of society, mass media is a tool for spreading the information beneficial to the system, and it's a strong tool of control over people's worldview. Fifth level of this system, every next level is stronger than previous, I must emphasize. Fifth level is ideology, which in consumer format imposes separation. Its basic principle is well known: divide and rule, which is the result and the essence of destructive ideology. Sixth level is history. A lot of effort is being put into changing history. Why? Because for spiritually non-free people, history is the cause and the future is merely an effect, not in the sense what really happened, but what people believe it happened and how they see it. So shaping beliefs about history is the tool of shaping the future. The seventh level out of 8 are human values. The accepted system of values most deeply affect and shape human lives, and humanity has one basic crisis. That's the crisis of values. Values beneficial to the system are imposed slowly through Overton window. Last, highest, and most powerful 8th level is a mechanism which consists of all previous levels. It's actually a common information field for humanity. It works in individuals to synchronize people and drives them to function as a whole, but in a destructive and dividing manner, and so to work for the goals imposed on them by archons through this information field as a part of the system. These are briefly described levels of the system of control and manipulation elite uses to manipulate people, but more important than this whole system is the truth that we always have a choice. So I'm passing word back to Jason with a question. Jason, what is that choice?
Thank you, Bastian, again. It is a wonderful question that has been voiced by our host and all of the participants here today. We keep hearing this word choice. And earlier this week, actually, before the Kaleidoscope Effects, me and Bastian had a conversation about why do people, all of us, at some point, have strove or are striving to be those very elite? The answer to that question is we don't. No one does. These material conditions, as you can see today, are being imposed on us. It forces every single person into survival mode. The constant introduction of information and the belief that we must wait for someone to tell us and show us how to do something. But each of us feels what needs to be done. Deep inside, we all know that these are either the end days or a greater time ahead, the golden millennium. So what is this choice? What is my choice, your choice, our choice? Our choice is to demand that human life is the most valuable thing to us internally, and that will be reflected externally. That is our choice that each and every single one of us makes every single moment. Now, something that's dear to me and many of the speakers here today. So I leave you guys with a question. Will we continue to deny our children, or will we turn to them and listen to them and let them guide us towards what we already feel to be true? They look to us, every single one of us in this world, to make the right choice for them. Indirectly, we benefit by making that right choice because we know we've done everything possible that is up to us to secure their future. Thank you all so much for being here with me today, and thank you participants and all of the people that will watch this globally and will stand up for all of our children. Thank you. Now, I will pass the floor to Malan. Thank you.
Thank you for passing me the floor.
Děkuji za slovo.
Hello,
Hezký den,
everyone.
přátelé.
Currently,
Dnešní
people
době
are
lidé
not
nemají,
familiar
neznají
with specific
specifické objekty.
climate-resistant facilities, such as bunkers. Basically, the elite invests in such buildings. As colleagues have already noted, the elites do not prepare us for the consequences of climate change, but point to an anthropogenic factor, that is, climate change caused by humans. However, why are these bunkers being built in specific locations around the world, and why are the elite buying them? Let's take a look at some facts that are publicly available on the internet.
Naše obchodní společnost se rozšiřuje z Evropy do Asie a bezpečné úkryty jsou nyní k dispozici pro více než 10 000 lidí. Země je stále nebezpečnějším místem.
So our company is expanding from Europe to Asia, and safe havens are now available to over 10,000 people. The Earth is becoming an increasingly dangerous place, with threats at a level of the present extinction to all of us. Get ready for doomsday events predicted by the Bible and prophets throughout the ages. This company is headed by the founder, Robert Vizino. In the United States, this company owns Vivo's X-Point Bunker Complex in South Dakota and another in Indiana, and in Europe, the Vivos Europa 1 project. Due to the increase in our expenses, the one-time payment will increase to $40,000 on June 15, 2021, and will increase again to $45,000 on August 15, 2021 for the bunker. The cost of the shared bunker per person is $15,000, and the prices are for an annual rental. Reid Hoffman, co-founder of social networking site LinkedIn, also claims that more than half of billionaires in California's Silicon Valley have already purchased hundreds of square meters of bunkers. Many members of the global elite, including hedge fund members, sports stars, and tech executives, Bill Gates, have decided to create their own secret heavens for their families and employees. Gary Lin, CEO of Texas-based Rising S company, said sales of the light underground bunkers were up to 700% in 2016 compared to 2015. And let's take a look at Europe. There are many secret bases and bunkers in the Alps. Switzerland is the only country in the world that can protect 100% of its population from danger in the event of a nuclear war or another climatic disaster. For example, in Meringen, Canton, Bern, huge caves have been dug in the side of the mountains. Some of them are disguised as huge rocks, others as villas or sheds. The Czech Republic and Central Europe surprised me the most. Sales of the Liberec-based company Teprix Safety Home have grown by 20% since 2017. The company specializes in the construction of safe shelters. The quote, "The stability in the world has clearly deteriorated. We have orders for next year," explains Michael Terendi. The most expensive and largest structure in the world designed to survive during the apocalypse is located in Czech Republic, not far from Český Brod. The structure is called Oppidum. For this amount, you get not only luxury, and its value is actually 7 billion crowns. And when it comes to food, the Wise company estimates that in 2018, Americans spent nearly $500 million on specialized shelf-life foods. With the onset of the pandemic last year, demand has more than tripled. A package of groceries that should be enough for one person for a whole year, with a daily consumption of 2,000 calories, cost $2,300 at the Wise company. A website has appeared on the internet that brings together a large group of people from the United States with the aim of surviving in the event of a nuclear war. Interested parties can check the facts for themselves online at prepreparewebsite.com. Is someone building these bunkers just for fun, or because they have information that we ordinary people don't hear about in the media? It has now been proven that nothing can protect us from a threat, for example, a tsunami. Thanks for your attention, and I give the floor to Natalia.
Yes, thank you very much. It's quite a substantial information from your side. I will address the words which I actually observed in the resources records about the prophets, what the prophets said, because when I was listening to speeches, I can imagine this in more detail and kind of comprehend this information. What are the major methods how the elite is manipulates people through lies, deception, and greediness, teaching people to seek some financial, material interest. Let's see to Zoroastrianism. Zarathustra said that in the end, those who follow the path of lies is the worst. Because without truth, without comradeship, you cannot win a battle. This way, the Zoroaster actually said that the great virtue is truthfulness. Also in Buddhism, according to Buddha, he said that you should refrain from false speeches. In more detail, everything relating to falsehood, lies, and private interests, that this is unnatural for humans. We can encounter this knowledge, grains of this knowledge, even in the Bible. In the first epistle to Timothy, the Spirit clearly says that in the end times, some will depart from the faith, listening to deceiving spirits and the teachings of demons, through the hypocrisy of false believers burnt in their conscience. This is actually a metaphor, because when a person starts lying, deceiving people, he can even does not admit this for himself, but you cannot run from yourself, and something burns inside. These lies burn inside. In the Bible, in the 2 Timothy 3:1-5, in the last days difficult times will come. People will be unfriendly, slanderous, incontinent, cruel, not loving good, traitors, and imprudent. In the Gospel of Matthew, it is said that they will betray one another and hate one another, and many false prophets will rise up and deceive people. Of course, false people, false prophets, are not the prophets whom we know, but those who are priests, tyrants, despots who actually undertake this role to be the leaders. And in the last epistle to Timothy, there is also an information that in the last times people will be treacherous, cruel, do not loving good, and traitors. And I would also like to mention that in the Apocrypha of Mary Magdalene, there is also another very interesting word, and isn't the human race perishing from the greatest lie in the entire universe? The greatest person, we actually find such thoughts and such ideas in Islam as well. The greatest of people, the Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings of Allah be upon him, according to Al-Hasan ibn Ali, says that leave what you doubt in favor of what there is no doubt about. Truly, truthfulness is peace, and truly falsehood is doubt. These are the words of the Prophet. The Hadith was narrated by Al-Bukhari. And there is also another very interesting piece of words by Muhammad. The hour of judgment will not come until confusion appears, until lies spread and greed spreads. Muhammad also said that one of the signs of the hour of judgment is that people will greet each other just for the sake of acquaintance. So we can say that in Muhammad's words, we actually see the signs of this hour, the last days. Ibn Masud mentioned that Muhammad also talked about another signs of the judgment hour, that people will not be friendly with each other and will meet just for the sake of acquaintance, meaning for some material benefit. Friends, please look around. We see so many cases like this in our society. The Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, was fighting against those who were deceiving people by means of people's faith. When you analyze the words and the texts, you actually come to a conclusion that people, they deceive and become deceived as victims of religion, but those are those to be blamed who distorted the teaching of every prophet, because prophets actually spoke of love and they brought knowledge. On today's conference, we can see this knowledge. It is revealed to us by every topic. When you read what is actually preserved from the words of the prophet, you actually have this whole holistic picture that for thousands of years people have been waiting for the Armageddon and for the second coming of Christ in Christianity, for example. And almost all religions are based on the fact that nearly tomorrow there will be the end of the days, and whoever is not in this religion will die in hell. And every person actually, when he leaves, he undergoes his personal Armageddon, but not everyone wins it, and not everyone understands that actually he has faced this Armageddon. So we shouldn't be afraid of the apocalypse, which will happen in the external, but we now are talking about the objective data, what is happening on the planet. Generally speaking, we can say that in the consumerist format, in consumer society, greediness prevails and material values overweigh the instinct of self-preservation. There are factors of destructive ideology and self-destruction. The prophets conveyed us knowledge about climate disasters, about the scientific achievements, that scientific achievements will be used for worship, for warfare and violence, and nobody cares for the welfare of people, as we've talked about in the second block of our kaleidoscope of facts. And it is necessary to change the consumer system because it is striving for achieving some material benefits. Actually, people are already speaking of the society which they would like to live about in, and people have an opportunity to have this revolutionary breakthrough and to unite in becoming humans. And our host, Barbara and Roman, was also speaking about this. We have touched upon these points many times today, that the highest value in our life is human life. Actually, we should preserve each other's life as our own, and the goal of society is to guarantee and preserve and safeguard the life of every person. There is nothing more valuable than life, according to Jason. And if one person is valuable, then all people are valuable. From this value, actually, we can start building the foundations of the creative society. Also, we have mentioned, we have talked about the freedom of people based on the choice, because every human is endowed with the right to be a human since birth, and everyone is born equal and free, and everyone has the right of choice. No one and nothing is higher than a human, his freedoms and rights, and implementation of human rights should not violate the rights and freedoms of other people. This way, I have concluded what we actually discussed in the second block of our conference today. But these are actually the prospects. Our prospect is the creative society, but we mentioned that consciousness is active and it actively imposes its negative opinion on personality, and it drives people into slavery and obedience through pridefulness, aggression, fear, through with the hands of people themselves as their slaves. Actually, the elite is trying to oppose whatever the best in every person. They oppose what gives true freedom to people from the shackles of the material system, from the shackles and slavery of this elite. But until a person notices that actually his perception, his tastes are manipulated and controlled, you know, elite needs slaves, not free people. And elite has managed to turn people's consciousness into a guardian who actually indicates for people how they're supposed to live, what they should prefer, and what priorities they should have. But friends, we are already acquainted with the 8 foundations of the creative society. If not, please familiarize yourselves with them. And in the next piece of video, we will see what Igor Mikhailovich Danilov is saying about the alternative of the consumer society. And this is the creative society. Please look at the screen.
Тоже хотела привести пример, который, скажем, поразил. Пример того, до чего дошло потребительское общество. Опять же,
רציתי להביא דוגמה שזעזעה אותי. דוגמה לאן הגענו עם החברה הצרכנית, אותה אוסטרליה, אשר בדיווחי החדשות אומרים שאנשים מתו מכיוון שלא רצו לעזוב את רכושם. האנשים היו נמצאים פנים מול פנים עם האסון. זאת אומרת, לא כאילו שהוא מתקרב, זה מתרחש מול עיניהם, ויש להם עדיין סיכוי להציל לפחות את גופיהם. אבל הרדיפת בצע ניצחה, כן? כן, סוג של תאבת בצע בחברה הצרכנית. עד כמה שרחוק עברנו את הקו הזה, קו הצרכנות, הדומיננטיות בתודעה שלנו של ערכים חומריים, אשר הם גובים על האינסטינקטים שמירת גוף שלנו. ואני חושב שבחברה נורמלית, זו הייתה סיבה טובה כדי לשנות את החברה, כדי להתחיל להאריך חיים של אנשים אחרים, ושלך, קודם כל יותר מאשר החומר. והאם זה לא ככה? והאלטרנטיבה לחברה הצרכנית זו חברה יוצרת.
Because he has knowledge from actually many cultures around the world who tell us the climate is interconnected with us, with humans and our behavior. Gerald, please, could you share more?
I want to thank the Creator once again for allowing me to be a part of this amazing conference today. As 4-directional people, we believe that there are 4 races of the human family. We have our yellow brothers, our black brothers, our white brothers, and us as the red people. The 4 races of the human family were all given sacred roles and responsibilities in the circle of life. The four races of the human family were given the sacred responsibility to take care and to honor the four sacred elements: the earth, the wind, the water, and the fire. Everything and everyone was created for a reason, to serve a purpose. Mother Earth is getting sick for what we have done to her as a human species. We have chosen not to honor the sacred responsibilities that were given to us to take care of these four sacred elements. The laws of nature were created to govern our actions as human beings in honoring our Mother Earth. Our children and their children's children are on loan to us from the Creator. One of our greatest indigenous leaders, Chief Seattle, said, "Man does not weave the web of life. He is but a strand within it." What man does to the web of life, he does to himself. The natural disasters that humanity is experiencing is because we have broken these sacred laws of nature in honoring Mother Earth, Father Sun, and Grandmother Moon have been warning us for quite some time that we as the children have lost our way. This is why it has been said, if you do not respect what you've been given in life, it will be taken from you. And only when it is gone will you truly realize what it meant to you. The ancestors spoke of this great awakening. And what we do from here will determine the future of our children and their children's children. And eternity is a long time to get it wrong. We have a Cree proverb that says, only until the last tree has been cut down, and only until the last fish has been caught, and only until the last river has been poisoned, only then will you realize that you cannot eat money. So I thank you for allowing us to share the ancestral knowledge, the four-directional knowledge of our elders and our ancestors as a part of the human family. I honor each and every one of you. Hi, hi. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Gerald, for reminding us of our ancestors' wisdom and what's at stake. What we decide and do nowadays will have a far-going influence indeed. Eternity is a high price. So let's think wise about what drives us and where. To summarize the second block before we go next, I would like to note that now in world society there is a situation where everything is on the brink. People, for the most part, are afraid to change the system, not because they do not see its destructiveness, but because they do not see another solution, a just world order, a support for their spiritual actions. But right now we can, with a small effort, fundamentally change the situation. Friends, it is true. Look how much effort, attention, and time is spent on useless and sometimes destructive work. Society is divided into independent countries, regions, cities, collectives, and groups. All these efforts and resources are spent on tough and often unfair competition in the struggle for survival and domination. And if all these forces are directed into a single goal, the creation of a creative society, where the main value is human life, where all conditions are created for the development of the best in the person, the disclosure of his potential, where children have a decent future, we can achieve it in a very short time, in just 10 years. A few months ago, a conference took place, which was pointed out as another sign of the end times. This conference took place on 20th of March 2021. The Creative Society, what the prophets dreamed of. Representatives from all the religions met. and they all said the same thing. God is one. The truth is one for all. And they talked about the society all our prophets were telling us about. We can build together and live in peace, harmony, and love. This conference was foretold long before our time by the greatest of men, the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. I will read it to you. It will be a call from heaven to the people of the world, which everyone will hear. A call to people of every language in their own language, which is strong, deep, and gentle, coming from heaven and from all sides, and there will be no sleepers left, and all will rise, and people will come out of their homes due to this call to see what kind of message it is. This call urges them to put an end to injustice, disbelief, conflicts, and bloodshed, and to follow Imam al-Mahdi, peace be upon him, and to call him by his name and by his father's name. Let us watch a video summary of the conference. Thank you.
האירוע החשוב ביותר בתולדות האנושות הוא הסימן שחזה הנביא. 20 במרץ 2021 התקיים אירוע חסר תקדים, כנס הגורלי המקוון הבינלאומי. חברה יוצרת על מה הנביאים חלמו. מיליוני צפיות ברחבי העולם. מאות אלפי צפיות ושידורים חוזרים בכל משאבי אינטרנט. תרגום בלמעלה מ-45 שפות העולם. אנשים אמרו את האמת. אלוהים הוא אחד, וכל הנביאים באו מאלוהים אחד, והביאו אמת אחת לכל האנושות. לכן מה שמפריד בין האנשים אינו מאלוהים. יותר מ-30,000 אשכולות של דתות כיום. תחשבו על זה, יותר מ-30,000 פרשנויות לדבריו של ישו. מתברר שיש אמת אחת שאדם רגיל מנסה לעוות לטובתו. אבל מי מנסה לעוות את האמת הזו? מי מדבר מפיו של אותו אדם? רק שטן. כך התחילה החלוקה לקסטות. זה ניסה על ידי בני אדם, לא על ידי אלוהים או שום ספר. בחוות גיטה, פרק 3, קרישנה אמר, יצרתי מערכת הוורנות על פי תכונות המולד, ולא על פי הזכות הלידה. גונה קרמה זה בעצם התכונות המולד. ברור מאליו שנביא הקדוש הוא לא רק דיבר על החברה היצרת וחלם עליה, אלא גם הוכיח במעשיו שאפשר ליצור חברה כזו בעולם. האמת היחידה היא שאם אנחנו באמת נרצה שלום, הרמוניה וצדק בעולם, עלינו לא רק לדבר אמת, עלינו לעשות את הדבר הנכון, רק אז זה אפשרי. העולם כולו יתכנס ביחד. למה? מכיוון שכל אחד מאיתנו רוצה לחיות בחברה המספקת לנו הגנה, המספקת לנו ביטחון, ואיך נוכל לבנות חברה כזו? אז בחברה יוצרת יהיה לנו את כל זה. זה הזמן להצטרף לחברה יוצרת, להצטרף לתנועה ההמונית הזו. עלינו להתרחק מהחברת הצרכנות. כל אדם חשוב, וכל זוג ידיים חשובות. אנא, הרימו ידיים, אם אתם מוכנים להצטרף ולתרום. כעת יש לנו אפשרות לנצל הזדמנות זאת. עלינו להתאחד בשלב הזה. בואו נהפוך את החלום למציאות. בואו נבנה חברה יוצרת. נעשה את זה ביחד. כי אנחנו יכולים. הסימן הנביאים והסימן היום זו חברה יוצרת. הנביאים חלמו על זה, ואנחנו כבר היום בונים אותה. כי ביחד אנחנו יכולים לעשות הכל.
Главное, чего мы как человечество не осознаем, это то,
The main
что период
thing
перекрестия
we as
— это наша
humanity do not
ответственность.
realize
То,
is that
что
the period
будет
of crossroads is
после
about
этого
our
времени,
responsibility. What will be after this time is the result of our choice, how we think, what we say, and how we act. And while we have still some time, let us use it wisely. Because it is also up to you if our generation will be the last one or the first one. In all religious traditions and cultures all around, distinguish grains from chaff, living from dead, and carry out our global choice we are making. Now I give a word to Robert, who will tell us about him who is present with us at the end of times or crossroads, in other words. Robert, the floor is yours.
Greetings, dear viewers. What kind of time do we live in? A question that every person is asking himself at least once in a lifetime. The crossroads is a period when humanity is deciding which direction to take. At the time of crossroads, as it is mentioned in all religions, the Comforter will be present among people. In the scriptures of all religions around the world, it is written, one way or another, that a rider on a white horse will come and return the true knowledge to people in the end times, knowledge which was transmitted by God through different prophets, but was lost over time. For example, Christians believe in the second coming of Jesus, but Jesus never said he would come a second time. Let's recall the words of the Gospel of John. And I will ask the Father, and he will give you another Comforter to abide with you forever, the Spirit of truth, whom the world cannot receive because it neither sees him nor knows him. You know him, for he abides with you and will be in you. But the Comforter, the Holy Spirit, whom the Father will send in my name, will teach you all things and remind you of all that I have said to you. As we can see, Jesus himself spoke of the Spirit of truth, who would remind people about true knowledge. For example, in Islam, the coming of Imam Mahdi is one of the small signs of the Judgment Day. Immediately after Imam Mahdi's coming, the great signs of the Judgment Day will begin to unfold one by one. The Mahdi is the one who has been praised and promised to appear before the coming of the Judgment Day. His coming will be from the side of the east. As the Prophet narrated, even if the entire duration of the world's existence has already been exhausted and only one day is left before doomsday, Allah will expand that day to such length of time as to accommodate the caliphate of a person from my Alula Bayt, who will be called by my name. He will fill out the earth with peace and justice, as it will have been full of injustice and tyranny. In Hinduism, Kalki is an avatar of Vishnu. He is described as the avatar who appears at the end of the Kali Yuga. He ends the darkest, degenerating, and chaotic stage of the Kali Yuga. It is also said that Lord Vishnu came to earth many times as a human being to restore the balance between good and evil. And according to legend, Kalki Avatar will be the last and final incarnation of Lord Vishnu. Maitreya is the only bodhisattva recognized by all branches of Buddhism, and his coming was foretold in the early Mahayana works. I quote, "In those days, the Almighty called Maitreya will appear on earth. He will be filled with wisdom and generosity, joy, knowledge of all things, and will be the ultimate counselor, teacher for gods and men. the all-glorious God, the Buddha as I am now. He will now and thoroughly explore face-to-face the whole universe with its worlds, its gods and evil spirits, and this world of hermits and Brahmins, rulers and nations, just as I now see and know it all. In Far Eastern Buddhism, he is one of the most popular bodhisattvas, and his arrival is associated with an era of prosperity and bliss. The coming of Maitreya gives a new teaching and is the exponent of the teachings of Buddha and Jesus. At the time on the crossroads is when one who's called the Comforter will make a responsible decision whether there is any point and prospect of this humanity or not anymore. Now let's have a look at the fragment from the video with participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov about coming of Imam Mahdi.
Also, Igor Mikhailovich, you've raised such a topic that it turns out, on the one hand, there are those people who are really awaiting Imam Mahdi, because he is the light for them.
But there are those who are afraid of him.
Yes, but there are those who are afraid of him, and so...
And those who are afraid are not those who, say, don't know about him, or don't want to communicate with him, but those who understand what Mahdi's advent is. They are afraid not of him, they are afraid of what it means.
The end of their power.
The end of everything, or the beginning of something new. However, understanding the human essence and knowing the power that Iblis has here, they are afraid of Mahdi's advent, for the end times are coming. And this is true. People has two paths. One path is leading to life, the other one is leading to death. And the advent of Caim means determination of the path that people will follow. After all, it's not he who actually determines, but people, and he accepts their choice. He brings the essence to them. If they accept it, it means they live. It means that there will be a millennial reign, say, with Allah, and not with Satan. Whereas if they choose Satan, this is their right. Then such a prophecy will be fulfilled.
One of Imam Mahdi's tasks is to help the alive. His function is precisely to bring people to the truth. He will bring God's love to everyone, and when we look deep inside of us, we will be able to see him with our inner eyes, feel his presence, and feel the love from the Holy Spirit. He's a friend for the righteous, and he's a judge for the unrighteous. He can act as an advocate for a person who has rejected Satan's dictatorship and really aspires for the spiritual world, who perceives through feelings, that is, seeing the purity in the person himself. He can help him because the one whom Jesus called the Comforter has an absolute right to take people from the world of the dead to the living world, but only those who deserve this, and to send those who are unworthy to the lower worlds. His essence is not in some concrete people, but in the understanding of humanity. This is the time when the judge separates the living from the dead, knowing the inner choice of each person and all humankind as a whole. Therefore, each person at this time has responsibility for oneself as well as for humanity as a whole, for in essence, we are all one big family. Now, let's have a look in more detail how this was present in various nations. Zuzana, can you please share what you were able to find out?
Áno, ďakujem za slovo. Sumeri boli dávna civilizácia, ktorá sa rozvíjala
The Sumerians were an ancient
čo je územie dnešného Iraku.
that developed in an area called Mesopotamia, in what is now Iraq.
Toto proroctvo je zaujímavé v tom, On the Sumerian, zišlo 7 veľkých bohov. V tej dobe ľudia konali skutky pod vládou draka Muchušu. Keď bohovia videli ich správanie, pohádali sa medzi sebou a nahnevali sa až tak, že vypustili do sveta démonov, chorôb a zagov. When
the gods saw their behavior, they fought between each other, and they were so angry that they released into the world the demons of disease, Azagu. And Ugu was the god of justice, purification, and truth, the judge of people, the protector of the solar deity, the sender of the prophecies. Utu rose silently in his splendor. All were permeated by a radiant light. The gods immediately reconciled, revived the glorious lands, and gave them the strength to defeat the dragons Mushkshush. So we are today at the crossroads where, with the help of the Holy Spirit, Imam Mahdi, Kalki Avatar, Rigdan Japo, or other figurative names, we choose how to behave at the crossroads of our time. Even in the mythology of the ancient Sumerian people, the famous lands are mentioned, the famous eons are mentioned as representatives of the Slavs, and on their territory there will be the figurative god Utu, the comforter, the god of justice, purification, and truth, as explained in the book Crossroads by Anastasia Novych. But not only the ancient Sumerians knew what was going to happen. Whichever period we turn to, the predictions of our time appear everywhere. Dilara will tell us about another people where the mentions of the Holy Spirit has been preserved. Thank you so much. Yes, I will tell about what ancient prophecies and myths had the Ainu people. This is the most ancient population of the Japanese islands with European features. Where more than 3,000 years ago, the Ainu came from the territories where modern Russia is now located. In their ancient prophecies, transmitted orally in the form of Yukar songs, it is often said that the gods will come to help people in critical times. When the god Ainu came, he taught people crafts, social order, fishing, hunting, and so on. It is said that before his arrival, Ainu people lived poorly and joylessly, and some even were cannibals because they couldn't otherwise get food. And let's draw a parallel. Ainu Noi is someone who comes at a turning point, brings knowledge, and so people are given a chance for liberation. They have the freedom of choice. Ainu, translated from Japanese, means a real person. And in their ancient prophecies that are being transmitted by songs, the knowledge, the cosmic knowledge is being conveyed. And it is said that good and bad gods fight between each other by the initiative of bad gods. And there is a myth that describes battles between good and bad gods. And in that myth, that said that a nameless evil god decided to swallow the sun. And I also recalled the myth similar to that, the legendary Odin, and who strikes the evil serpent with a spear in his mouth, and also the George the Victorious as well, striking the dragon. And we know that the George the Victorious is one of the hypotheses of the Mahdi, the Holy Spirit. And also Ainu have a couple of myths where there is a knowledge of, through which knowledge there is a transmission of the image of the bird. And there is a myth about the bird who has the ancestor, the god eagle, and it comes from the heavens during the Great Famine. And there is another myth that tells about the wagtail bird with a long tail, which is basically the comforter of believers, of the ones who love God, the ones who basically follow God. And these parallels we see in all over the world, in all parts of the planet. And let's hear another speaker's speech about that. Thank you.
Thank you, dear friends. I would like to draw your attention to the Mayan culture. Studying this civilization, we found interesting information, the so-called prophecies about the end times, about the arrival of Imam Mahdi or the Comforter. Each culture or religion calls him in their own way. We were interested in a collection of 9 handwritten books under the general title Chilam Balam, or in translation from the Yucatec language, the book of the prophet Jaguar. The very word Chilam or Chilan means messenger of gods, soothsayer, prophet through whose mouth God speaks, and the word Balam in the Mayan language is Jaguar, but it is also one of the common tribal names of the Yucatan Indians. In the book Prophecy about the Conquest by Chilam Balam, there are lines that tell us about the times of the crossroads and about the coming of Imam Mahdi, or as they call him, Hunam Ku. On the day 13 Anab, the 20th anniversary will end. This time will come for people Itza. This time will come to the suburbs, O fathers. Sign of the heavenly, one God, Wahum Che will appear. He will appear to the living. The world will be lit up, O fathers. And also the other words. Honor it. Be faithful to the Lord who has now received power, who received power after the creation of the world. Now he will appear to the whole world. This is the sign of the heavenly Hunapku. He should be honored, O people Itza. Now honor the heavenly sign. Honor it with real ministry. O Father, honor the true God now. O Fathers, understand the words of Hunapku. He came from heaven to enlighten you. Revive your hearts, O people of Itza. Dawn will come to those who open their hearts during the next 20 years, O Fathers. It was... And in conclusion, I would like to quote one more phrase, now from the book of Popol Vuh. This is an epic work of the Quichua people, which is one of the few ancient surviving literary works of the people of ancient America. The light of dawn fell on all the tribes at the same time. Immediately, the surface of the earth was dried by the sun. The sun was like a man when it appeared, and its face glowed as it dried the surface of the earth. Before the sun rose, the surface of the earth was wet and muddy, because the sun had not yet risen. But then the sun rose for the first time and was like a human being. As we can see, the Mayan culture in its legend also preserves information about the times of the crossroads, and that Imam Mahdi will come to humanity in these times. Thank you for attention. Now let's hear about the Geser Khan among Asian peoples.
Приветствую всех. Героический эпос о Гесер Хане знаком многим народам, проживающим в Центральной и Восточной Азии. Он известен и в тибетском...
About Geser Khan, lots of people have heard. It is known in the Tibetan Autonomous Region in Mongolia, and is widespread among the Buryats, Kalmyks, Lemurs, and Tuvans. The legend about Geser Khan also exists among the Himalayan people. We're talking about Geser Khan, by Gesaru, and the heroic epic Gesar is the main source of information about this mysterious person. The epic Gesar is also a unique heritage of the spiritual culture of the Buryat people. To this day, other people of Central Asia still consider it to be their own. They also call it the Iliad of Central Asia. Gesar, to some extent, it is a symbol of the commonality of the Central Asian peoples. The main plot of Gesar epic, preserved in its various versions, is built around the descendant of Gesar, the son of the celestial, into the world of people, in order to fight evil in times of trouble, exalt the common people, and fight the arbitrariness of those in power. Gesar was sent down to the human world in order to cleanse the earth from demons, then congested it. He civilizes the world around him. Here it is necessary to mention that in some episodes of the epic work of Gesar taught people crafts and blacksmithing skills. The plot of the tales of the Altanians and Kyrgyz is based on the heroic story of the king of people, the Khan of a clan, chosen by the gods to save the people. For the Kyrgyz people, this is the hero Manas. For the Buryats, Khan Gesar. For the Bashkirts, Ural Batyr. The people of Mongolia and Tibet believed that Gesar Khan is a real person, and East is waiting for his arrival and the liberation of the people from evil and injustice. Gesar is the eldest son of the supreme god Tengri. Another name is Hormuz Tengri, Hormuzd, or as he was also called, the endless eternal sky. Gesar, the Buryats, had a second heavenly name, Bukhar Bator, which means heavenly hero, is sent to this world when there is no way out, when humanity is on the wrong path of development, when it is necessary to restore order in the world. They also speak of him as a celestial who descended to earth turning into man in order to perform a feat of good. People who understood the meaning of all this saw the signs of its appearance. It was believed that his new incarnation would take place in northern Shambhala, and Gesar will come with an invincible army to establish justice. The writer, scientist, traveler and Orientalist Yuri Nikolaevich Rerich, during his expedition to Central Asia, made a huge contribution to the study of the legends about Gesar Khan, and argued that in search to unite people, we should not, and in attempts to build new bridges, we should not forget the lessons of the past, but on the contrary, it is necessary to carefully preserve the remains of the former unity, and wherever possible, rekindle the sacred fire of cultural unity, cultural exchange, which once brought good fruits to mankind, and which is so lacking in our modern world. And now I would like to give the floor to the next speaker, to the Mikhail. Thank you.
Vielen Dank, liebe Freunde. Das Bild des Helden, des Drachenkämpfers, hat sich nicht nur in Gesar Khan erhalten, sondern auch...
Thank you so much, dear friends. And the image of the hero dragon fighter, snake fighter, was preserved in the ancient epic Ural Batyr of the Bashkir people. For many years, it was passed down to new generations in oral form by Sasan folk storytellers. In 1910, the epic was first recorded by the Bashkir poet Sasan Burangulov Abdurrahman. Throughout the whole epic, Ural Batyr is a symbol of courage and kindness, and acts as a defender of all people from the forces of evil, who is able to stand in the way of all demons, because a true warrior, a warrior of the spirit, does not fight with his own kind, but with the evil spirits that lead humanity to death. In the epic, he has a companion, the goddess Umay, a symbol of feminine principle among the Turkic-speaking peoples, who gives him a horse, Akbazar, for his heroic deeds. A horse is a symbol of strength and serves only brave heroes with a pure heart. And it was Ural Batyr who was able to harness this horse. Akbazar is assistant of Urals in the battles with evil spirits. And in the end, I would like to read a part of this epic. In difficulties and adversities, he will become your companion. In heaven, born and raised here who had no offspring on Earth. And I pass the floor to Marina from England.
Hi everyone. Thanks for giving me this great opportunity to participate here today. And I would like to tell you about King Arthur, one of the British most famous kings, and his mysterious return. Legend flourished among the Celtic, Welsh, Cornish and Bretons that Arthur will come to restore the Golden Age one day. Our research about King Arthur led us to the historical background of King Arthur is gleaned from various sources, including the Annales Cambriae, the Historia Brittonum, and the writings of Gildas the Wise, a 6th century British monk. Arthur is also well mentioned by Geoffrey of Monmouth, British cleric, anthropologist, and one of the major figures in the development of British historiography. He had suggested a possible second coming of the king. Cornish, Welsh and Scottish folklore insist that King Arthur resides upon an enchanted isle awaiting the appointed time of his return. The return of King Arthur is imminent, written 1,000 years before Nostradamus. The 6th century book of Merlin's prophecies also predicts that King Arthur will return just before the apocalyptic events occur throughout the world. Since then, through to modern times, writers have proclaimed that the return of King Arthur will occur when the world is in its darkest hour. Awakened to a land that has been ravished by insatiable greed, Arthur is expected to begin purification. According to Scottish beliefs, it is said that at the sounding of great horn, King Arthur shall appear over the Eildon's hills. It will be from here that a giant Arthur will one day commence his avenging ride. The mythology of the mounted king who defeats the power of darkness is immensely old and widespread, not only in the UK. Its imaginary has permeated the Persians, the Assyrians and the ancient Greeks. The concept of the questioned avenger also comes central to some John's vision of the biblical apocalypse. There are so many facts about King Arthur's life in the literature as well. Chrétien de Troyes, one of the most famous French poets of the 12th century, composed the life of King Arthur and his household. Those lives coincide with the historical facts about the Templars. What is most remarkable is that Chrétien de Troyes is well known as the commentary narrator of certain historical events. According to Perceval, the story of the Grail, where King Arthur is the main character, appears as personification of such qualities of chivalry, ultimate arbiter of morality, honor, brave, noble, wise, and absolutely fair-minded. So, dear friends, we can conclude that in our present-day world, the legend of King Arthur is not just a legend. Thank you.
Спасибо, Марина. Очень интересно.
Thank you. It's been very interesting to hear you. And, you know, interesting information is found in the Dogon tribes. So the Dogon are a small tribe living in a closed ecosystem in Mali. And Robert Temple, he devoted an entire book to the Dogon, writes that his research proved that the information possessed by the tribe is of very ancient origin. It is more than 5,000 years old, and it was available to the ancient Egyptians in the pre-dynastic period. The knowledge is from a single source, as we can see, and they returned the cosmogonic knowledge, the Dogon, that had been passed down to them by the god they called the Pale Fox. And they verbally transmit information from generation to generation, and they said that the gods periodically visit the earth, and the last time Nomo, that was the name of the one god who lived in heaven, so he came down from heaven, and it was accompanied by rumbling and roaring. And in the prophecies it is said that Nomo will definitely return on his red ox sheep, which had many departments with various knowledge for the development of civilization. So number 60 is mentioned, and the full knowledge of them will be revealed to people when they are ready for it. But the Dogons, they were handed down like 22 kind of parts of this knowledge, okay? And all these myths were transmitted in the ritual language of Sikiso, which was spoken by the pale fox himself, that god, and this language still unites the Dogon tribes. So as we can see, since ancient times, there has been lots of information about cyclicity of descending from heaven and the transfer of knowledge by some higher spiritual being who comes in difficult times. And now we're talking about our days. So let us move from the African continent to the island of South Korea. And there are of course many prophecies, but with one of the most detailed among the prophecies of the Korean peninsula is the so-called Kogam Urok prophecy. So it was written about 450 years ago, and the preface says that it was handed down by a certain saint. And in this book, the focus on the topic of the end days. It has recommendations what should be the way of life of people, what is the choice of humanity, and speaks of King Chanjaran, a holy man who will come. And quoting, "He will appear to the world, a holy man, so look at all creation with an open mind. And he will come as a true saint, following great moral principles, and will unite Confucianism, Buddhism, Christianity, and all other religions. Believe that all that time the firstborn Son of God, who is in heaven, will come." And also, it is said there that a country whose inhabitants do not believe in God and betray Him will be destroyed forever. Also, it is said that, some kind of a savior will come, right? A wise man sent by God, for this was predestined in heaven several thousand years ago. And when the time comes, the whole world will fall into chaos, and the flying fire will fall to the ground. And to understand the meaning of the white cross symbol as the path to follow, it is necessary to decipher the hidden meaning of some hieroglyphs in this book. So the book mentions two bows. The hieroglyph kun, meaning bow, in the double image is an encrypted designation of a cross. But not an ordinary cross, but a white cross. So when we write these two hieroglyphs, we have just these two bows, with a space, and in the book it's said that this is this sign of the heaven and earth. And from the book, quoting, "Know that the white cross is the truth of heaven and earth. People who do not take their eyes off the paper, money staring them, will not notice the white cross. On the day of God's judgment, many nations will be delivered from their sorrows. Virtuous people will remain alive, and the devil, those who deny God, will be struck by fire. And one day a voice will be heard, like the voice of a madman or drunken man calling out to his mother. When that time comes, look neither to the right nor to the left, but give straight ahead to the white cross." Quoting, "It is also said that at that time in the new country the greatest heavenly fortune will descend on women. Believe in God, says the holy man who came down from heaven. He who has sins against heaven has no place to ask for forgiveness. And then there will be no place in the world where you will not have access. The devil always blows smoke to obscure a good deed, so that even his associates will be traitors." And also, it is said in this book of prophecies well, again, the devil always blows smoke to obscure a good deed, or so that even his associates or helpers will betray us. And those who rule over others and do not know how to bow in submission will perish, will die. But the submissive people and the humble ones, they will have a chance to live. So it is said that the holy man who appears in the east, it is the Father, and bow down before him without any question. So there is no doubt that it is the Son of God who will build the new millennial kingdom on an island in the Eastern Sea. He will bring peace to the whole earth, overcome death, and create a new world where there is no sorrow. And I would also like to quote from another prophecy. It is called Chengamnok manuscript, Korean, the Korean Chengamnok manuscript, and it is believed to be the authentic one today. Especially the importance of the manuscript lies in the fact that it confirms the existence of the book of the Kyogam Yurok. So, quoting, "The holy man will be in the world. He will match men and women, the champions of goodness, and the couples chosen by him will bow down before God in prayer, and precious children will be born to them. So the whole world will unite, and this will happen for the first time since the creation of heaven and earth. Remember that the Savior is the great King of the victorious cross. He is the true King of kings. And if people can't find a holy man to serve them, they can't escape death. Shut your mouth, people of the world, don't talk incessantly. He will come to the land of the peninsula, which is located on the edge of the mainland near the Eastern Sea, and collect the harvest of human lives. He will check the harvest and separate the grains from the chaff. He will blow the worthless chaff to the wind and leave only good people. He came to earth from heaven to prepare people for the end days and to save them. Nations accept his word as an order from God." Ending the quote. And now I'll give the floor to the next speaker.
Thank you very much. We will add one more prophecy from Native American people. Let's welcome our special guest, Lakota Chief, film producer, writer, and motivational speaker, Phil Lane Jr. Phil, thank you very much for being here with us. And please, could you share your knowledge?
Mitakiepi, my very, very beloved members of our human family. I'd like to extend to each one of you a warm and loving handshake and embrace as we enter this new time, this great time of the transformation of our entire human family. As a Dakota way, before I speak about so sacred prophecies, I want to say a brief prayer. O Tankashla Wakantaga, Creator of the universe, most beloved one, all-powerful one, most kind, whatever forgiving one, O Ancient of Days, O most blessed beauty, ever-abiding one, we call upon your holy power at this time, and all our relatives who are closer than a closest vein, to come to us here and bless the creative society, uplift our hearts and souls, and bring us to your sacred truth. And we call upon all those tribes and nations, the east, from where comes the red sunrise, in the south, from where comes new life, in the west, from where comes thunder, lightning, and rain, to the north, from where comes the white snow, to come together in unity and harmony. And Father Sky, we honor, and Mother Earth, most of all, we honor our mothers this day, who brought us forth through the wombs into this sacred life. And for that, we give them thanksgiving, for nothing else, just that, for this sacred life. Otun Kashila Wakantaga, my beloved relatives of the human family, our sacred brothers, the Hopi, foretold this very day. They said more than 500 years ago, beware, because there will come a day when others will come from the east, and many of them will have forgotten the sacred way of love and compassion and respect and honor of our human family and the oneness of all life. And when that day comes, people will build trails across this land and travel across those trails in bugs. And when that day comes, people will build trails across the land, across the heavens, and travel across those trails in the sky in birds. And when that day comes, people reach into the earth and find a power that was not used in a good way, will be like dropping a gourd of ashes on the earth, and nothing that it touches will grow for many seasons. And when that day comes, the earth shall be shaken 3 times before entering the 4th world. And they foretell the shaking of the first time the world is shaken in World War I. They say the second time the earth will be shaken, the 2 powers will shake the earth. One will have the sign of the rising sun coming from the west. Rising sun coming from the west. The other will have the sign opposite that of life. We also share the swastika. It is turned in the opposite direction of the Nazi swastika. Now, our prophecies do not judge any side of this, because all of us as members of the human family, until we wake up to the reality of the prior unity and oneness of our human family, and the herd of one is a herd of all. Neither side is seen with favor by our Creator. For war must cease upon this Mother Earth, which it will, we know, by 2030. What's going to happen between now and 2030 for this to occur, we don't know. But it will happen. Peace on earth beginning. It'll be a peace where the nation states of Mother Earth are compelled to come together and make sure that no more war occurs. What's going to happen, we're not sure. In these prophecies, they talk about the good white brother coming from the east. This is also shared, by the way, by our own sacred teachers across the Americas. Why would our Creator only send the truth to one people at one time in history? As well, we have our sacred teachers, the white buffalo calf woman, the peacemaker, Viracocha, Quetzalcoatl, Mako Kapak, and more, who brought our sacred spiritual teachings, which are one, whether it be Abraham, Moses, Zoroaster, our Lord Jesus Christ, Lord Muhammad, Baha'u'llah, whoever it might be. They come and renew the spiritual sacred teachings, which are the core of all things in this universe. And he also brings the social teachings that are needed for that day and time. This prophecy of the white brother also told us this, that in the prophecy of the union of the condor and the eagle, which I'll talk later, it was told, as a Hopi said, they will come from the east. Some will have forgotten their way, but some will come with love. It is inevitable, my beloved members of the human family, the earth is round. It was inevitable this gathering, this meeting here in the Americas would happen. And yes, some relatives have come here, as you know, and we're just uncovering our children who are buried in residential schools, where they took away our children to try to destroy our spirits. This was done by churchianity, not Christianity, churchianity. For Lord Jesus Christ would never do such a thing as this. And mitaki epi, I want to say in conclusion that Lord Jesus Christ said, I will come as a thief in the night. And we know already that that which we're waiting for has come. In the words of Leo Tolstoy, written in 1908, said this, we spend our lives trying to unlock the mystery of the universe. But there was a Turkish prisoner, the Ancient of Days, in Akka, Palestine, who had the key. The Ancient of Days teachings now present us with the highest and purest form of religious teaching. Very profound. I know of no other so profound. So Bitaki Epi, my beloved relatives, it's a great joy to be here. Your 8 principles about humanity I fully support and agree. Thank you for bringing this discussion, so key to our human family, to us in so many beautiful languages. And thank you, beloved Barbara, and all the others that I've met, and my beloved brother, Gerald Auger, one of our great spiritual leaders from the Americas, for inviting me to this wonderful gathering. Halibichante washtelo, Shunkmado hemeado, Chidabatsapa hemeado, Halibichante washte. In our Dakota traditions, when we finish speaking, we say our names. We say, my name is Shunkmano, a leader of warriors who takes the enemy's best horses. My name is Chinupasapa, a sacred black pipe born of thunder, lightning, and rain, and I stand responsible fully before the Creator for my words and my actions.
Thank you very much, Phil. As we can see, there are so many cultures all around the world who are telling us pretty much the same thing. Up to us now is to understand the meaning of this information. We tend to believe the end times mean the ultimate end. It turns out this is only half of the truth. There are 2 paths, and we are making a global choice together, which path we will go after the crossroads ends in December 2024. And there is one key aspect of physics we can use to our advantage, and that is synchronization. Let us hear more about this from Vladimir and Rinat. The floor is yours.
It is not a secret that when people unite, it is much easier to achieve their goals than when they act alone. The attention of a certain number of people invested in a common goal leads to the formation of a so-called common information field, or egregor. The entity egregor, which comes from the French word agréger, connection, unity, and it is an energy informational structure that exists in the invisible world. People form a common field based on similar ideas, goals, aspirations, and desires. Good examples are fans at a soccer game, the theater goers, the owners of a certain brand of car.
Да, действительно, феномен образования коллективных энергоинформационных полей интересовал многих ученых.
The phenomena of the formation of the energy information fields interested many scientists. They were interested how these structures controls the behavior of people, and since the end of the 20th century there is an experimental evidence for the existence of information fields. Let's look at one of these experiments set by the British writer, biochemist, physiologist Alfred Rufford Sheldrake, who put forward revolutionary theory of the existence of a single information field. The journal New Scientist and Brain Mind Bulletin independently sponsored these experiments, which were supposed to confirm or refute Sheldrake theory. In an experiment conducted by New Scientist magazine, people in different parts of the world were asked to find the faces hidden in an abstract painting in 1 minute. The result of the experiments were recorded. Then these faces were revealed in a BBC TV show, which is usually watched by up to 1 million viewers immediately. After this broadcast, the experiment was repeated, but in countries where the BBC is not broadcast, and therefore people did not see these pictures and didn't know the correct answers. This time, a significantly higher percentage of subjects found hidden faces in 1 minute than the previous experiment. According to Dr. Sheldrake's assessment, which the New Scientists agreed with, the probability of accidentally getting such a result is 1%. It seems that some unknown telegraph a global alert system almost instantly spread information about the contents of the rebels to tens of thousands of kilometers, as if someone put this knowledge into people's head, overcoming even language barriers. There is interesting information about this single artificial energy information field in the book ALLATRA. Here it is important to understand how significant is the role played in the life of humanity by an artificial information field which is created by people themselves, while conductors of either the will of the animal mind or conductors of the will of the spiritual world. Within the limits of the material world there are only two diametrically opposed vectors of information, from the will of the animal mind and from the will of the spiritual world, each of which forms its own information field and accordingly its critical mass. The latter, as a phenomena, is subject to the laws of the physicist of the material world only on a global scale, and implies this mass which is necessary to start a self-sustaining chain reaction in the human society with employment of an enormous amount of energy. Thus, when there is an obvious preponderance in the global domination of programs of one of the two information fields, from the will of the animal mind or from the will of the spiritual world, thanks to the human communication mass, the minute will go over. Let's look at this question from the point of view of physics. Energy is necessary for the existence of any object, and the information field doesn't have its own energy source, so it cannot exist without real participants. Today, quantum physics considers a person as an energy informational being whose consciousness is connected to the unified field, which we have just discussed. The key role of human attention, what consciousness is and how it is used to interact between people, is discussed in the works of Amit Goswami, an internationally renowned scientist and author of many books on quantum physics. The topic was raised at the conference on May 22nd, 2021, Life After Death Fictions and Facts conference, where Amit Goswami was the speaker. I would like to note that according to ancient primordial knowledge, the power of attention is a huge, vital force in which the creative power of Allah is concentrated. It is thanks to the power of attention that a human as a person makes a free choice. Where he puts his attention, inner potential, that becomes his reality. And this has already been proven in quantum physics. It turns out that a person's attention is a source of a nutrition for the information field, and despite the fact that modern marketers may not know physics, they actively use this fact. They fight for the attention of as large an audience as possible, as this allows them to actively promote the advertising of a product or service. However, no advertising will be successful in the person if the person doesn't invest their attention into it. The speakers today have already raised the topic of global challenges related to the climate, the spiritual and moral degradation of society, and human mental health. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, it is clear that money, fashion, and other tempting offers from the consumer system, where to invest their attention, lead humanity away from the cardinal solution of the question of survival and future fate. Now, on the platform of the international ALLATRA movement, a global project is being implemented for all mankind, building a creative society, investing the attention of a certain number of people in a single goal. In this case, building a creative society creates an artificial information field that relays information, this idea, to the global information field of our planet, which we all people are connected. Thus, we create conditions for informing all the people of the earth about such a great opportunity. Millions of people are already active, united by this goal, and the result is already evident. Free global conferences have been held. More and more people are connecting with each conference. And the more participants investing, uniting, and synchronizing their attention, the faster and better the result will be. If we want to live well, if we want to live with dignity, then this is what we must invent our attention. That is our time and our strength, our power, to build a future for us, our children and descendants. Thank you very much. And now let's listen to such phenomena as synchronization. Mark, the floor goes to you.
Thank you, Rinat. Thank you. And indeed, it is the truth that already millions of people are coordinating their efforts by directing their attention to a common idea. This phenomenon of mutual coordination, otherwise known as synchronization, of which we've already heard several times during our conference today, is actually very widespread in nature, and not only in the world of humans. Looking at the spectacle of fireflies synchronously blinking in mangrove forests, or swarm of fish escaping from a predator. Next picture, please. Thank you. Or flock of birds synchronously changing their flight of direction. Yes, thank you. We see a lot of examples in the world of animals, but even within the inanimate micro and micro world. Before we outline the essence of this phenomenon in more detail, let's watch a video together.
Synchronization is simultaneous or non-consistent flow of two or more processes. Among the many non-linear effects in nature, synchronization is the phenomenon which is most often observed in many different systems. The most interesting and still not completely unraveled by its nature is the Huygens frequency self-synchronization. Objects of the most diverse nature develop a single rhythm of joint movement despite differences in their individual rhythms and sometimes very weak mutual connections. In the 17th century, Christian Huygens was the first to discover the synchronization effect. He noticed that a few pendulum clocks hanging on a common beam or support over time pass into a state of the phase synchronization, i.e. oscillation of their pendulum starts to coincide. Huygens not only gave an accurate description of phenomena but also gave an explanation that the consistency of rhythms of the two clocks was caused by the imperceptible movements of the beam. The higher the freedom degree of the beam, the greater the strength of connection between the pendulums and the faster they synchronize. Mathematical analysis of the behavior of large number of pendulums connected by a common support shows that most easily synchronization occurs in the event when a separate pendulum is influenced by the formed rhythm of neighboring pendulums.
Yes, as we've just seen in the video, while the great Dutch scientist of the 17th century, Christian Huygens, was trying to solve the problem of sailors with navigation according to longitude and latitude by providing a reliable and accurate reference time using two pendulum clocks, he discovered the phenomenon which he called the sympathy of the two clocks. In the next centuries, a number of scientists have continued studying the nature of this phenomenon, from the renowned British clockmaker John Ellicott, astronomer William Ellis, Dutch mathematician Diederik Korteweg, up to Soviet physicist Ilya Blackman. In recent history, a team of researchers at the University of Alaska Anchorage experimented with metronomes and came to an interesting conclusions. Video, please. They confirmed Huygens' correct understanding of the underlying mechanism. The synchronization is caused by the clocks, respectively metronomes, transmitting energy to each other via the connecting platform in the form of mechanical vibrations. A light connecting platform, and here we can see a piece of styrofoam, makes the onset of complete synchronization faster, since the force of the coupling is relatively large. In addition, it appeared that when there are many metronomes on the platform, they enter into resonance faster than when there are only two of them. Drawing a parallel with us humans, it turns out that if we focus our attention into one simple common idea as the uniting platform, other people start joining as synchronicity as they feel the positive vibes. The more people join, the faster this idea turns into reality, even for those ones who at first glance seems to be dissonant, as we can see in the lower right corner. Yeah, and here we go. This perfect synchronicity may evoke march of soldiers. It can generate vibrations strong enough for example, a bridge to collapse when marching through it. And this actually aligns with the findings of Tsiolkovsky, who studied people's psychic powers, and he was concluding when two people synchronize, their power increases 7 times. If we add only one more person, their power will be 7 to the power of 2. On this note, actually, one such curious case happened during the opening of the Millennium Bridge in London. Video, please. Yeah. As a large number of people were crossing it, it got wobbly. The problem in this case, however, was not the people walking in sync, causing the bridge to sway. It was the swaying bridge that made people walk in sync. And as later proven, ironically, it was the subconscious synchronous marching of people from side to side that prevented a possible disaster. In history, there are many examples of how synchronization of people prevented catastrophes from happening. If we take, for example, saints who have been able to influence the weather on a certain territory, when they settled somewhere, people took care of them and did everything possible for them to stay there, which, for example, resulted in seismic activity being mitigated, cataclysms bypassing the region, etc. The matter of fact is that it was not because of the power of these saints that this happened, but because of the faith in these men that brought together the people living in this area. They were putting the power of their attention into making sure that everything was going to be all right. And the saint was just the one who connected and synchronized the attention of the powers of the other people, who actually didn't even realize to be using this instrument. In the world of humans, it gets even further. Unlike animals or inanimate objects, humans, thanks to the freedom of choice, can synchronize intentionally. Video, please. Yeah, here we can see how people synchronize in an upload. Spot if you can see the moment. Yeah. And why is conscious synchronization important? The graduating crises, as were described here, and our humanity is in fact facing today, like social, climate, etc., are global in nature. And a global system can only be influenced by global unification of people. Today, there are a multitude of different approaches and initiatives to tackle what is coming up. If every person on the London Bridge, for example, started to push their own view of how to deal with the situation, or in the other case, when people would doubt about the capabilities of the saint, it is questionable how these situations would end. No matter how hard individuals try in today's situation, nothing will succeed. This is true for all. And it is the common synchronized effort of people that literally moves mountains and can mitigate global catastrophe. It is only up to us whether we can make use of this phenomenon of conscious synchronization, as long as there is such a possibility. But I'm definitely convinced that today we can change the vector of our future. Thank you very much, and giving back the word to Roman.
Yes, Marek, thank you very much. Synchronization truly is something we can use to our advantage to reach the common goal. And what other goal at the end times we as humanity should have as to work towards unity, towards life? Because only united we can overcome anything lying in front of us. As mentioned before, the period of crossroads ends on 21st of December 2024. After this date, there is no turning back. The global choice will be closed, and the judgment day will come, Afterwards, there is only one way. But now we still have a choice, and it is good to know what we are actually choosing from. On one hand, it is the apocalypse. On the other hand, the golden age. We will talk about both of them, but first, let us discuss the signs of Judgment Day. Maria, please, floor is yours.
Hezký den, děkuji za slovo. Za jeden ze základů víry v náboženstvích je považován poslední.
Right. One of the foundations of faith in religions is the last judgment at which all humankind will appear before the Almighty. The doctrine of the last judgment occupies an important place in religions. This is the last judgment performed on people in order to identify the righteous and sinners and determine the reward for the first and the punishment for the last ones. However, there are questions about the description of the day of judgment itself in religious sources. In the first epistle to the Corinthians, Paul writes, "I tell you a secret, we will not all die, but we will all be changed suddenly, in the twinkling of an eye, at the last trumpet, for the trumpet will sound, and the dead will rise incorruptible, and we will be changed. For this corruptible must be on incorruption, and this mortal must put on immortality." This Paul's record speaks of the resurrection of the dead in bodies on earth and of infinite life in the bodies of all people. However, in the same Bible, there is a confirmation that a person is the abode of the Holy Spirit. This is stated in the first epistle to the Corinthians. "Do you not know that your bodies are the temple of the Holy Spirit, who lives in you, whom you have from God, and you are not your own?" It is also said about the opposite of the spirit and the flesh by nature. In the epistle to the Galatians, there are these lines: "The flesh desires what is contrary to the spirit, and the spirit desires what is contrary to the flesh. They oppose each other. So what does light have in common with darkness?" People are created in the image and likeness of the Almighty, and are endowed by God with a soul and spirit, which are the true nature of a person, and are placed in the human body as in a vessel. The body is the dust of the earth, and this is also stated in the Bible. It is impossible for a person to come to God in the body, just as eternal life is inaccessible to the body, since matter is perishable and mortal, and the true spirit is eternal, since it has a divine nature. The Bible also records the words of Jesus, which radically changed the general accepted idea of the last judgment. "Verily, verily I say unto you, he that heareth my word, and believeth on him that sent me, hath everlasting life, and cometh not to judgment, but hath passed from death into life. I am the resurrection and the life. The one who believes in me will live, even though they die, and whoever lives by believing in me will never die." Jesus speaks of a spiritual resurrection, that people who are asleep, dead, who are callous so-called to the truth, to the love of God, they are already dead even in life. And it is through Jesus that people find life, through love. As the Gospel of John says, "God is love, and he who abides in love abides in God, and God in him." And the last judgment is the judgment of the living over the living, which people themselves create over themselves. And in Islam, everyone knows the words of the Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings of the Almighty be upon him. Indeed, the believers, Jews, Christians, and Sabians, whoever truly believes in Allah and the last day and does good will have their reward with their Lord, and there will be no fear for them, nor will they grieve. So all the prophets spoke the same truth, and the essence of these messages was that all people should love each other, live honestly and righteously, and the last judgment is the judgment of the living over the living, which people themselves create over themselves in the era of global cataclysms and changes on earth. This time is usually called the end times of the apocalypse. What changes await us in the future depends on our choice.
Apokalypse nám poví další řečník. Předávám slovo Pavlovi.
And about apocalypse, we will hear from the next speaker.
Good afternoon, friends. Big thanks for all the information, and it is very interesting and very important, and which was collected and presented. And okay, from the doomsday theme we move on to the apocalypse theme. Now there is no longer any doubt that our planet goes through a certain cycle, which is accompanied by global cataclysms of a planetary scale. Such cycles have a period of 12,000 years. This fact has indisputable evidence, thanks to the analysis, of course, in permafrost. Scientists only confirm what the prophets of all religions said about global cataclysms that will come in the last times. In the Bible, in the Gospel of John, a prophecy is recorded that portends lightning, thunder and voices, a great earthquakes which has not happened since people were on earth. There are records in religious sources that are limited only to a description of the apocalypse itself and the signs that will happen before it. In many religions it is written that people will die of fear and expectation of disaster. But in the same religions there is information that speaks about the influence of people on their own destiny. In the Holy Quran, there is a mention of what will happen to people in the last days. On that day, they will blow into the horn, and those in heaven and on earth will be frightened. Expect those whom Allah wished to single out. All will appear humble before Him, and you will see that the mountains, which you thought were motionless, will begin to move like clouds. And Bible, Gospel of Mark. And if the Lord hadn't shortened those days, no flesh would have been saved, but for the sake of the elect whom He chose, He shortened those days. Who are these chosen ones about whom the prophets speak, and what determines the fate of a person in the recent times? In Zoroastrianism, these so-called last times is described, and the fact that his fate depends on the choice of a person. And the result of the choice is indicated in Avesta, the main book of Zoroastrianism. But having become eternal, those who behaved worthy of best glory will gather in the beautiful abode of the good spirit of Master and righteousness, so that wise will dwell where wisdom dwells. It was also written in Buddha Hishna, the power of our master creations will be achieved in the final incarnation and will become unlimited forever and forever. And currently the war is taking place in the minds of the people. This is the battle between good and evil, and depending on what we choose every day, on that side we are. Armageddon is not a place of battle, but a constant choice of goodness, peace and mutual understanding, an increase in happiness and love, and only changes within each person will allow all people to unite. Human choice is real force that can influence the future development of an entire civilization. What if all of humanity can become the chosen ones? Think about it. The whole planet will become the blooming garden that the prophets dreamed of. This path is one of the realities that people have. And the choice of humanity is a set of personal choices of every person. And the more people make creative choice towards the creative society, the more chances each of us has to survive the last days and see the beginning of a new cycle. Thank you for your interest for the topics raised in this kaleidoscope of facts. Next speaker, Andrei from Slovakia, will continue this topic.
Thank you so much, Pavel. Before we delve into the topic of the Great Global Flood on Earth, I would like to mention the planets that have also undergone destructive processes. and one of them is Mars. It is a long-studied planet in which, thanks to the research, the existence of humanity has been confirmed. This planet disappeared for some reason. And now the planet that has been explored is Phaeton. But it is no longer in solar system, so we can judge that there must have been a really destructive force here, which not only wiped out all of humanity from the face of the planet, but the planet itself did not preserve in full. The reasons of the disappearance of these planets are known, but people's choices seem to have an impact on how the future of civilization will develop. These topics are covered in more detail in the Kaleidoscope of Facts, Part 3, Paleocontact, and also they have been talked about in the videos with participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov.
I'll say more. Did Mars survive?
No.
So why should this planet survive? If the planet that was in more favorable conditions and was richer and better didn't survive? Well, no one has any doubts now that there was water, that there was life, that there was a civilization on that planet. There's too much evidence of that. Well, where is Mars? After all, there wasn't just one planet in this solar system. I'm not talking about Phaeton, okay? But planet Earth. It exists. Its history is much longer. The mass of artifacts proves this. Nowadays, any curious person can find a lot of evidence. Let's say that it is not 100,000 years since we appeared, but there were people millions of years ago. There was humanity and there were civilizations no less developed than now. There are too many artifacts that cannot be erased, and there's a lot of evidence.
Prejdeme teda na tému celosvetovej potopy.
So let's get down to the topic of the global flood. Various legends and myths describe the catastrophic consequences of the flood. The most famous of these is the story of Noah and his ark. Various paintings and icons, such as Michelangelo's The Flood, have also been based on stories, legends and myths about the flood.
Potopa podľa Johna Martina, rok 1834.
So here is John Martin's Flood, 1834, Ark of the Covenant, fresco of the Church of Saint Sylvain, France, 1100, Fresca Castolia, Anonymous, The Flood, Noah releases the raven and the dove from the Ark, illustration from the Bible. Confirmation of when the death of civilization was due to the choice of people or one person can also be found in various religions and historical sources. The Avesta, the main book of Zoroastrianism, speaks of the king, the great Yima. According to the Avesta, Yima personally communicated to Ahura Mazda, the Holy Spirit, and Yima was asked to choose the faith of Mazdaism and become a true follower of Mazdaism. However, Yima refused this opportunity and became the ruler of the people. The result of Yima's rule was a global climate collapse, as a result of which almost all the inhabitants of the planet died. Ahura Mazda was supposed to help in saving the remaining people, despite the fact that before the catastrophe he provided Yima Hvarno, the grail and all the possibilities for saving humanity.
Toto je príklad toho,
This is an example of how a wrong decision of one person due to his pride led to the death of an entire civilization.
Analogiu s touto legendou si
And analogy to this legend can be seen in the legend of Atlantis, which also says that as a result of a period of decline of society, when selfishness and vicious morals reigned, the gods sent down strong earthquakes and a flood on the Atlanteans. The island of Atlantis sank underwater in a day. in one day and one night. Also, Bereki's treatise begins with the fact that Atlantis was destroyed for all the evil that was committed. Even more interesting information can be found in the second part of Kaleidoscope of Facts, the Atlantis. All these myths and biblical legends confirm the fact of the flood. The point is not only in the cyclical nature of global catastrophes, but also in human decisions. And it is these human decisions that affect the fate of humanity. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrea. These are bits and pieces of information that we are putting together today to better understand what we are facing. We have a chance to learn from history and not to repeat the same mistakes again. And now we would like to pass the floor for the third time to our dear guest, Gerald. Please, could you share with us the insight for this time of purification, as you like to call it? Oh, sorry, you are muted yet.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, good.
So I want to thank the Creator yet again, one more time, as I share the knowledge of my four directional elders and ancestors. It is said that the Creator loved us enough to grant us free will. We are free to make choices, but we're not free from the consequences. If you do good things will come. If you do bad things will come. This is why natural law was created, for that reason alone. There are those of us who follow the four-directional way of our ancestors. And it was through much sacrifice and commitment on our part that we were allowed to start sharing the four sacred laws that the Creator gave us as a human being. As a human family, Creator's law, natural law, and the laws of nature, and spiritual law. These laws were created to govern our words and actions as human beings, so that we may learn to live and respect all of Creator's creation, including our fellow human being, and to live in balance and harmony. There are those of us who believe that we are in between the third world and the fifth world and are currently living in the fourth world. The third world is the old world of ego, greed, selfishness, and the need for material things. The fourth world that we are currently living is where the Great Awakening has been set in motion. This is where the old world will collapse so the new world can emerge. Before the fifth world emerges, the Creator will see how we as human beings are honoring the gift of free will we were blessed with. That is why it is said that if you're not spiritually connected at this time, chances are you will not make it to the fourth world. The fifth world is where it will be the age of peace, love, light, and unity as a human family. The prophecies of my four-directional people, from the Hopi prophecy of the true white brother to the eagle and condor of the Amazon, and to the return of the white buffalo by my Lakota brothers, and the return of the ancestors from the stars, have been set in motion for quite some time. There will come a time where we will all go home to the Creator and begin our spirit journey. And it is said there will be a gatekeeper that will guard the doorway into the spirit world. And she will ask you this one question. And this is where all of Creator's laws will come into effect. Two of Creator's absolute laws being, no human being has the right to hurt another human being. And no human being has the right to play with another human being's life. This is where the Creator knows your reaction before your action in life. Just like the Creator knows your true intentions behind your intentions. She will ask you, and this will determine if you have a safe passage or not into the spirit world. And she will ask you, what did you do to help humanity? These creators' law, natural law, is what the world knows as karma. The laws of nature that we know as four-directional people is to protect those four sacred elements: the earth, the wind, the water, and the fire. And when we talk spiritual law, this is how we've come to understand that Creator never sleeps, Spirit never sleeps. You can lie to yourself, to your fellow human being, but you cannot lie to the Creator. These four sacred elements that we have, we are made of these four sacred elements. The air that we breathe is the wind that runs on the back of Mother Earth. The water that covers Mother Earth, 70% of the water that covers Mother Earth, is the water that we are made of, 60% of the water, which is why we get affected by Grandmother Moon when she is full. The DNA of that tree is the same DNA that is in our bones. The spark that's in our heart is the same spark that comes from Father, Son. So these four sacred elements we talk about, we are the land. And that's why we have been granted the sacred responsibility as a human family to protect these four sacred elements. If we do not do that, we will not leave anything behind for our children and their children's children. These have been spoken of since the beginning of time from the prophecies of our four directional elders and ancestors. And I thank and I honor each and every one of you, my fellow human beings, for taking the time to speak and create change for our children and our children's children. And I honor all the sacred and powerful beings I am able to communicate with, and that being the women. We as men are strong physically, but the woman is stronger emotionally, mentally, physically, and spiritually, because she's a nurturer, a caretaker, and a giver of life. Without the woman, we as a human family will cease to exist. Without Mother Earth, we as a human family will cease to exist. So I honor each and every one of you. Much love and respect. Hi, hi.
Thank you, Gerald, so much for reminding us of our ancestors' wisdom. Friends, let us make responsible and worthy choices in our lives. In the time of crossroads, we cannot leave out of attention the Holy Lands. And more about Holy Lands will tell us Sonia. Sonia, please, floor is yours.
Ďakujem za slovo. Kópia osudu, Kristova kópia,
Thank you so much for the floor. The Holy Lands, the Spear of Christ, the Lens of Longinus, the Spear of Omnipotence, or the Holy Spear, all these names and attributes belong to it. But what does it really mean? What is its significance for us? Why is it so much talked about today? And why have the powerful people of the world sought it out and hunted it down throughout history? The Spear of Destiny is one of the fundamental relics of Christianity. According to John's Gospel, the Spear of Destiny is one of the instruments of the passions of Christ, with which the Roman soldier Longinus pierced the side of the crucified Jesus Christ, and to which the ability to influence the fate of the world is traditionally attributed.
So I will start with those who possessed the Spear of Destiny. Alexander of Macedonia, Julius Caesar, Joshua, King Herod, obviously Longinus himself, whose name is associated with this spear, Saint Mauritius, Charlemagne, Frederick Barbarossa. Napoleon was also hunting for it. Emperor Constantine, of course, The spear attracted the greatest attention and has been associated with Adolf Hitler in many recent articles and versions. Let's say he was the last historical figure who possessed this spear. What is interesting to us, Alatra TV released a video, XP-NRG, World's First Creators of Artificial Consciousness. What is the video overall about? About a group of enthusiastic programmers who got together and decided to create an artificial consciousness. Attention, artificial consciousness, not intelligence. These are absolutely different things. It has to be understood. I don't know, the difference between intelligence and consciousness is like between a scooter and an airplane. In fact, many viewers just like us are attracted by the symbols that this company has, including those shown in the XP-NRG video. Meaning the spear of destiny itself. The actual spearhead, or as it is also called, the spear of omnipotence.
It's really some kind of science fiction, as if the future is now. Only in films, you know, when in some futuristic ones.
You were right, she didn't see anything.
I didn't see anything right away.
Look here, Tatiana.
This is what's here?
Here it is, you see? And here it is. And here on Alexei, we specially made t-shirts.
Wow.
To show. We thought you were about to notice.
This is...
It's good that I didn't bet.
The main thing is that...
I would have lost the bet. Myself personally wouldn't attract this piece of metal. This would attract me.
It attracts everyone, Igor Mikhailovich.
This is the spear of destiny.
Yes.
And this is a piece of metal. It's convenient and comfortable, I agree, yes. Yes, I don't know if somebody in Ukraine has such a piece of metal. Well, it doesn't matter.
Single piece, maybe.
Possibly, I don't know. It's not a fact. But definitely not this, you see?
It's...
If someone possibly has this,
yes,
they definitely don't have this one, while we have.
Is this a full-size copy, or the original?
Tatiana, everyone who says that they have the original, well, 4 claim that. They all have a copy, believe me. But that's not the point. What matters is symbolism. The meaning it carries, and that what stands behind this meaning. That's what's important.
Based
on the information from the kaleidoscope of facts about the spear of destiny, we will now look at 4 places and sources that claim, not even suggest, but claim to possess the original spear of Christ or the spear of the omnipotence. The first and most famous and advertised place is the museum in Vienna. Another place where another spear is kept is Rome. The Vatican also claims to have the original, which is not in Vienna. There is also the Krakow spear. It is stored in the city of Krakow. However, today it is officially recognized that it is a copy of the Vienna copy. The Armenian spear is the most mysterious because it is rarely displayed. In fact, it is not shown to everyone. There is a special monastery here, the name of which is Ashtimyandin Cathedral. The leaders of the Armenian Church never allowed its study or detailed photography. Only these versions exist now. Between them, there is a constant dispute about who owns the real original, which pierced Christ. The spear gives great power to those who realize its mysterious potential and learn to wield it. Let's take a look at its shape. So we're talking about the weapon that is thrown and it flies to the target, and in order to reach it, it must be aimed at it. It depends on who's throwing. Spears are designed for fighting, winning, throwing. The spike means a precise aiming concentration. However, its true meaning and symbol reflects primarily only the awareness of concentration, focused on the goal and victory. It is a symbol of exact direction. A person is focused in the right direction. It is a symbol of inner victory over evil, but not over another person. A person does not kill another person, but an animal in himself. Where we focus and direct our attention, we will create it. The spear of destiny symbolizes precisely the global choice of people on whose side we are and in which direction we are moving. It is precisely an individual as well as collective change of choice. After 12,000 years, we as the society are once again faced with a choice. In the past, there were many attempts and they were successful. For example, in ancient Egypt, knowledge was introduced during the times of the early Christians, Gnostics, that society should change and focus on the person in a creative, constructive direction. This is a fundamental question, and now it is time to answer it and make a decision. We have a great responsibility to make the right decision.
A záleží na našom výbere. Apokalypsa alebo zlatý vek.
Right, everything is in our hands and depends on our choice, the apocalypse or the golden age. In the main religious traditions, reference to the golden age have come down to us. In the Hindu tradition, this is the Satya Yuga cycle. In Zoroastrianism, the metaphor of the golden branch of the tree is used. In the Japanese Katsuki Chronicle, the secret book of Shintoism, the most famous passage is also reference to the golden age. So, the central character of this story, the sun goddess Amaterasu, which leaves the world and closes in a cave, resulting in a period of darkness. Quoting, in Takamanohara, it became completely dark, and twilight fell over the entire land of the reed plains. Eternal night fell on the world. The wailing of 1,000 goddesses and gods came from everywhere, and all kinds of destruction ravaged the world. Later, the gods managed to lure the sun goddess out again, and the light returns to earth. References to the Golden Age can be found in various cultures around the world. It is also associated with the Yellow Emperor of China, and in ancient Egypt it is mentioned in the creation story. In ancient Greece, there is a passage describing the Golden Age, for example, in the work of Hesiod. Joseph Salvi and David Steinmetz report that legends of the Golden Age can be found in more than 40 cultures with more than 200 variations. And all of them, according to these authors, have the following common features. People lived as gods, had wonderful, according to today's concepts, abilities, and were considered demigods or the first gods. People did not get sick, did not age, and kept a young look. People lived in harmony with nature, had a lot of food. Most myths mention that people did not hunt or eat animals. Ideal climatic conditions, lived peacefully even near dangerous animals and could communicate with them. People spoke the same language during the Golden Age. People lived in peace without wars and conflicts. If we look at our history within the current 12,000-year cycle, we can find numerous references and remnants of peaceful cultures. For example, many scientists raised the question of the existence of Hyperborea in the era of the North Pole, along with the hypothesis of the origin of the current human civilization. History has preserved a piece of information about the subsequent golden millennium of the Alad sisters. We will talk about them a little bit later. Similarly, the millennium of Aladhyar, which has passed into the period of consumerism in which we have been living for the last 6,000 years since the so-called Sumerian civilization. However, as we already know, we can speak of a real civilization only when humanity is united. When humanity has the removed power in the form of tyrants and leaders from its ranks and has free energy at its disposal. But let's go back to the evidence of peace-loving cultures. In addition to Hyperborea, there are numerous archaeological sites of peaceful cultures, such as Göbekli Tepe, dated 12,000 years ago, European culture 8,000 years ago, Tripolitan culture 7,000 years ago, or Arki, dating back 4,000 years ago. Typical features of a peaceful culture are a circular pattern of settlement and the presence of indigenous positive signs that indicate a spiritually developed society. If spiritual and moral values dominate, prevail in society and consequently in people themselves, they are reflected outside in the form of the Golden Age. Today, the consumer society makes us believe that the Golden Age is utopia, but it turns out that the Golden Age is part of our history and therefore can be restored. If we choose this, and at the end of the last times, we humanity faced with global choice on which path to go further. And let us watch a video.
And after Hyperborea was precisely the golden millennium of the spiritual reign of Alat sisters, and thereafter, well, 1,000 years of normal existence of people, when the devil was weakened to the utmost, and the weakening of the devil was precisely during Hyperborea.
The question arises, how people actually managed in such a moment when, so to say, the devil was very strong.
Well, then the devil was as strong as he is now. But even now there are people who are aspiring to God, who are able to step over the devil, who are capable of arguing with their consciousness, isn't it so? Who are able to observe their consciousness and analyze. And they understand, after all, that their consciousness is not their tool, and that they are not the consciousness and they are not the body. After all, people obtain this experience. Well, there were also such people then. And thanks to them, the world out of, let's say, I will say it carefully, out of less than 150,000 people, the whole civilization was reborn. Well, just count. Out of 8 billion, isn't it sad?
It is sad.
Try to gather them now.
150,000.
For example, in all religions, all monasteries, it's just interesting. Those truly aspiring to God. How many could be gathered? There's the answer. Although inside each one of them thinks that he is worthy, that he is a believer, he serves. Maybe the only question is, to whom?
Igor Michalovič zadal otázku. Naplníme také množstvo ľudí?
Igor Mikhailovich asked a question, will we be able to gather such a large number of people? This is a question worth pondering, as we are currently in the days of the crossroads. But thank God there is the ALLATRA International Public Movement that unites millions of people around the world, and every day more and more people join and build a creative society together, a bridge that will lead us to the ideal society, the Golden Age. And the Golden Age is spoken of in many historical sources. Let's take a look at religion. In Christianity, in the Revelation of Apostle John, it is said, "Then I saw a new heaven and a new earth, for the first heaven and the first earth had passed away, and the sea was no more. And I saw the holy city, New Jerusalem, coming down out from the heaven, from God, prepared as a bride adorned for her husband. And I heard a loud voice from the throne saying, Behold, the dwelling place of God is with men. He will dwell with them, and they will be his people, and God himself will be with them as their God. He will wipe away every tear from their eyes, and the death shall be no more. Neither shall there be mourning, nor crying, nor pain any more, for the former things have passed away." In Quran says that those who believe and do good will be in the gardens of bliss. Also in Judaism, in the book of Isaac, it is said that the truth will be revealed, which will bring with peace, tranquility, and security. The sacred books of Hinduism say that thanks to the truth given the future Maitreya, people will lose their doubts and the streams of their affections will dry up. Freed from all difficulties, they will be able to cross the ocean of transformation and lead a holy life thanks to the teachings of Maitreya. They will break the chain of suffering. Other sources are the predictions of such seers as Vanga, Edgar Cayce, Nostradamus, and others. The time comes and the wheat will be separated from the chaff because the future belongs to good people and they will live in a wonderful world, which is difficult to imagine now. Nostradamus, after this shall have lasted a good while, there shall be renewed a religion of Saturn and the golden age. God, the Creator, shall say, no more sorrow and suffering in the nations I have created, hearing the affliction of his people. Edgar Cayce says that hope will come from Russia for the whole world, freedom, when every person will live for his neighbor. It is interesting that all these predictions say about our time, about time in which you and I live now, and these predictions are real for us. People have always dreamed of such a society, and in their legends they called it the land of good, state of bliss. Will we be able to achieve the golden age? It all depends on the human choice, and everything depends on our approach. And right now, let's take a look at what Tsiolkovsky and Yefremov told about golden age. Denis, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Many scientists and philosophers saw the prospect for the development of our civilization, developed their own models of the ideal world order. Nikolai Fedorov was one of the founders of Russian Cosmism. He considered it important to change the values of society and the need to unite all people. He inspired many scientists to develop ideas for the development of cosmonautics and in order to settle humanity. Vernadski's theory of noosphere, the unity of man, of humans, and the biosphere, also optimistic, saw the future of humanity and noted the importance of developing science and involving as many people as possible in it. He considered it as necessary to unite all humankind in one goal to reach a new stage of evolution. The works of Konstantin Tsiolkovsky were ahead of their time. In his scientific articles, he published the idea of building a perfect society. Tsiolkovsky understood that the rapid progress of mankind can be achieved only if the social system is radically changed. And he devoted his whole life to this cause, believing that it is necessary to begin first of all with the formation of society. Here are small quotes. Land shall be declared to be common heritage, and there should be no man who has no right for it. The riches of man are limitless. All that is needed is the ability to take them. It is much more reasonable to seek and take them from nature than to take them from each other. After all, the sum of the wealth of humankind will not increase from this. Only predatory qualities of people increase from this struggle. Konstantin Eduardovich Tsiolkovsky actively advocated the unification of all humankind. As the scientists argued, the ideal of social organization is the union of all people of the globe. Another scientist who foresaw the prospect of the development of civilization in the Golden Age was Ivan Yefremov. He was a Soviet paleontologist, science fiction writer. Many have read his books The Hour of the Bull, The Andromeda Nebula, and remember how colorfully he described the society of the future. This includes space travel, the discovery of new planets, and interaction with the Great Ring. Planet Earth is safe and comfortable, and all people are united and live in peace. Yefremov emphasizes that people made a choice by changing the course of history. They stopped wars and united the whole planet, entering the era of common labor. I will read you a quote from the novel Andromeda as Space Age tale. All the forces of society that had formerly been expended on the creation of war machines, on maintenance of huge armies that did no useful labor, and on propaganda and its trumpery, were channeled into improving man's way of life and promoting scientific knowledge. A frame of ideas were taken up by many scientists, and whole generations of people were inspired by his novels. Now I give the floor to Veronica.
Děkuji, Denisi, za krásnou a ucelenou vizi zlatého věku.
Thank you, Denise, for your beautiful and comprehensive description of the Golden Age. A common path for all humankind was also sought in the 17th century by Jan Amos Comenius, who received the nickname Teacher of the Peoples. In his work, The Universal Council for the Correction of Human Affairs, he makes philosophical and specific proposals for each area of human life and calls on all people and future generations to work together in this matter. He firmly believed that a person is endowed with a free creative will and is responsible for his own destiny and the destiny of the whole world. And I quote, "Let us amend what is broken. With God's help, let us fix and revive this world. To restore things, we must look to Christ, to whom alone is given all the power in heaven and on earth, but with human cooperation. In order for humanity to prevent the approach of a dark time on earth, society must stand on a solid foundation of good. A dark time on earth, society must stand on a solid
se soumraku světa, měla by společnost stát na pevných základech dobra podle obrazu Božího. Konec citace. Tehdy přirozeně odejde všechno vratké a nefunkční. S ústupem nevědomosti, pochybností, neschod, křiku a válek se navrátí světu světlo, mír a spása. A nastane ten toužebně očekávaný zbožný věk. Světlo pravdy, které bude rozšířeno mezi lidmi, umožní konkrétní změny v mezilidských vztazích, ve vzdělávání, přeměně církví, státního fungování i ve vědeckém pokroku. Tomu bude nápomocný i společný světový jazyk. Odkaz Komenského pro nás, jak přejít ke zlatému věku, je v jeho díle velmi detailně rozpracovaný. Šířit světlo poznání a věřit, že lidé zatouží se přidat, protože každý člověk přirozeně tíhne k příjemnému. Tam, kde jsme se jako lidstvo odchýlili od božství, máme jít naspět.
Designity to unity, from diversity to simplicity, from violence to voluntariness. At the end of his life, he believed that future generations and all nations would follow him. And in conclusion, I would like to quote these words of his. In the meantime, barriers of light, let your path shine like a bright light, rising and increasing to a perfect day.
Vydávejte září.
Thank you so much.
Stezky vaše nechcou jako jasné světlo, vycházející a rostoucí až do dne dokonalého. Děkuji.
Thank you, Veronica. Let us get back to our guest speaker, Chief Lane. We heard so much about the Golden Age. Could you please share your opinion on how we, as humanity, can achieve this even though the world right now is in such a chaos? Floor is yours.
Again, my very, very beloved members of our human family. I want first of all to say that the indigenous peoples across the Americas totally and completely support in the depths of our heart everything dear brother Gerald Alder said. The eagle, the condor, has two wings. One is man and one is woman. Until both wings of those sacred birds representing humanity are given equal respect and love and honor, the eagle of humanity, the condor of humanity, will never, ever fly to its promised destiny. I'm going to say that. The Hopi said that after the second shaking of the earth, to look to the eastern part of our great land where the great water is, that's the Atlantic Ocean. And a house of mica, a house of glass would be built. And people from all over Mother Earth would become there to talk about peace. Of course, the United Nations building. The Hopis went there when the United Nations opened, and they tried to gain interest to warn our human family of what was approaching us if we didn't unite. The doors never opened. Finally, in 1992, the doors finally opened, except nobody was there in the General Assembly. At that time, our beloved Thomas Banyaka, messenger of the Hopis, and the other relatives with him left, and they said, we will not return now. What we had come to share, there's no turning back. So Mitaki Epi, there's certain basic things we need to understand to go forward. The number one is the understanding of the prior unity and oneness of our human family. And the hurt of one is the hurt of all. The healing of one is the healing of all. And the honor of one is the honor of all. We also have to understand who we are. From our understanding, when conception occurs and we know a light goes off, each of us is created as sovereignty, ancient, imperishable, and everlasting when we enter this world of time and space. So important to understand as well, the human soul has no gender, has no race, has no ethnicity, has no class. This reality makes all forms of prejudice, whatever they may be, intolerable and unacceptable. The human soul is not divided. It is a reflection of our Creator, the oneness of God. All the powers that distinguish us as human beings, reason, memory, abstract thought, creativeness, inventiveness, willpower, are all properties of our soul, not our bodies. In the spiritual worlds to come, we will recognize one another. We will seek union, spiritual union, in the same as this physical plane of time and space. We also are seeking spiritual union, which is the foundation of the creative society and other movements everywhere on Mother Earth that are coming together like rivers in this great ocean. A love that anyone may have had for anyone will not be forgotten in the spiritual worlds to come, nor will we forget the life we've had in this physical world. More than 500 years ago, across the Americas, there existed a union, the condor and the eagle. This union had its trading routes to the east and the west across the Americas. We call them kinship trails, friendship trails. These are the same highways and byways upon which all the highways today, the black snakes we call them, are built. And the prophecy of the black snake. They said that this would separate us from our mother, would separate us from our true connection to nature. For our elders say, the natural world is a place of the soul, the spirit. The cities are a place of the body. And sure enough, the black snakes came. They said the first would come above the ground, as the Hopi said. They'll build trails across this land and travel across those trails in bugs. That is the highways that took us away from many of our sacred sites, which we're now returning to. And then they said the second would come underneath the earth and would destroy the waters and the lands. Pipelines. That's why we have stood up and we have killed these black snakes Keystone XL was just killed. These will not pass our lands. As well, in this union, the condor, the quetzal, and the eagle, he prophesied that a great spiritual wintertime would come upon our lands that would last for over 500 years. They told in depth all that would happen. And sure, we were shattered. They said if we would hold on strength and pray and know our God would never give us anything except for our own perfection, at the end of this great wintertime, we would arise and become so illumined, we would help enlighten the entire world. And so it is. We are awakening. We are arising. On June 20th, 2020, at 5:44 p.m. PDT, the union of the condor, the quetzal, and the eagle was reformed. No longer is there a prophecy of the reunion of the condor, the quetzal, and the eagle. It has been completed, done. Today, more than 78 million indigenous people are united across the internet in different groups. And this year, 2021, we're building the digital backbone for the first digital nation state on Mother Earth. 78 million indigenous people. We are the youngest and the fastest growing population in the Americas. The large majority of the people, our relatives, the human family living here, have some degree of indigenous blood. But the 78 million I'm speaking about are by UN standards. We are rising, and there's no power on heaven or earth that are going to prevent these sacred, holy prophecies from unfolding. Another prophecy, so important, is this. They said, Black Elk, in his great vision, came to this great mountain. He said they made this ascent. And then he said, I found myself standing on the highest mountain of all. And I turned to the east, and two men were coming flying like arrows, and between them rose the daybreak star with four blossoms, red, yellow, black, and white. And they said, with this herb of understanding, you shall have power over all things. And I took it and dropped it on the earth. And where it fell was no more darkness and light. And so, as Brother Gerald said, we honor all members of our human family. To the east, we pray, from where comes the red sunrise, symbolically, our indigenous people of the Americas. To the east, we pray. And then to the south, from where comes new life, and where we live, that's where the springtime comes. And the sun is high noon, is kind of yellowish, honoring all our Asian relatives. And we turn our pipe to the west, from where comes thunder, lightning, and rain and darkness. We honor the African relatives. And then we turn our pipe to the north, from where comes the white snow. And we honor all our European relatives and all members of the human family that are, in fact, together as one. Itakiepi, in the future, will only be one color. That'll be a while. Because the power of love will unite every soul upon this Mother Earth. So remember, no matter what is before us, that each of us is a sovereignty, ancient, imperishable, and everlasting. And we are just beginning our spiritual journey as a human family in maturity. Now, I mentioned the beginning of world peace by 2030. We call this the lesser peace because peace has a process. We have defined, we know what all those areas of peace, coming together, the world of thought, we see it in science, the arts. The first stage of this is the political peace that will stop war. As I shared, what's going to happen between now and then? We're not sure of, but we know that it will happen. And that's why we invite you to World Unity Week between the 19th and 26th of June, because our voices need to be put together in unison, unity and diversity. And I highly honor all the sacred messengers of God, all of them, including those that came here, wherever they came, those we don't even know their names yet. I honor each and every one of them because they all came in progressive revelation to renew the spiritual teachings were at the core and foundation of this universe we live in, and as well to bring the social teachings needed for that time and age they came to. Today, the social teachings we need are teachings about world unity, about the fact we are becoming universal human beings. And so I'd like to conclude, if I may, with two of the prayers that were given to us by the Creator, by the Ancient of Days, for this day we live in now. For this is the day. The prophecies have been fulfilled. We just have to awaken to it and understand it, because as Lord Jesus Christ said, I shall come as a thief in the night. Here I want to share this prayer with my beloved relatives and thank you again so much for your great kindness to invite me to this beloved meeting. I'm so enjoyed. I've been listening so intently. Oh my God, unite the hearts of thy servants and reveal unto them thy great purpose. May they follow thy commandments and abide in thy law. Help them, O God, in their endeavor and grant them strength to serve thee. O God, leave them not to themselves, but guide their steps by the light of knowledge and cheer their hearts by thy love. Verily, thou art their helper, Lord. Say, God sufficeth all things, above all things, and nothing in the heavens, the earth, but God sufficeth. He is in himself the knower, the sustainer, the omnipotent. To close my sharing, I'd like to sing a sacred song given to us by the white buffalo calf woman. It is the same meaning as Om Namah Shivaya from our relatives of the great nations of India. And it says, our sacred pipe, you see it behind me, my elder. In the bowl, the earth, it's sacred. Has a power of cohesion, and that was what unites us throughout our entire being. The water, all those mineral people. And then the stem. The stem represent our plant relatives who have the power of growth. And of course, they contain or one with the power of cohesion, the mineral people, but they also have the power of growth. And we're symbiotic, as you know. We breathe out carbon dioxide, they breathe it in. We breathe out oxygen. They're our relatives. And then you'll see with every one of our sacred pipes, representation of the animal people who contain the mineral people, who contain the plant people and have the power of growth, the power of cohesion, but they also have the power of the senses.
Yeah, Phil. Yeah, so I wanted already to come to, thanking you.
Okay,
Yes,
sorry, an old man, sometimes I get carried away.
No worries. Yeah,
I know all the timing, so thank you. I won't sing that song. Thank you.
That is very lovely. Thank you very much, Phil, for your words. We very much appreciate you being with us today. As we could see, cultures all around the world are saying the same thing. Therefore, the truth is one for all. We just apply different words describing the same thing across our traditions. Let us hear now Dr. Daryl Buck senior research professor of New Testament studies at Dallas Theological Seminary, for his opinion, how can we connect with God and how can we enter the Golden Age? Dr. Darrell, the floor is yours.
טוב, אני חושב שהדרך הנכונה לתקשר עם האלוהים זה פשוט לקבל שאנחנו לא מושלמים ולהגיע למסקנה חד משמעית שהיחיד שיוכל לתקן אותנו זה האלוהים עצמו. אכן אתם פונים לאלוהים, מבקשים מחילה. זה מה שבעצם הנוצרות מציעה לבן אדם מאמין. זאת אומרת, בנצרות מלמדים שמה שאלוהים עושה זה שהוא שולח את החלק משלו, את הרוח, אשר נמצא בתוכנו, כדי להתחבר עם אותו חלק שבעצם מחבר אתכם, ובסופו של דבר להתחבר עם האלוהים באופן טבעי, כדי לתת את האפשרות לנצל את הרוע בטוב. ובהמשך אנשים, אחרי החיבור הזה, הם משתנים, ומאמינים שהרוח נמצאת בתוכם ומכוונת אותם, ושבעצם אפר האדמות זה כמו שאומרים הם בעצמם. ישו עצמו בסופו של דבר יוכיח את זה. ואותם האנשים שמורדים את ראשם בצניעות רבה ומקבלים את זה שלקבל מחילה אפשרי רק דרכו, וזה יחזק אותם באותו עידן הזהב שהם כולם יחוו אותו. קשר זאת אהבה. האלוהים בסופו של דבר הוא אוהב את כולם בעולם הזה. כך נאמר גם בתנ"ך, אלוהים אוהב את השלום. אחד הפסוקים הידועים בנצרות, המוכרים לכל נצרי, זה יוחנן, פרק 3:13. האלוהים כל כך אהב את העולם, שהוא נתן את הבן היחיד שלו, שכל מי שיאמין בו לא יכחד, אלא יזכה לחיי נצח. ובביטוי הזה, אלוהים מהווה את האהבה שלו דרך המחילה, אשר הוא מציע לכולם, בלי יוצא מן הכלל, בלי שום הבדל, ועליכם פשוט לקבל את זה. אלא הסירוב זו גם בחירה. קרל ליואיס, אחד הסופרים הנוצרים הידועים מאנגליה, אמר פעם אחת, האם יום אחד אתם תחליטו שלא לקבל את המחילה של אלוהים, אשר האלוהים נותן לכם, אז האלוהים יכבד את בחירתך, מכיוון שאתה בחרת להיפרד ממנו, ומי הפתרון שהוא נתן לך. אכן, הייתי אומר שאלוהים אוהב אותנו, גם אפילו אנחנו בוחרים בחירה לא נכונה. הוא יאפשר לנו לחוות את החוויה הזאת, עקב הבחירה השגויה, וזו משימת הנוצרות הקשה. ואני אגיד יותר, זה לא אבקת הקסם. אתם יודעים שבסופו של דבר הכל יהיה בסדר, וכולם יגיעו למקום טוב. אתם בוחרים, והבחירה הזאת יש לה השלכות. זה שנותן לנו בחירה מוסרית. אבל העניין שלכל הבחירה יש השלכות, אשר יגיעו אחרי מעשיך. אבל כן, אלוהים זאת אהבה. אהבה ללא תנאי. הוא אוהב אותנו כל כך חזק, שמאפשר לנו לטעות, ועלינו להתייחס לזה ברצינות.
Throughout the kaleidoscope of facts, speakers repeatedly raised the importance of human choice, especially in the period of the crossroads. Each person's life is every day a series of small choices that determine the most important life choice of all, life or death, light
something
or
that
darkness.
gives a choice for all humanity,
It cannot
for
but
each person.
rejoice
The
the
key
fact
open
of a higher level of human choice. It is the choice to serve the spiritual world as the most worthy purpose of human life on earth. The history of mankind knows such examples of this kind.
Ďakujem. Začnem geliarstvom. Čo je to geliarstvo? Slovo geliar v gréčtine znamená bojovník svetla, bojovník slnka. Geliari sú ľudia, ktorí dosiahli hlbokého poznania a chránia znalosť. Sú to praví bojovníci svetla v Bohu. V každej dobe existovali medzi ľuďmi legendy o bojovníkov. V súčasnosti sú tieto fakty medzi ľuďmi prezentované. V muslimskom svete u Arabov táto postava známa ako Čis. Na Blízkom východe ho uctievajú tiež pod menom Al-Qidr.
And in Egypt, there was the god Horus. In Japan, it is the hero Susanoo. And in Mongolia, we find a story about the warrior Geser. Even at this time, between us, the greatest warrior of light is Mahdi. The main goal of life for Galileans was to serve the spiritual world, serving not in words, but in deeds. Galileanism occurs at different levels. One of the levels is simply to spread the knowledge among people, just opposition to the system by spreading the truth. The next level in understanding the ministry of Galileanism is opposition to what is happening now, that is, to restrain the forces of nature, which claim many lives, and thus to prolong the existence of mankind. After all, as it is written in the book Crossroads, this civilization, it turns out, just like us, has practically reached the end of the cycle and received the same technogenic development. And the most interesting thing is that they also got to the crossroads of the cyclic change of the earth and the sun. But these people managed to hear the warning from Shambhala, found the strength not only to put things in order in their own thoughts, but also to unite and change the life of society as a whole. Shambhala only supported their choice and gave the appropriate knowledge. The Galileans help us, but we cannot count on them to do everything for us. This is a throwing over of responsibility. The most important thing is to start with yourself and take responsibility for your actions and decisions. But only at the moment of my inner realization that a man is a true warrior of the spiritual world and a defender of the divine, holy, feminine principle, I realized what the circle of life is. Thank you so much for the floor.
So, we have already understood that we're in the period of the crossroads, or as they say in the religions, the end of the centuries. And as in every difficult period, not only for humanity, there are those who are there with us to help us go through this period. And not only this, but also to get out of it alive and free. I would like to tell you about the Alat sisters. Mentions of secret women can be found in the sources of many cultures and religions. For example, the Nordic Slavic legends. Even in Orthodoxy, we find references to 12 virgins who served Mary. And next picture, we can see Holy Mary, right? And also just Saint John and the theologian, and we can see quote on the just picture. Also, let us watch another picture. So, if you can show us the picture of Septimatrica. Yeah, next picture, please. Right. So you can see Septimatrica here in Hinduism can generally mean the cult of the mother goddess that existed during the Indian civilization. And as evidenced by the preserved seal depicting the goddess standing among the branches of a fig tree, and 7 maids stand at the feet of the goddess. The seal is an image of deep spiritual practice. The mention of the Alat sisters can also be found in Islam, for example, in Surah 53 star. I'm not going to cite it. You can read it on your screen. And in the apocryphal verses below, we find these words of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, which were obviously part of the Star Surah, that this is a noble hernic whose intercession is truly approved. The Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, himself, no matter how distorted his words long after his death, deeply respected the Alawite sisters. He was well aware that where the Kaaba is today, the gardens of the Alawite sisters used to be located. How do the Alawite sisters serve all people? For example, it was said in the program Call of Mahdi with Igor Mikhailovich Danilo, their service is the highest form of Gilearism, service to God, and the highest form of serving God brings tremendous strength and tremendous opportunities. So what is the significance of their service to us? And this tremendous power allows us to influence the climate, or rather to mitigate its consequences. Let us watch a short video which was taken from the Window website. This video broadcasts the movement of air masses on the planet. Here we can see Hurricane Dorian. The video was filmed in 2019. It can be seen that this hurricane is stalled and stands still. Its epicenter does not move. It is located outside the towns, and the town, its strength was already much less. So please pay attention to the temperature value and wind speed. Can we see the Alatra sign? The deep meaning of this sign was examined in detail and in many sided ways in the Kaleidoscope of Facts number 6, and a lot of information can be also found about the Alatra sign in the Alatra book by Anastasia Novak. But containing climatic disasters is not the main task of the Alawite sisters. Their greatest contributions are invisible. The deep love they bring into this world every day helps a person to overcome obstacles created by his own consciousness on the spiritual path. Without the power of the Alawite sisters, each step would take much more time and it would be much more difficult for a person walking the spiritual path. The Alawite sisters help everyone to feel the deep love of the spiritual world. They help everyone to become alive. Of course, perhaps most importantly, these women, deeply committed to God's love, cannot influence human choices. The choice of a person is critical to the fate of all humankind. We live in a time when every person who is not indifferent to the future should strive for unification of people. The choice of absolutely every person matters, and each person thus decides this destiny, the destiny of the entire planet, of all humankind. Without unification, we cannot expect the coming of the Golden Age. The tremendous help of spiritual love, which we all receive and can feel, remains only as help, but not work in itself. The work is in our hands, in the hands of each of us. The topic of the Virgin Mary, the Most Holy Theotokos, will be explored in more detail in the next Kaleidoscope of Facts. Let us watch the trailer together.
Bude podrobněji rozebráno v následujícím Kaleidoskopu faktů. Pojďme se společně podívat na ukázku.
Cultures and civilizations are changing, but one thing remains the same: a human need for that true love that unites us all and makes us alive. For a long time, people have known about the power that generates life, creates both visible and invisible worlds. They also knew about the one who is the conductor of this force to the earth: Isis, Inanna, Sophia. There are many names and epithets, but the essence is one: the Mother of God. Today she is known by the name Mary. For 2,000 years, people have been
in her service to people. That is, she has not only perceived herself, but also gives others an opportunity to perceive, caring about people. And notice how people revere her in different countries, and not just revere, but truly feel her active assistance in spiritual issues. Not only perceived herself, but also gives others an opportunity to perceive, caring about people. And notice how people revere her in different countries, and not just revere, but truly feel her active assistance in spiritual issues. The protecting veil of the Mother of God, the protecting veil of the Mother of God.
For centuries and millennia, the truth about the divine power of the feminine principle, which gives a human true life, has been hidden from people. But we live in a time when all the secrets are revealed. It is time to bring the truth back to people. On July 13, 2021, watch the Kaleidoscope of Facts, Mother of God, the creative power of love. Initiated by the participants of Allatra IPM from Italy, Belarus, and Russia. The Holy Grail is closely associated with the Mother of God. The Holy Grail has piqued the interest and curiosity of people throughout human history, as evidenced by countless stories and legends, books and films dedicated to this topic. Dokazuje to nespočetné množstvo príbehov, legend, kníh a filmov zaoberajúcich sa touto tematikou. Grál sa opisuje ako neobyčajné, jasné magické svetlo, mimoriadny posvetný oheň, požehnaný roh hojnosti, cirkevný spev, kľúč, ktorý otvára nebesá, ako tabuizované tajomstvo, ktoré je pre nehodných neviditeľné. Grálu sa pripisuje schopnosť zmeniť človeka po kontakte s ním, urobiť ho nesmrteľným, dať mu neobmedzenú moc a otvoriť pred ním brány raja. A vo všeobecnosti všetky tieto tvrdenia a špekulácie nie sú neopodstatnené, pretože za každým sa skrýva kus pravdy, of a spoken aloud name. The first legends about the Grail appeared at the end of the 12th century, and on their basis people began to get lost in conjectures and argue about what the Grail really is. There were ideas that the Grail is a chalice, a goblet with the blood of Jesus taken at the crucifixion, or the cup from which Jesus drank at the Last Supper. However, ideas about the Grail are conditioned by the material attitudes of the human worldview. We know from the book Allatra that the Grail is a formula of the primary sound adapted to sound, the sound of creation, which is the true primordial word uttered by God Himself, thanks to which the material universe manifested itself. The Grail enters the world of people from the spiritual world at the decisive moments of human civilization as a kind of lottery ticket. During our 12,000-year cycle, the Grail has been activated 6 times, most recently by Mary Magdalene, who has held open gates for the spiritual world for the past 2,000 years. Now, in the period of the crossroads, the Grail is available for the 7th time in our world, thanks to Rigdan Japo. A person who decides to activate the formula of the primary sound bears a great responsibility because he holds the keys to the gates of heaven and hell. His spectrum of desires, his choice determines whether he will create or destroy. Will he use it for destruction, his own salvation, or he will hold the gates to the spiritual world, thereby replacing Mary Magdalene in this role? You can learn more about the Grail from books written by Anastasia Novych in the book Allatra.
As we had the opportunity to hear today, the help of the spiritual world is immense at every moment of our lives, and the endless love of the spiritual world is manifested in the fact that it leaves the final choice for a person along with the consequences. The secret of this word was once kept in their hands by spiritually initiated people who opposed to the power of the animal mind in any of its manifestations. They were true warriors of the light, keepers of the primordial knowledge. Through their feat of arms, the truth was revealed to them. There is no power higher than spiritual. Having the primordial knowledge, you also have strength. With strength, you act with the word, which is glory, name, and call. Glory proclaims truth in the radiance of immortality for those who are crowned with honor in approaching the One. The name, however, manifests the sign of the primordial, which is the basis and key for understanding of events. The eternal call is the primordial sound, the sound of creation. He fills the sign with the power of Allah and makes it powerful in creation. For Allah is the manifestation of the will of God, the all-pervading power, the foremother of everything created according to His will. The worthy one follows the eternal call of the soul, announcing the cry of her victory, Allatra. Everyone who hears is the called one, and together there is a force that can change the whole world.
A spolu to je sila, ktorá je schopná zmeniť celý svet.
Если говорить, что это, допустим, не только мой выбор, а если это, скажем, много людей и в далекой перспективе, ну, например, не знаю, это можно ли поинтересоваться, что будет через 50 лет, например, будет ли через 50 лет существовать человечество?
Давай монетки спросим. Ну, и людям интересно.
Ну, как теперь это понять?
Ну, я думаю, есть одно объяснение, что все-таки все в руках человечества, в каждом из вас, и не важно, когда вернется монетка и что она покажет. Важно то, что решим мы. Вот какое мы решим будущее, такое мы и построим. А если мы ничего не будем делать, то оно останется таким, какое оно есть. Ну, ненадолго. Выбор, друзья мои, за нами, а не за какими-то монетками и всякими нарушениями физических законов. Так что, друзья мои, давайте любить друг друга.